Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to February the 9th. And Vanessa Feltz apparently is in talks to sign up to Celebs Go Dating. Oh, give it a rest, for God's sake. We had to have put up with it on This Morning yesterday. It's like sort of milking it now. I wouldn't mind, but this has been going on for some time. The Anglican priest who backs the church plan to reconsider God's gender. Well, you can't believe it, can you? But there it is. The next big thing for men, fashion-wise, are pearl necklaces. Pearl necklaces. I must get some. Of course, if you go to Mardi Gras in New Orleans, they give away these blooming things for free. The girls, aged 11, nicked over a school racist attack outside the school gates. At 11, I ask you. Imagine what their parents are like. Katie Price signs up for the Celeb Cooking School on Channel 4. They've also put her bankruptcy hearing back again. I mean, I can't understand how this woman got away with 14 holidays last year and doesn't pay her debts. She owes $3.2 million. Get her into court. She doesn't pay. Shove her in prison. Like everybody else. People who don't pay. You know, a convicted drunk driver on God knows how many occasions. I feel that absolutely is appalling. I found the cheapest dozen red roses for Valentine's Day, if you're really thinking about how cheap you can go. $4.99 for a dozen red roses, which is not bad. I reckon that we'll be doing by a couple of days' time, I reckon at least by the weekend, they'll be doing 100 roses, I reckon, for under 25 quid. That's what I reckon. 100 red roses. They won't come from this country. They'll be coming in from all over the place. So Zelensky meets the king. He doesn't even bother dressing up for it. I mean, it's an absolute outrage. You're supposed to dress up for it. He's wearing trainers. Dirty trainers. You know, and he turns up in a cavalcade, as if he was the president of the United States of America. And he's coming round with his begging bowl, and we're giving the thing. But he didn't need to come over here to do this. We could have actually just sort of, you know, he picks up the phone and goes, you know, can I speak to, you know, Rishi or whoever your prime minister is at the moment, and can I have some planes? Can I have some... Yeah, of course you can. You don't need to waste time and money. I thought the whole idea was to save money. He wants jets. I don't know where they're getting the money from for fueling them. The rift threatening to divide the Britain's Got Talent judges. Not really. It's just, you know, it's Bruno Tonioli just being a silly old tart on the television, and the girls are not happy. Also, the rider and horse booted out of posh stables, because if you've got a horse but you don't have anywhere really to stable the poor thing, then you go for livery. So you go to a stables, and for £100 a month, 600 quid a month, whatever it is, you put your horse there. Anyway, she takes her horse there, and it's only had a quiet word, and they said, listen, I'm terribly sorry, we don't really want you here again. This is an upmarket livery stable, and you're on the OnlyFans site. And, you know, it's not doing our reputation any good at all, because people who go on that kind of thing, a little bit lower class, OK? So anyway, so she's taken a horse out and put it somewhere else. Simple as that, actually. Tom Kerridge is selling a ready-made pie. It's a fish pie for 60 quid. And the papers are going, well, I can't believe he's doing that. These are the same journalists who go out there. They would think nothing of spending 60 quid on a pie, let me tell you. It's only for you poor people that they're doing this to make you feel, you know, I reckon that Tom, because they go, oh, and you can buy a Young's fish pie for like $3.75 or something. You go, yeah, it's not the same as Tom Kerridge. Tom Kerridge will be doing a really, really super-duper pie with the best quality of every sort of fish you can imagine. So it's not like that at all. But you know what the journalists are like? It's a case of let's pretend that we really care about people and go, because you wouldn't afford 60 quid. Listen, if he didn't think he could get 60 quid for his pie, he wouldn't be selling the blooming thing. He's Tom Kerridge. If you go to Gordon Ramsay's place for lunch, if you really must, then he's charging... What is it, 300 quid for a Valentine's Day dinner? I'd rather stay in and get a bucket of KFC. So much more entertaining, and nobody's swearing at you. Oh, it doesn't include booze, by the way. No booze at all, which is a bit of a shame. Steve says, Roger, do we care if the civil servants walk out on strike for 20 days? No, I couldn't care less either. It makes no difference to me. Half of them are working from home anyway. That's the best fiddle going, isn't it? What do you do? I'm a civil servant. No, I'll ask you the question again, Sweet Pea. What do you do? Anybody know what we're civil servants? Yeah, but what do you do? We're running the country. No, you're not. What do? You're spongers. You're spongers and people who shirk the jobs. Somebody says, why don't we sell the planes to the Ukraine? Well, I mean, we could I don't know where you go for second-hand planes. So do you have any second-hand planes? OK, we'll take 3 of those nice big shiny ones over there, and can we still get the KFC? OK, we'll have the KFC as well, actually, and a cuddly toy. Should be very nice indeed. What else do we have? Oh, a lot of cats are turning up. We've got a lot of people out there. There's a few people with, let's just call them illnesses. These cats have turned up with their fur shaved. Somebody's taken a shaver to them and cut their fur for no peculiar reason. We had somebody a short while ago, didn't we? Cats were turning, they were been poisoned in a village. And it turned out it was another one of these very stupid people who deserves to be taken, put in prison and left there for the rest of their life chained to a wall. OK? But these cats have turned up with their fur shaved. There's some very odd people out there. Very, very odd people. Police have stopped a dopey driver. Why? Eating soup at the wheel. I saw somebody eating cornflakes at the wheel of their car crossing Hampton Court Bridge a few years back, about 2 or 3 years ago. And she was sitting there in the traffic eating from a bowl with a spoon on it. What a stupid woman. I was praying she had an accident all by herself and plunged into the River Thames. Can't have everything, can you? Boris has signed up with an after-dinner speech agency. Dogs are more loving than your other half. The Sussexes may be made to give evidence as the stepsister sues for about $75,000. Good, good. Let's stop them pretending that they're Z-list celebrities. Diesel prices, lowest for 11 months. Diesel price doesn't affect me. I don't drive a diesel car. And what else have we got? Diana's letters, where she talks about not being happy in this particular world. And Nagaman Chetty, not happy with the 365,000 quid they give her for reading words off an auto cue, because it's really complicated to do that. She pocketed £50,000 in 3 months for out of work things. She must need the money, I suppose. I felt a bit sorry for her. I felt like putting a quid in an envelope and sending it on, going, "If you're that bloody hard up, dear." So not happy with the I'll tell you what, why don't the BBC just get rid of her? You can find somebody cheaper to read an auto cue. It's not difficult. She doesn't need to do anything. It's like the One Show should have been ditched ages ago. What a pile of rubbish that is. Keir Starmer says, "I still want to make gender change easier." That's a vote winner immediately, isn't it? You can imagine for the Labour Party, who must be sitting there going, shut up. Shut up. You're not going to get in if you start talking like this. People want to hear what you're going to do for them, not a very, very tiny minority of people who get discussed and get dealt with. But, you're not going to win votes on that. Imagine you're a coal miner's daughter up in Easington or something like that. They go, he wants to make gender change easier. What? He wants to make it easier if you want to change your sex, Gran. Oh, all right, I'll change my sex. It's you're not going to win. You're not going to win on that, mind you. I've got a bet on with somebody that Labour will not win the next election. They've got to change certain things, and Starmer would be top of that list. Starmer's he's not. I don't think he's got the working man at heart. I don't think he really cares about the working man, which is a shame. Mayor Khan said, "I'm going to give wood burners the chop." Why don't you mind your own business? Keep your beaky nose out of our business. We don't come round to your house and say, "Oh, I don't think you should have your garden like that at the front." Ridiculous. And senior Liverpool councillors have got their parking tickets cancelled. Why? Because they're senior Liverpool councillors. That's the whole idea. There's no point in being in the council, is there, if you can't have the old fiddle dropping the old things like that. God, blimey. What was the other one I quite liked? Which was anger at the president of Turkey. All the people on the news last night. Where is he? Where is he? Why are they not doing anything? Where's the water? Where's the food? He's off swanning it. He's off swanning it, he doesn't care. And we found another really thick couple. This time, unfortunately, they're American. And where did they go to? They went to Mykonos on holiday. And they went to that seafood restaurant, which is run by crooks. And they cheat you. And they ended up... these are the restaurants where you walk past them. There's somebody outside who is called the person who gathers in. Hello, come in. We have lovely food here. Well, we don't really, but we're lying to you, but who the hell cares? Come in, come on. We have them all down here in Leicester Square. You walked in the daytime, there's greeters on the front of every restaurant going, and they're holding menus. Like to come in? Like you can't make up your own mind whether you want to eat or not. hello, do you want to sort of eat? Do you want to eat? And they go in. Anyway, in Mykonos, this restaurant's been done before for this. They're rip-off merchants. They're total rip-off merchants. So this couple go in there. They go, oh, perhaps we'll just have a drink. Big mistake. Big mistake. So they went for some mojitos, I think, and they looked at them on the menu and it said 25 euros, which seemed extortionately expensive. So it was a rip-off to start with. Unfortunately, they didn't realise. They thought the restaurant staff were being nice to them. What would you recommend? Oh, crab's legs are very good. And some salad. Lovely. So they had some mojitos and they had some crab's legs. They took a picture of it. It was very nice. And they had a picture of the salad, and it was all very nice. And they got given a bill of just under £800. That's how rip-off this restaurant is. It's been exposed in all the newspapers. Don't go within a mile of it. If you're stupid enough to go to Mykonos, it's your own bloody fault. But they got charged £800, and they went, why is that? They went, but it says £25 for the mojitos. They went, oh no, that's for the shot glass. That's how much they rip people off, because they're crooks. They're crooks. It's not complicated. They're crooks. And so, consequently, they said, well, we're not paying that. And they went, you are. Oh, you are. Unfortunately, if you go to one of these sort of places, you basically entered into a contract with them. If you sit down, they give you a menu and you go through it and you order things, you pay for it. The fact that they've ripped you off is neither here nor there. And because all the waiters gang up on people going to this restaurant, somebody should stand outside, I don't think it'd last 5 minutes, and go, rip off people, they're going to rip you off, they're going to cheat you. It's as simple as that. Mind you, talking of cheating you, I got a text the other day. I love it when it's a text from a company that I use all the time. And in this case, it's Amazon. And it's a spoof text. But I wonder how many people fall for it. Because if you fall for it, you're in big trouble. You might have fallen for it already. I shall tell you what it is after this.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, it's so nice to have your company this morning. I'm feeling in such a chipper mood. I'm feeling in a really good mood, although Dave from Unknown, that means he's probably a Nick or something, says, I could do your job, just read the newspaper and be unpleasant people. So he's illiterate as well, unfortunately. But it's not your fault, Dave. I mean, you can't help it. If you're stupid, you're stupid. But, I think he's barred. Shall we bar him? I think people like that, you have to put out their misery, because so far I haven't read a newspaper. So more fool you, eh? More fool you. I loved it. What was I watched a great put down the other day. It was by a comedian. I'll have to run through it in my mind to discover whether or not it was really good. Anyway, it was somebody who actually heckled a comedian, and the heckle went. I won't finish it for you, but I'll see how I go. And somebody said, "Sorry, when does the comedy start?" And the comedian, who's very well known, he's called Jimmy Carr. He thought about this for a while and said, when does the comedy start? He said, listen, and he then went into this long sort of diatribe about things, resulting in him insulting this poor soul's mother, which was really funny. The audience absolutely loved it, but the person in there, because you do get people who are a bit thick, a bit like Dave, he can't help it. I could read the newspapers and be unpleasant to people. Well, of course you can't, Sweet Pea. That's why you're not doing it. That's why you're not doing it. Why don't you send in a tape? Sorry, I have to explain that. A tape, T-A-P-E. Perhaps you wouldn't understand it. It's like that person the other day saying you don't need to spell the word holiday. Unfortunately, we do. Dave can't write. And he's technically an adult. A bit thick, but it doesn't matter. So anyway, I get this spoof text the other day and a message from Amazon customer service. Now, I use Amazon almost on a daily basis. If I'm sitting on the train, I'll order something. So they've got my email address, but that's easy. That's not difficult. Hello, not Steve or anything like that, just the email address. We have temporarily placed your Amazon account on hold and cancelled any pending orders or subscriptions because we detected unusual activity on it. You know how thick these people are. To restore your account, you can click the button below and follow on-screen instructions. My advice is, for those terminally stupid, do not click on anything, okay? Once you have provided the required information, we will review it, thickos, and respond within 24 hours. Thicko crooks. You cannot access your account until this process is complete. If you don't complete your account, recovery within 3 days, we will lock your Amazon account permanently. We are sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused. Thank you for your attention. You see, nobody would write, thank you for your attention. That's written by stupid people. Well, of course, I immediately, having received that, went on to Amazon, ordered, everything as normal. So they're liars. And so be very careful, because it's then got a little box which goes, sign into Amazon. They're looking for your password. They don't have your passwords. They want your passwords so they can do it. But of course, luckily, I'm well ahead of it. So we didn't bother with them. We didn't bother with them at all. But I love the way they were going to. So, you know, if you don't do it within 3 days, this would frighten people. People like Dave of a limited intelligence. You know, poor soul, he wouldn't know. He'd see that as genuine. He'd click onto it, give him all his details. My bank account number is, 1734976/2, sort code 201019. You know, Dave would hand over all this sort of stuff, being a bit Thimpel. Not the brightest penny in the box. Steve, you're on fire this morning, says David in Twickenham. I get really good days. I said to my brother. I said to my boss the other day, because he sat me down and had a cup of tea and all the rest of it. We chat about life, the world, the meaning of how good everything is at the moment, and how successful the show is, and how the figures are up by a substantial amount, which we were very pleased about, actually, because that's always good news. Because you never know whether or not you're doing it right until you get the audience figures. And at the moment, Global is like riding this wave. We are surfing, to radio happiness. Other radio stations, mentioning no names, BBC Radio Shropshire, they don't have an audience. They don't have an audience. They have They don't have an audience. That's what's so embarrassing for them. They're so desperately, struggling to keep abreast of everything that there's nothing they can do. And the reason is they sort of go, people want local news. No, they don't. No, they don't. People don't want, nobody gives a toss about local news. Nobody. They really don't care anymore. People just, they like to hear about what's going on in the world. So we like to know about the fact that, Zelensky's visit over here could have saved. I mean, God knows what that cost. He'd have to be put up in hotels. They'd have to, unless they've got a bed and breakfast for him or a tent on the Strand. I don't know how else they're going to manage it. And he was leaving London with Rishi Sunak by helicopter. And, we said, yes, of course. There's never been any problem with us helping. That's what we do. We help other people out. But he could have saved a small fortune by coming over here at the moment. And Naomi in Manchesterford says you're irreplaceable. Well, I love Dave thinks he can do it, but he's so stupid. Don't say anything. Don't say anything to him, for God's sake. He won't really understand anything. And now he can't reply to us either, which must be annoying him, all the way through. Because I love things like that. If we get somebody who's really stupid, we just delete them, and they can't write ever again. They have to go and buy another phone. So, I'm providing the economy with some good income, more people having to buy phones, but then Dave's, it's not even stupid. It's beyond stupid and thick, isn't it, really? Can't do anything. Steve, love your show. Just home from a night out in Jamaica. It's a bit of a long way to go for a night out, isn't it? Sue and Andy. They're in a hotel. How exciting. They say, we've got 40 years together, and you've gone to Jamaica. I mean, blimey, it must be costing an arm and a leg. Shane says, I was an idiot. Australia Post said I had a parcel. I was waiting for a DVD, but the message was a fake. Oh, there's loads of them. If anybody says, if any of these little emails that pop up say, click on this box here and fill in the details, don't even click on it. Don't even click on it. I mean, I feel I'm doing my bit by telling people there are people out there, a bit like Dave, a bit stupid, and they think that they can cheat you. They can cheat you. I got another one, actually, as well. I must be really good, actually. This is from Amazon. Oh, wait, no, yeah, it was another one. Talking about something I ordered a year ago. They go, you might need to resend it back to us because it could be faulty goods, which I thought, taking you a year to come up with this one. They're so late. Martin says, got to disagree with the Aunt Bessie's mashed potato, not a patch on the herb and butter. No, sorry. Only Aunt Bessie's, or failing that, Iceland's mashed potato. It's as simple as that. Stephen says, I get this Amazon rubbish all the time. Look at the email addresses. Never click on anything. These people are scum. I love it when they get caught out in the call centres in India. They're fantastic. There's this bloke on, he's an American. He's really good. He is really good. And it's a case of he sends these things. They go to the call centres. They know where they are in the buildings because, believe it or not, the government, they seem to have two sides of their businesses. One is the legit side and the other are the crooks. And they're making millions. Millions. Because they're bent. And they're respectable families, supposedly. They're bent. It's really unbelievable. But anyway, he then sends them a box in the post. But it's one of those boxes that they sell in... they do them in America because they get a lot of doorstep nicking. Somebody will deliver from Amazon or whoever it happens to be, and somebody else will see the parcel. They'll pull the car in, run up to the door, pick it up, run away with your parcel. Because in America, nobody seems to check these sort of things. So this guy came up with this thing. It's a box. Once they open it, this thing explodes with glitter, smells, everything else, and it goes wee. It takes photographs of them and everything. Well, it completely throws them out. So what he's done in the call centres in India, the crooked, bent ones, where people are pretending, yeah, my name's Kevin. No, your name is Patel. He'll say to them, you've got to watch this guy. It's such a clever thing. They get really angry with him and they call him every name under... Makes Gordon Ramsay's conversation look almost tame by comparison. But anyway, so he sends them these presents. They're not used to them. One of them, they open it up. This thing then senses action. And what happens is a door flips open at the top and about 40 cockroaches pile out in these call centres. Well, you've never seen anybody move so blooming fast. And the glitter and all the things and all the rest of it. It's fantastic. It is fantastic. And then he said to one woman, he said, because he's got, for some reason, I don't know how this works, because I'm not au fait with this sort of thing, but obviously his computer is linked into their computer. He can see the call centre. He can see them in there talking to him. And so he had a woman on, and she said, oh, my name is Margaret. And he said, no, he pretends to be a woman, so he's altered his voice slightly. And they have voice recognition things. And she said, my name is Margaret, and can I get some details? He said, no. He said, your name is Pretty. And so she went, she's looking around, she goes, no, my name is Margaret. But he can see them. And he said, I'm looking at you now, dear. He said, your family name is Pretty. I know it is. And she goes, ah! Because they suddenly realise that they've been caught out. And he then questions them. He says, do your parents know what a crook you are and how you're cheating people out their money? Fantastic. I love stuff like that. Richard and Julie in Orpington, another one they got. Parcel from DPD, please click it. Yeah, anything that says click here, do not click here. Anything that says that, do not. It makes it so much easier, actually. Makes it so much easier when you don't sort of have any of these sort of people around. So, in other words, I got the Amazon email, says somebody in Tottenham, ignored it, went straight onto Amazon, ordered something. Yeah, that's what I do. I knew it was fake immediately. What you want to do is you want to go around and box their ears, don't you? You really want to box their ears in. You want to teach them a lesson, which is by far the best. Oh, I've lost the thing. Where's the have we lost it? The thing that goes delete, drop or something. I don't seem to have it. No, how do we get rid of somebody? I've just... yes, it seems to have disappeared. That's what I'm saying. Where is it? Well, we shall have to... I don't know. We'll have to get it back, actually. We will have to get it back again. No, I tried that. There it is. There it is. Oh, thank goodness. There you go. La. Sorry. I know, call me evil, but there you go. That's the way it goes. You start writing prattish stuff, you get treated like an idiot. Sainsbury's frozen mashed potatoes are the best, Steve. No, they're not. It's Aunt Bessie. Have you seen this little old woman? What are you trying to do? Take away her living? She made apple pies. She makes cherry pie. She makes everything, Aunt Bessie. She makes Yorkshire puddings, trying to do this poor old woman out of a living. It's ridiculous. She's slaving away in the kitchen, and you're going, try Sainsbury's. I don't think so. Steve, have you seen the tech whiz who calls the scammers and takes their stolen money? Oh, I'll tell you the best one. It's the same guy. He deletes their files. While they're on the line, he goes, well, I think you've been cheating me, and I'm going to do this. And he goes, oh, please stop, what are you doing? And he goes, well, I'm going to, and all of a sudden their entire pages disappear and they start crying, which is fantastic. Did the bus drivers stop at your closed bus stop yesterday? Yes, they'd taken the closed off it, which they should have done the day before. And we were told by Ice Cream Ian that, in fact, the bus stop was open again. And it stopped. I got it within seconds. Within seconds. It was fantastic. If you want to be healthier, masticate. Masticate a lot. You've got to chew your food. My mother used to tell me that years and years ago. She said, Stephen, you're not doing it enough. It's as simple as that. And I said, oh, why? And it's because we can't wait to eat our food. We swallow really fast. You know, your mother spends 25, 30 minutes cooking something. It's gone in 3. And you're supposed to chew. The more you chew, the more healthy it is. But to be honest with you, don't you get bored with it? Oh, I get absolutely apoplectic. So I decided that I was going to chew, but if I had stuff liquidized, it was easier. Much, much easier. There was that person on one of those quiz shows, not a quiz show, on a boat programme on the television, who couldn't eat anything because I think she'd had her teeth done. And so everything was liquidized. Literally, the entire meal was liquidized. Bacon, sausages, whatever it was, hash brown, the whole lot, all liquidized, and just ate it like that. It looked disgusting. Absolutely. We'll take more of your texts in a moment. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. 4:30, the latest LBC News headlines with Charlotte Morgan.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. I trust you are well. Thursday, ever nearer the weekend. Woo! Wonder what the weather's going to be like over there. It's certainly not going to be warm, is it? I don't think it's going to be another bit of a cold time. But I tell you, my throw, which I bought ages ago now, is really good. It's sort of lightweight, and if you're sitting watching the television, you just drape it over your knees, because if you're sitting there in a pair of shorts, it's your legs that get a bit cold, and so you drape this over your knees, and it's just brilliant. It keeps the heat in, keeps everything in. I'm very grateful, and it was only cheap. It was only like $6.99. On the other hand, the one I've got on the bed, so I've got the Siberian Goose duvet, best duvet you can get, and as recommended by Nick Ferrari, so had to go for it. I've then got this thing on the top, which does look like it's an elk or something like that. It's quite thick and heavy as overcovers go on the top of it, because I sleep with the windows open, mainly because my mother always said fresh air is good for you in the bedroom. So I think that's really quite nice. And so I put this thing on, but the trouble is, because I obviously move about at night in the bed, this thing ends up on the floor. And on a couple of occasions, I've ended up with it on the floor. You know, all of a sudden you're having this dream, and you dream that you've fallen off something. You wake up and you have. I've fallen off, and I'm surrounded by all these sort of this duvet and all the rest of it. Dreadful, isn't it? Below Deck was the programme, and a right proper diva. Oh, wasn't she just? But they tipped well. $22,000 they tipped, which I like, actually. But Below Deck, you're quite right, it was. Oh, they all went out drinking the other day. Right bunch of old soaks. And then they had to wake up in the morning and start getting the boat ready, because they had people who chartered it, and it was okay. It was okay. What else we got? There's a naked woman. She was running through something, I don't know, obviously a drunk. And so the police tried to sort of help her, and she lashed out at them. Anyway, she's got herself into trouble, which is very good. And the other one was a drug dealer who very stupidly was on the internet, which they don't think people can see. But in fact, you can see people. The police have access to this sort of stuff. And it was very good. It was very good, because he put down that he was a pigeon fancier. So they were able to find him quite quickly. So he's got now 11 years in prison to actually find out just how desperately sad pigeon fancying is. Steve, you took me back about 40 years. My ma used to say, I'll box your ears. That's how long it is, says Kieran in Dublin. How long since I heard anybody saying that? Yeah, no, the favourite one in our thing was wait till your father gets home. That was the... that was enough to put the fear of God into just everybody. Where'd you buy your cheap throw from? Everywhere. Everywhere. They're all over the place. All over the place. And, mainly garden centres. Garden centres do these throws. You can buy them in department stores, but they're a bit more expensive. But they're really cheap. Really cheap. And they're just absolutely brilliant for an elderly person, a loved one, or just somebody you're not too sure about. You know, and you put it over your knees, and then when you put your feet up on the settee, you drape it over you, and it's like having your own mini duvet. It's fantastic. I think I paid about $6.99. Chris says, great show as usual. You don't need to tell me, mate. I've seen the audience figures. And it says, your Amazon faulty goods text or email could be a real one. No, it's not. It's faulty. It's faulty. The manager's faulty. What do you mean faulty? Do you remember that line from Faulty Towers? It was lovely, actually. Yeah. What have we got here? I always listen live when I'm on early shift. And I'm a diabetic, type 1, off to the hospital today to have an abscess drained. Oh, dear. Can't you just go to the doctors and do things like that? Have you seen that programme on the television, Dr. Pimple or something? Oh, who are these people who want to go on the television and show you parts of their anatomy? They had a bunch of peculiars a short while ago, people who want to be various things that they're not. There was one bloke, he'd had all this cosmetic surgery to look like Superman. He's had his hair transplanted, so it's got the little kiss curl at the front and everything. He looked really weird. These people there's something the matter with them. There was a woman who had enormous bosoms, and she wanted them twice the size. And they went, you won't find anybody to do it. And she said, well, I shall go and find somebody who will do it. You know, I go to some countries where they're not particularly fussy about it, and you think, you know, you need to get help. You need to get help. There was a woman years ago who used to feature on some television program called, is it Lola Farango or Lola Falula or something? She had these enormous bosoms. I mean, there was a stripper in America called Chesty Morgan, and she had an 88-inch chest. 88-inch chest. I mean, her trick was to get on stage and try to stand up. That was the thing, and sort of make sure she was leaning in the right direction. Terrible. And another one says, Shane, I've seen on the telly an American man booked a flight to Sydney. When his flight was landing, he thought it shouldn't be that quick to get to Australia, and it was snowing. He booked the wrong flight. He'd landed at Sydney, Montana. My favourite was the old lady from Italy who gets on a plane to go and visit family in America, gets off the plane, sees who she thinks is the family, gets in the car, and then she suddenly looks around and saying, I don't know who these people are. So she said, who are you? And they went, but you're Mrs. So-and-so. And she went, no. It turned out she just got in a random person's car. They did it on Only Fools and Horses, where Rodney and Del go to this woman's house because they had the address. And so she goes, oh, hello. And they go, hello, Grandma, how are you? And all the rest. So she said, well, I'm good, thank you. Anyway, she cooks them dinner. And at the very end of dinner, she says, excuse me, she said, ask you. She said, but who are you? And he went, we're your cousins, Auntie. And so she goes, no, I haven't got any cousins. And he goes, yeah. And then he goes, oh, my God, we're in the wrong house. Auntie's moved. But this poor woman had made these food things, actually. Just heard on the news, says Naomi, my Alexa, the Faulty Towers is returning. I'd get rid of it. It's obviously out of date, love. We did that story yesterday. In fact, it actually started the day before yesterday. Get rid of your Alexa. It's rubbish. You're wasting your time with it. Seriously, it's not good enough for you. You need something a lot better. Nick Abbott has a lot of trouble cooking the perfect chip in his air fryer. Well, he's fibbing to you, Cat. He's not allowed chips. His doctor's issued him with one of those things. Don't eat chips. He's got through bags of potatoes. He can't seem to get it right. Oh, no, what do you buy an air fryer for? The whole idea of chips is they've got to be deep fried. I mean, you can have oven chips, but the best thing to do with oven chips is cook them in oil, because they've got oil impregnated, and then you get double oil. And it's like triple cooked chips. Really crispy. Really crispy. But, no, perfect chips in an air fryer. I don't think so. Excuse me. Let's have a little slurp of the old hot tea. I did write this morning on Twitter. I did say that my cups of tea in the morning are very good. I feel I need them. I do need my cups of tea. I don't know why. Funny, I used to drink coffee for years. I couldn't survive on the programme without drinking coffee, and then I suddenly realised that a cup of tea gives me the same hit. I get sort of, I get buoyed up by it, which is, the fact that, I have to tell them how to make it for me. I have to say to them, you've got to put hot water in. They've tried doing it with cold water. It doesn't work the same at all. And also, you've got to leave my bag in. I want to see the bag floating around to the top like a scene from Jaws. I'm not particularly bothered about strong. I just like it to be the same strength all the way down. It's got to be the right colour as well. It's got to look a little bit like sort of caramel. That's the I've given them a little colour chart that goes along with it, so they have to hold I know it seems a bit finicky, but you hold the colour chart up against the coffee cup to see which one it looks like, and that's the way it works, which is fantastic. So 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, I remember Chesty Morgan in the 1970s. She was an adult movie star. Are you sure? I thought she was just a stripper. It's like Gypsy Rose Lee was a stripper. In fact, the show Gypsy is based around Gypsy Rose Lee, but she was clever. She was a stripper who didn't show anything. That's why it was called strip tease. They would tease people into thinking that they saw things, so she would have the curtain there, take off the bra, take off the gloves and all the rest of it. You never saw anything. You never saw her naked. Kind of defeats the object, doesn't it? But it was a strip tease. They were only teasing you. And also they were a bit funny about it. But, if you've seen the film Gypsy, very good film, about her life story, how she sort of grew up and then she went on the halls and her mother was saying, oh, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. But she became a huge star. People requested her. Minsky's, one of the top places. Apparently a cup of tea contains 20 milligrams of caffeine, says Harry. Oh, right, really? Oh, I don't know. Heather reckons it's Mark Rober that does the glitter bombs. Hilarious. Oh, I love it. I love it. And Anthony says aunties have nephews, not cousins. Who cares, pedant? Doesn't make any difference, does it? Picking on things like that, honestly. I saw you're absolutely... I'm going to delete you. I've decided I've had enough of you already. There's been nobody left, actually, which is fantastic. But the audience has gone up so much. I can afford to shed a few 100,000 and still we're more than most other places. It's embarrassing, honestly. I said to my boss, can we not share them out with other people less fortunate than ourselves? And he said, well, we could, but we won't. And I thought, oh, OK. So what's in the paper today? Oh, Nicola's family nightmare. The lady in the river who's disappeared. They think that somebody else has disappeared in the same spot. But unfortunately, people are turning up to take photographs of this bench. These are sick people. A really nice to have your company. Friday, February the 10th. Whee! Very excited. We like the weekend. But that week, to be honest, we're not that particular fussy. We like every single day, which is absolutely brilliant. Some Tory MPs the other day were backing their new chairman over his talk about bringing back the death penalty. That's done a lot of good for nobody. The worst hot dog, which they bought at a rugby stadium. Football stadium, I think. But then I've always found that food at rugby and places like that is a bit naff anyway. Burt Bacharach died at the age of 94. The Prince and Princess of Wales have secret meetings with DJ Jax Jones. Rihanna says it's very exciting to be back on stage after 7 years. And the Chinese balloons, which aren't weather balloons at all, they're so full of equipment which they can transfer back by transmitting it. Why can't they tell the truth? For goodness sake, naughty porcupines. They think they've spied in Britain as well. Plus, the search for Nicola has now moved to the sea. It's taken them 2 weeks. They're not the brightest police force in the country. They have no idea. They've dredged the river, quite clearly nothing at all. And so now they're moving out to the sea. But that's 17 miles away from where she disappeared. So I don't know where this is going to end. I don't have great feelings about it, unfortunately. The ex-Labour MP who cheated and fiddled his expenses because he owed money to drugs dealers, been jailed for 4 years, which was very good news. And yet, strangely, there's a police officer who has just been convicted of possessing, well, years ago it was called kiddie porn. He's a paedophile, and he had thousands of images, and they haven't decided what. They think he'll lose his job. What do you mean? They think he'll lose his job? That didn't make any sense at all to me. It really didn't. But you know what people are like. The number of people stabbed to death hits another high. Taniel Revan has been axed from Love Island. I don't know who they are either. Could be the cat or something like that. And also be careful if you get Valentine's bouquets. If your dog eats it, they could die. They could die. That's the kind of thing. Pele's golden ball set to net £50,000. Corrie's Kevin marks 25 years of being sober, because once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. You know, you can keep saying, you know, I'm now 25 years sober, 26 years sober, 27. You only have to have one drink, you're back on it immediately. It's as simple as that. It's resisting, so you're always an alcoholic. The Met's first black cop on racism in the force, 50 years on. 50 years on. I can remember years ago seeing sort of black police officers and thinking, you get it from both sides, don't you? There was no happy medium because the black community kind of turned on people because they didn't think that they were for them. Now things are slowly changing, but by God, it's taken enough time. The stable girl who romped with Harry, it was basically a one-field stand, and she urges him to make up. Can't imagine why. I mean, as if that's going to be happening anytime soon. They've uncovered a Roman road. They were very good, the Romans, very good. And do you think the Magic Kingdom, what it do, Pluto, will last another 100 years? We don't know. We don't know. And quite sickening, a woman seen goading girls attacking a black pupil. Get some very stupid people out nowadays. That woman should be arrested. Luckily, they've identified her, which is very good. Holiday car hire fees jumped by £100 a week. And the lovely Perdita has made the front cover of, like, the American version of Radio Times. They think she's a huge star. We think she's a huge star. So congratulations. And the 5 million kids who are still living at home, it's the roof of mum and dad. And the answer is, why would you bother moving out? It's way too expensive. You could say, you know, I think I'll stay at home. I was talking to somebody a short while ago, and I said, oh, you know, you're going home for this weekend? They went, yeah. And I said, oh, right. I said, you know, will you be taking your washing home for your mother? And this person said to me, yes. And I said, but why? And so this person said, well, because she likes doing it. I said, don't be silly. Of course she doesn't like doing it. I said, shouldn't you at your age be the sort of person who can manage to do your own washing? And they went, yeah, but my mum loves doing it. I said, no, she doesn't. Why do people assume that mums love doing the washing and ironing and then having to bake and do lunch and all the... I mean, really? You know, it's just ridiculous. You know, give mums a break. They go, well, she had Mother's Day off, you know, and she'll get time off for her birthday. But the rest of the time, she likes cooking and cleaning and ironing and everything else, mowing the lawn with one hand, sweeping the yards. I think not. I think not. Steve, I watched on TV 24 Hours in A&E. I've seen that. I'm not very good at looking actually at those sort of programmes in case they sort of show bits of people's bodies and stuff like that, and then they go, okay, all lift together, 1, 2, 3, and you can see the person going, oh, it hurts. But I was shocked to see a couple that took in the daughter with an appendix. Were both eating a chicken curry and chips meal in the examination cubicle while their child was asleep. Yes, you do. It's like getting on the bus and people eating on the bus. I mean, really. You know, and not just eating things like a sandwich on the bus. I've seen people eating salads with coleslaw and everything else. And I did see somebody once with a takeaway curry on the bus. Peasants. You know, it's just ridiculous, you know. But I suppose if people have ordered something, then they're not really going to be sort of giving it up, are they? They're going to go... There was on YouTube an Uber driver who was supposed to be delivering a meal to some people, but he couldn't find the address, so he ate the meal. And this woman came downstairs and said, that's my meal. That's my meal. And so I went, oh, sorry. And he went, you're eating my meal, you thieving little toe rag. I mean, seriously, who are these people? Very worrying. Steve, do you know if Would I Lie to You is still running? I don't know whether they're showing repeats. I don't think they've got any new series. But, which is okay. James says, just got to the gym, fancy joining? Unfortunately not, far too busy, as you can well imagine. Steve, I've got an interview for a playground attendant job today. Not sure if I'll get it. It swings and roundabouts, really. Right, you're barred. And I've seen on the telly, so Shane Australia is going to get the 5th COVID booster in a couple of weeks. The last booster I had was at the chemist. I just walked in, no waiting. I'll do that again. Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I've got to go to the doctor's surgery today to do blood pressure test. I thought I was fine on that one, but she said you can come in and do it on our machine here. I thought, well, that's very exciting, isn't it? So I shall do that. That's the way that my weekend will pan out. Weather balloon, my foot, says Martin. Obviously a UFO. They probably retrieved it to Area 51 by now. Don't tell Jack. God's sake, honestly, don't tell him. He'll be so excited. I think he's actually saving up to go to Area 51. You know, Niall says there's plenty of dads that do cooking and ironing for their children too. No, there's not. Probably 3 in the whole world. The rest of them go, the wife will do it. That's what she's paid for. You know, she should be grateful she's got a job. I was trying to work out as well, because they said, oh, look, Vanessa Feltz is having her hair done. You know, because apparently that's what you do if you've just lost a relationship. And I remember thinking to myself, as an agony aunt, surely she should be looking at why the relationship failed after 16 years. That would be the thing I'd be keen to find out. Not, you've cheated on me. Why would somebody cheat if everything was going okay at home? You wouldn't. It's as simple as that. You have to sort of investigate. And then she was saying about how she didn't want to sort of let people know about her sort of private. You can't stop her talking about it at the moment. I've never known anything like it. It goes on forever and a day. And I think there must be something else going on. If somebody cheats, then that's the way it works, I'm afraid. Somebody cheats on you, it means that there's something missing in the relationship, because otherwise why would they cheat? So she's had her hair done, but there must be something else. I couldn't put my finger on it because I don't know. But I'm thinking if he's cheated numerous times, and then if they knew about it, she said that she didn't want to sort of let her audience know. Whereas I think Kelvin Mackenzie wrote and said, well, it doesn't make any difference. Her little TV show only attracts 5,000 people. And I said there's more people working on it that watch it. She earns 630,000 a year for that. But there's nobody watching these things. They put them at Piers Morgan, the pitiful audience that he gets. I mean, you've no idea how small it is, even though it's promoted by The Sun and everything. It's tiny. I've never had an audience that small in my entire life. Seriously, it was just amazing. Somebody says, buy your own blood pressure monitor. Yeah, I mean, I do have one, actually. But I'd rather go into the doctor's surgery and use theirs. I can't be bothered to put mine on there and then sort of push it. It's too exhausting. I get somebody else to do it, which is much better. Yeah, blood pressure monitors are only about 25 quid, if not less. Steve, I watched the Happy Valley final series, all 6 episodes. I've got a headache and my eyes hurt. Started at 7, finished at 1 a.m, says Rob, and I have to be at work at 6. You see, I don't even know what it was about. I know nothing about it. I'm really not remotely interested. There's enough things to sort of worry about on the television without worrying about that. I've got 2 parcels arrived yesterday. I'm so excited. And so I shall look forward to opening those. And I've got some stuff that's arriving from Amazon. And I have to tell you, if you live in Twickenham, here is a piece of advice. There is a beggar outside Marks and Spencer's. He sits by a tree and he just sits there. He's got one of those handwritten signs. They're all written the same. It's the same person who's written all of them. His 2 sisters also do the begging, and his geriatric father. They all beg. And the sign says, homeless, hungry, God bless you. I'm here to tell you that they're a family of crooks, okay? They are neither homeless nor hungry. They arrive in a car, and yesterday I was sort of watching him, and he just holds his hands out. He go, like that. He speaks perfect English because he was having a conversation with somebody when I walked past him a little bit later on, but he just does this, He's there to take money off the elderly. And there was a lady, I saw her getting her purse out and give him something, and she came to the bus stop, and I couldn't resist it. I said, excuse me, I said, I don't want to be nosy. I said, did you just give him some money? She said, yes. I said, why? She said, because he's homeless. I said, he's not. I said, he's a crook. I said, how much did you give him? She said, £20. I said, he's a crook. Him and his 2 sisters and the father, they're a family of crooks. They beg. They're not homeless at all. They sit out there and they because he comes into our car park, the one outside Marks and Spencer's, and counts his ill-gotten gains. We've got him on CCTV. Why the police haven't removed him for begging, I've got no idea. So I thought we'd get together, about 20 people, all sit round him as well, going, and see how that works. He won't stick around for very long, I promise you. But one of the girls in Marks and Spencer said he's there again. She's already called the police once, because he's basically conning old people. He doesn't care. But 20 quid. She said, I had no idea. I said, I know, that's what he relies on. He relies on the fact that you think that he is really homeless and on the streets. I said, has it never occurred to you? Look how neat his beard is. Look how clean his skin is. This is not a homeless person on the street. I know what homeless people on the street look like, because I see them in the Strand. He's not living on the street. Take my word for it. I can tell you, though, it's 4:15.
LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 18 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, and thank the Lord it's Friday. Thank the Lord it's Friday. Everything's going on this weekend. Jack's going home, and his mother's so excited that they packed up and moved and put the for sale sign up. And he likes Cadbury's cream eggs, which is just as well, actually. And because I said I bought a big box of them the other day from Costco. I do them every year, actually, because they do the big boxes with, I don't know how many's in it, 50, 60. I've really got no idea. I can't remember. But very good indeed. Steve, I've seen the begging lot you mentioned. I only gave £1. They work Kingston and they work Richmond as well. And there's the son who's got a beard, nasty, aggressive type. The two sisters who sit there, they don't say anything, they just sit there with their head down like that, but with a begging bowl in front. But they're very well scrubbed, and they've all got mobile phones. They keep them hidden under their blankets. That's what they do, and they all go for cigarette breaks at the same time. But they're professional crooks. But just be warned, at the moment, the bloke sits outside Marks and Spencer's, and he does this, he goes, like he can't speak. He speaks, believe you me. He speaks. Steve, coronation around the corner. Do you think Harry and Meghan will attend, says Omar? I couldn't give a toss. Who cares? Why are you worried about something like that? So they attend, they attend. They don't attend, nobody's going to worry about them. Nobody cares. My grandfather, says Carl, was a highly decorated soldier. Oh, how lovely. What, sort of like a Christmas tree or something like that? You know, he just sort of stood there. In fact, many people believe it was the tinsel on his helmet that got him shot. The old ones are the best, aren't they? They did that in a film. What was the film? It was some comedy film. And they decided to dress up one of their younger children as the tree because they couldn't afford a tree. So they stood him in the middle of the room on a box and put lights all round him, which I thought was sweet but cruel. You know, Jack won't be getting anywhere near Area 51. The security police will arrest you and beat you, says Jim in Texas. Because somebody suggested that Jack could be very excited knowing about the weather balloon, which is actually a UFO. And I said, well, it'll go to Area 51, and then Jack will be saving up, which we believe he is doing at the moment, to go there and just go, my name's Jack, and I work in London, and I'd like to see your UFO balloon. And they'll go, well, here it is. And we've got an alien as well. And Jack will be going, that is so cool. Can't wait to rub Steve's face in that one. Shane says, I laughed when you said Jack's parents moved out because he was coming home. Well, they've had the house up for sale for ages. Up for ages at all. They said, because he turns up on the doorstep. Luckily, he doesn't have a key because they've changed all the locks. And so he has to ring the doorbell, same as anybody else. You go, hello, and they go, oh, God, he's back. And, OK, put your washing in the kitchen. OK, Mum will get round to it at some point. Is it all mixed, you know, whites and coloured fabrics and things? Is that... Yeah, OK. Mother will find time to fit that in and do all the cleaning for you. You know, have you got any shoes that need cleaning? We'll do that the same way. And then he had the nerve to say, he said, but she likes doing it. Seriously, like fitting in with cooking, cleaning, hoovering. I said, stick a broom, you know, and she can sweep the yard, cut the grass, she can do everything. I'm assuming you've got grass at home. Yeah, extensive lawns, I should imagine. Paul says, is it safe to drink water from the bathroom tap? I always said no, because it comes from the tank. It comes from your tank in the loft, if you're lucky, because I don't know where else it comes from, actually. I don't have a tank in the loft. I still wouldn't drink water from the bathroom. And yet you use it for rinsing your mouth out after you've cleaned your teeth. Don't you? Yeah. Oh. Well, that's what I thought people did. You go, like that, sort of spit it all out. But apparently you're not supposed to rinse. After you've cleaned your teeth, you're supposed to leave all the toothpaste in your mouth. Well, that must look a bit ridiculous. You must look as though you're frothing at the mouth, having some sort of breakdown or something, or you've caught lurgy, something like that. Steve, in Croydon, we get the beggars that pretend to be disabled, says Joy. Oh, we had one in Twickenham. He's got a crutch just on one side, and he hops along the road, and with the other hand he holds out. He walks perfectly well. These people are crooks. Really dreadful. But it really infuriates me as a disabled person, says Joy. If they were actually disabled, they wouldn't need to beg. My friend once told a beggar in Piccadilly Circus that he was too clean and had an expensive haircut. He ran after her, saying a friend had done it. Did you see the one in America? He's on YouTube, and he pretends that he's had his legs amputated. And what he's done is he's sat down and he's crossed his legs behind him, folded them up over his body, and put on a pair of trousers so it looks as though his legs are there. And he pushes himself around on a board with casters on it. And so a film crew from one of the local stations said, so just go, doing that kind of thing. So they then, in broad daylight, they rip his trousers off, and you can see his legs folded up right behind him. There was another woman standing there. Used to have a sign, kids hungry and all this kind of thing. This is why it's so difficult for people to try and work out who's genuine and who isn't. And she had children, so they decided to follow her. At the end of the day, she would stand on the roundabout with homeless, need money to feed children. People would give her money, like these people who gave these beggars in Twickenham the other day money. Don't give them money, OK? If they're really homeless, then they're going to a place which is literally just up the road. But they're not, of course. They're going home to the house that they live in. But anyway, and they then followed her. She gets back to the car. She's got a brand new 4x4. The kids get in it. She takes all her gear off, puts on a nice pair of smart glasses, and that's what she does. She begs. She begs. You can't tell the difference between these people. Scrooged, says Stephen, is the film that got dressed up, the kid dressed up as a Christmas tree. It was Scrooge. You're quite right. It was brilliant, wasn't it? Loved it. And Roger says, I've seen a beggar get dropped off in a nice new E-Class Mercedes on Beecham Road. Yeah, that's what they do. Our ones were operated by a guy who was, like a pimp. And he would tell them where to go and sit. Sit outside KFC, sit outside here, sit outside Iceland, and just hold your hands and go, one of them was a really old woman, a crook, part of the same crooked bent family. Why the police don't do anything? I thought it was illegal to beg. Must have got it completely wrong, actually, but it doesn't matter. But you're quite right, Joy. People pretending to be disabled when they're not disabled. Or failing that, get extra on if you've got a dog. If you've got a dog sitting on a blanket, I mean, that's a winner. That's a winner. So, and the rest of the trouble is, because they're up half the night boozing round here, they spend all day sleeping. I've stood at the bus stop before now, and there's been two people behind me fast asleep. And I'm thinking, I want a job like that. Can't be bad. I have to come into work. In fact, I got stuck at the bus stop the other day with Jack. It was really embarrassing. I tried to make polite small talk. It was very embarrassing. He's sort of there, so he goes, oh, right, have you missed your bus? I'm thinking, oh, God, hurry up. I'm willing the bus to arrive as quick as possible. A bit like his parents. Well, not quite like his parents, but I mean, that would be a DNA test. But I mean, it's sort of a case, I'm sort of standing there and he's sort of saying, oh, right, so, and then I sort of felt duty bound to say, so which number bus are you getting? Vaguely looking around for some help, either a policeman or a social worker or something like that. Don't look for a policeman. You'll never find a policeman. No policeman around here at all. But it was sort of, and it went on for ages, and then a couple of buses came down. I said, was that your bus? Hoping to be on, heaven and earth, that would have been his bus. He went, no. I thought, oh, no. And then luckily my bus came, but I nearly missed it. My bus driver was had his foot down on the accelerator, 15 miles an hour. And so I put my hand out and it screeched to a halt. I went, yeah, see you, bye. And I was sort of sitting there thinking, don't wave. It's awful. It's like some friends of mine did it a while ago with a few years back, actually. They were on a tube train and they get off at one of the tube stops. And as they stand up to get off, they threw their arms around this friend of mine's neck, gave him a big kiss and said, see you later, Poppet. And then the door shut and he's left sitting there and the whole carriage was just looking at him like, what's going on? What's happening? I felt like that yesterday. Seriously. So I'm going to have to walk to the other bus stop. I don't want to be followed or anything like that. It becomes a bit like stalking. I was thinking, where's HR when you need them? Where's HR? They're not there. Steve, it was in Scrooge. Thank you, Callie. I must be one of the three. Do all the cooking and ironing for my two boys, 13 and 16. I've been a single dad for 8 years. And you still do the ironing for them at that age? Get them in the army. Get them in the army. They'll have to learn how to iron. I've never heard anything like it. You still do the cooking and ironing for two at 13 and 16? What lazy children they must be. Get them out there. I mean, surely they know how to operate a washing machine. I mean, with our Jack, it's, I mean, I should imagine that kind of defeats him. Is it hot wash, boil wash? Is it lukewarm? Is it on the tumble dryer? I should imagine he just stands there and goes, I can't do it. And his mother goes, oh, I'll do it. Leave it alone. And that's what he does. Pleads insanity. Steve, the legs folded scene you described is one of the opening scenes with Eddie Murphy and Trading Place. Oh, right. This is a genuine beggar. Somebody says water treatment. Chap at work says boil the bathroom water. The only time I will ever drink the bathroom water is if I'm taking a tablet. That's because I'm only taking a little bit of water. Although I'm quite lucky, I can take tablets dry. I take all my tablets in the morning dry. I just put them in my mouth and then tip my head back. No, they don't get stuck. And one of them's already started because of the saliva in your mouth. So one of them started dissolving anyway, because I think I get an aspirin as part of my prescription. But no, I just swallow them. And seems to work for me. Other people go, oh, how can you do that? And I go, well, actually, I don't find it too difficult. I really don't. You probably find I'm peculiar or something. You're not supposed to take tablets. How they all do different things inside your body, I've got no idea. I take 9 tablets in the morning, each one doing a different thing. And I think to myself, how do they know when they get in your body? Do they not confuse each other? And one tablet goes, get out of the way. I'm sorting it out first. I don't know. Steve, I was walking past a beggar at my local Tesco's yesterday and gave a £5 to the chap with a board on which was written Argentinian war veteran. As I dropped the note in the hat, he said, gracias, amigo. That's going to work, John. That's going to work. You didn't give a £5, Argentine war veteran. But the trouble is they've discovered that lucrative areas like Kingston, although Kingston High Street is a disaster at the moment, it's seriously looking naff. They've allowed shops to open, which, to be honest with you, you wouldn't look out of place in Hounslow High Street. They've got vaping or flashing signs, phones unlocked here and all that kind of... It really looks unbelievable. I went there the other day. I thought, well, we'll have to start cutting. At least the Bentall Centre looks okay. Although they've got some new food places going in. When it first opened, they had a food hall, and it was great. Then they knocked it out and put shops in, and then during the lockdown, a lot of the shops closed, which wasn't very good, is it? Greg's have a great idea. Buy a token for £2, give it to a homeless person. They get a hot drink and a pasty, says Sandra. And so you're not actually handing over cash. Well, this bloke sitting outside Marks and Spencer the other day, he must have made, 20, 30... He must have made 50 quid in 5 minutes. They don't need to worry about getting a drink and a pasty. Why would they want that? They're taking the money home. Simple as that. They're not hungry, these people. And I was sitting behind a lady on the bus, and her friend said, oh, I haven't seen you for a while, dear. How are you doing? She said, I'm doing all right. She said, where are you going to? And so the other woman said, oh, she said, because I'm a pensioner, she said, I'll get a free meal every day, hot meal, and you get a pudding. She said, and it's all for £3. She said, so I go there for its sort of pensioners' lunch. I was trying to find the address, I'll write it down. I can go and have a meal there and give it to Jack. He can go and help serve and then get a free meal for working there. And so there's all these different pensioners' places where you can go and get a nice hot meal, something nice like a stew or something like that. Anything with dumplings and potatoes and stuff like that. I love it. 4:30. Should we get the latest news headlines this morning for you with Daryl Jackson?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. And Steve. In days gone by, I used to like a Cornish pasty from M&S. The trouble is it's no good buying a Cornish pasty from M&S because they're cold. It's like if you go into Greggs, you can only get them hot when they've just come out of the ovens. The rest of the time, it's stone cold because apparently you pay VAT or something like that, which is a great shame because you're right. I like a warm or a hot Cornish pasty. I have bought one before now, but in Waterloo Station, in the West Country Cornish Pasty Emporium, which always sounds slightly dubious, they do them there, but they're like £6.50 for a pasty. I mean, it's just absolutely outrageous. It really is. I don't know why people sort of buy stuff from these places. It really is awful. Tom says, I love listening to your show whilst marking my students' exam papers. Oh, I'd have a field day with that. Fail. 3 out of 10. See me. I should get that all the time. But actually, I didn't have to suffer with anything like that. But I can understand how frustrating it must be to write down on something. You know, it was the report, wasn't it, at the end of the school term, which was the worst thing. And you'd go through it and you go, oh, God. And I'd go home, my mother would say, did you bring your report back? I say, yeah, I thought it's in my bag somewhere. But anyway, there was a beggar in Lewisham, says Tom, who spent all day outside of Sainsbury's asking for money. I saw him later on dressed smartly out clubbing at the venue. Well, Jack was just telling me that he's seen a beggar outside a certain supermarket. It's been his birthday for the past 2 weeks. So Jack, like Jack, because he's good, he turns up, bloody birthday cake. Happy birthday to you. Let's blow the candles out, puts the cake. There's another 12 cakes sitting behind him. Ridiculous. You have to, unfortunately, be cruel to be kind. You know, you can give money to charities, but don't give to chuggers on the street. I've always been a big fan of not giving anything to chuggers. These are the people who turn up. You won't believe how much they're earning. They're earning more than my lot here. Up to 15 quid an hour they're earning for jumping in front of you going, hello, do you want to be friends with Gay Wales? You know, that kind of thing. And you go, don't know really. And they go into their spiel. And all they're looking for, they used to at one time collect money. Now they're very clever. They want your phone number so they can target you for high-pressure selling. And it's always something you've never heard of. And they all put their little lanyards on. There'll be one person who's team leader. They've all learnt their scripts, and they operate outside stations, and they jump out in front of you. Hello? And I want to go, don't say that again to me, pal, all right? If you want to give money to a charity, give it to the charity. Don't give it to people who are earning up to 15 quid an hour. Conrad said some beggars are unbelievable. Well, most of them are unbelievable. I mean, I have to be honest, it is like that. Perdita says it's the season 5 premiere of Magnum PI next Sunday, which is lovely. And the reason that it's good is because she was on the front cover. Very good picture, actually. Very good picture. I've lost it, actually. Wait a minute, it'll come back to me in a minute. You have to give me a couple of minutes. I keep trying to find all these. I get all these text messages in, and my friend Ian sent one in. Wait a minute. God, there's all sorts of things actually today. In fact, there's so many good stories that are out today. I'll get round to you in a minute, Perdita. Bear with me, please. Bear with me, because I'm trying to find all of these different things. I will find them. It's just when. Could be either today, could be tomorrow. Who knows? So very pleased to hear that you saw season 5 premiere. So many people have been asking whether Higgins and Magnum can go the distance after finally getting amorous. You'll have to wait and see, says Perdita. My lips are sealed. So pretty. So pretty, Perdita. She's a bit too advanced for you, actually, Jack. It's not for you. Not for you. Have you seen Magnum PI? Well, you'd love it. It'd be right up your street. Fast cars. No, these are all new. This is top-notch stuff, pal. Top-notch. I have to tell him, Perdita. He doesn't know. He doesn't get out much. He plays computer games, okay? You know, if it's got sort of like that, he'd be playing it. That's what it is. I know how it works. Steve, here's the still from the already mentioned trading place where Eddie Murphy pretends to be disabled. Yeah, but this is a real person. This isn't Eddie Murphy. Perhaps he got the idea from this bloke. But this is a bloke who gets exposed by a TV channel, which I love. I love things like that when they sort of go up to people. I want to do a programme on a television where they go and confront trolls on their doorstep. That's what I want to see. I want, them to get a good reporter, for This Morning, and to find out somebody who's written abuse to maybe a presenter on This Morning, and then find out exactly where they live, go round with sort of the police and a solicitor to serve them with a warrant to take them into court, to charge them, and then just knock on their door. And I tell you, they'll be turning up. All their breakfast will be down the front of their dirty old pyjamas, filthy, dirty people. They won't work. None of them work because they're lonely. And they just like writing stuff like that. As I say, I'm lucky. I don't get any of that. I don't get anything at all. I mean, I get the usual stuff from Jack, sort of going, any surprises today, kind of thing that I should know about. And Steve says, Neil, I'm happy to buy a homeless person some food, but I won't give them money. Yeah, but how much food can they eat? That's the trouble. You see some of these people, they sit outside McDonald's. Well, there's only a limit to how many Big Macs and chips you can eat. So that's a bit pointless, isn't it? Jake says, if I buy a tea towel, do all proceeds go to make some noise? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think there's very many left, so you have to sort of cash in. I think there's some glasses as well, I remember seeing a little short while ago. The Groovy Gang glasses. Steve, you can't beat a big chunky Cornish pasty. However, when you buy one and it's just come out of the oven, you have to leave it 20 minutes for it cools. I know! Take the roof of your mouth off. He said, you're right, 20 minutes. I bought one the other day. And it was chicken and asparagus. Well, that's what it said. To be honest with you, it could have been absolutely anything at all. And I took it to there you go, Steve Allen, the Groovy Gang Prosecco glass, which is very nice. Even you've not got one of those, have you? No. No, you haven't got a tea towel either, have you? No. No. Oh, you got the mug, that's right. Yeah, he's got the mug. I gave him a mug, the Steve Allen magic mug. And he was very happy with that. The new tea towel's lovely, which is quite smart. That's still in stock, so that's good. There's a few of those left. And it makes an ideal Christmas present for a loved one or an elderly person. But I don't think you should ever use it. I think you should not use it. You should sort of hang it up in the kitchen on one of those little things that you get for tea towels and save it, because it's a piece of memorabilia. And only use it when I've passed on and I don't know about it. It makes it much easier. Ash in Margate says, all these pasties. Oh, well, I nearly took the roof of my mouth off. James says, why do people still say in this, the 21st century, does your mother do your washing? Do they not know that machines do it nowadays? Yeah, but they have to put it on. They have to take it out of the machine. They have to then hang it out to dry. Then they have to sort of get the ironing board out. They have to plug the iron in. And then they have to sort of, I'll stir the stew at the same time. Okay. It's too much for my Jack. He can't, it's not that he can't do it. It's just that he won't do it. It's just that he won't do it. I can right imagine he'd be right, bolshy little so-and-so. It was, it's just one of those things. But I was talking, actually, because we lived in Hong Kong, and the families would disable their own children. And we've got footage, cine film, of children on the side of the street chasing cars along, disabled children, dragging themselves along because their legs have been broken, and they drag themselves along and hold their hands out for money. It's heartbreaking. But that's what they do for a living. They're not doing it for any other reason, as they need that money, so their parents send them out. Dave says, I hate it when beggars sit next to the ATM. I know. And then they go, because they're really dumb, not. They go, got any spare change? Sorry? It's an ATM. Of course it doesn't do change. Why would you have spare change? It's like the people who, you're sitting in a pub with a packet of cigarettes, somebody says, you haven't got a spare cigarette, have you? And you go, no. It says 20 on the side of the packet, and I've got 20, so obviously there aren't any spare. If there was another 2 spare, I'd give them to you, you tight-fisted so-and-so. Shane says, I had a bloke, he said he was homeless, he demanded I'd take $50 out of the ATM. I told him where to go. Well, you directed him in the right way for the ATM or something like that? But it's very difficult trying to work out the genuine people from the out-and-out crooks. That's why I tell you about Twickenham, because they might be in your area. You'll see people sitting down doing the, like that kind of thing. And you think, well, it's funny, actually, because you speak perfect English. I don't know why you'd start pretending you don't. But, no, I never, I knew somebody when I was out with Dale one night. Some bloke stopped us outside Joe Allen's, and he said, oh, hi, Dale. He said, you couldn't give me the train fare back to Liverpool. I remember... It was a lot of money, and I remember thinking, and I remember saying to Dale, don't give him anything at all. The train fare back to Liverpool. Honestly. We have to get up in the morning. My boys have to get up in the morning, get themselves ready. One of them. And, and then sort of come into work. And they like it. They're very happy. They come in, and then they go home, and Freddie goes to bed. But it's Friday today, so Friday is the day when I used to work nights. Because I don't class this as nights. I class this as, it's called early breakfast. That's what the management call it. That's what everybody in the business calls it. You know, couldn't care less what a troll would call it. They haven't got the faintest idea anyway. And it's a case of I would finish on the Friday, go home, and I would stay awake as long as possible. So that when I went to bed on the Friday evening, I could then have a proper weekend of the Friday and the Saturday. It's very difficult trying to condition yourself. I was talking to somebody in the newsroom a couple of days ago, and they were saying, trying to get into this routine. I said, it's impossible. You know, you really have to apply yourself so that, because, I mean, I have had people fall asleep on the programme, not because it's not terribly interesting and entertaining and funny and witty and controversial. It's because they're tired, you know, and they're young. I'm older than they are. Like, even if you add their ages together, I'm still older than they are. But it doesn't matter, because I'm used to doing it. They have to sort of get themselves together and manage it, you know, but that's what takes place. You know, we do it and we do the programme. But I did have a producer once who did fall asleep. Deep sleep. He didn't do the desk. That was the trouble. I'm looking at the time thinking we've got a break coming up. As I go, well, we'll take a short break, raising my voice to the level that might wake it. No, not a bit. Gone, completely gone. In the end, it took somebody from the newsroom to come in to wake him up. It was terrible, because once you wake up, you're very disorientated. You don't know where you are. Jack's like that. Most days he wakes up. Who am I? What am I doing here? What is my motivation? He has no idea. But it doesn't matter. It's 4:45.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning's nice to be company. It's 11 minutes to 5. Do you know we love Friday? You can't, seriously, if you heard the conversations we're having when you're listening to all the advertisements and everything else, it's more exciting than the programme, as if that were possible. Boyle in Essex. Sounds a bit like an ailment, doesn't it, really? You got a boil? Yeah, I think you have it. He says, do you go to any other restaurants other than Joe Allen's? Must be quite dull. I don't think so, dear. Obviously, you don't go to restaurants, which is a bit of a shame. No, we go to Simpsons, we go to Scott's, we go to Rules, we go to Little Italy in Frith Street, yeah, and Joe Allen's. Oh, yeah, we go loads of places, and have a fantastic time. Unlike poor old Boyle in Essex, he doesn't really go anywhere at all, which is a shame. You must get out more. You must go out more, actually. It would make it a lot easier. I've noticed so many cars and vans that have one of their headlights out. I noticed that as well. There was one this morning. It only had one headlight on and it was on full beam. Because I don't know why. I mean, my headlights seem to last forever and a day. Whereas I remember years ago when I had cars, you'd go, oh, the headlight's out or a tail light is out or something like that. A little bit of a pain. My friend Chris says, Scott's, yay! Because we went to Scott's. We all went to Scott's with our friend Chris, who actually is in all the papers today, who is giving up telly. He's giving up telly because he's a radio bloke and he's done telly and he doesn't, you know, there's other things to do in life. I think you get to a certain age and you think, what do I want to do with my life? You know, and once you've got a family and things like that, there's so many things that you want to do. I mean, he's obsessed with the business anyway. But it's a case of television does take up so much time. I said yesterday, if you do an hour's programme on the radio, or in my case a 3-hour programme, it takes 3 hours. If you do a 3-hour programme from the television, you could be there for weeks. Weeks and weeks. I did a programme once on Living, where they wanted me to go to the Isle of Wight and go up a lighthouse. So we did. Martin, who works for our sister station, was my producer. I did a programme called Weather Permitting. And so we go to do a lighthouse film. It took all day because they wanted to see me going on the staircase inside and walking up the inside. So what you do is you start at the bottom, you say, blah, 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 this is a lighthouse. You walk up a few steps, then you stop. Then the cameraman runs ahead of you and then films you going up the next bit of steps. And then it took nearly 2 hours just to film going up a lighthouse. So I really enjoy radio because it's so instant. You can't go back over something and go, oh, I wish I'd done this or I wish I hadn't done that or, you know, or something else. You know, it's just the way it goes, actually. It's just the way it goes. But radio is so instant. So much more instant. Steve, watching Are You Being Served repeats and reminiscing on the character of old school department stores, which really did resemble Grace Brothers. They were all like that. Bearman's in Leytonstone I used to go to see Father Christmas. Bodger's in Ilford. But thank God, says Jason, I can still enjoy Grace Brothers. But each department store had a John Inman character. There was always the gay guy who was, probably in his late 50s, who worked on the material counter. Or a number of other places. There was always a woman like Mrs. Slocum. We had one called Mrs. Dacus. And she was terribly grand, and her hair was always big, and she ran the makeup department and did all the perfumes and all the other bits and pieces. So they were all like real places. I can't remember anything about Bearman's in Leytonstone, but I remember the Father Christmas ride. When you're little, you get taken to see Father Christmas. And that was always a bit of a thrill, actually. Although, to be honest, I don't know whether we believed it or not, actually. Roger says quality cars, like yours, Steve, have good quality headlamp bulbs. They probably do. I don't know. I can remember before having to put a headlight bulb into a Mini. You ever tried working on a Mini engine with the size of my hands? You cut yourself here. I changed the radiator once on a Mini. I know, butch or what? That was really good. But changing the bulbs, you have to pull the thing out, and you go and get the bulb from Halfords, and you put it in and put it on and try it out. Yeah, that works fine. Made it so much easier. But I'm not really very good at things like that. Steve, I was in Twickenham yesterday, says Samantha. I'm going to Sandy's to buy fish on your recommendation. Well, you won't get anything fresher. He's at the market every day. They start having their deliveries from about... I've seen them delivering, actually, to them at about 1 a.m. He's got to have fresh fish. Everything. They get everything. Live crabs, live lobsters, everything. I mean, seriously, you won't find... It's unbelievably fresh. And they get the ice out, and they got to be one of the busiest shops in Twickenham, apart from Paul Cooper's and Andy the framer and things like that. And there's a big sign on Pret-a-Manger's window. And it just says, proudly, we are now cashless. They've always been bloody cashless. It really annoys me. You go in there, and we don't do cash. And you think, during the pandemic, we don't take cash. And all things like that. So you've got to use a card. And I think once you've used a card on their machine, they've got your details. That's why I don't like it. I really don't like it. But it doesn't matter. We all live to fight another day. We live to fight another day. Will you mourn or cheer the death of the floral midi? Well, as far as Jack's concerned, he's mourning it. The floral midi was very popular. You like the floral midi? I should get blank looks with him, honestly. Just have to explain everything. Okay, it's like, do you know what a midi is? It's a dress, yes. You're looking at it now. Oh, thank goodness for that. Well, it's because they're saying that people are not buying, the midi anymore. I just think it looks quite nice. I don't have any problem with it. You looked a bit blank, so I wasn't sure if you knew what it was. Because there was midi, mini, maxi. Maxi was sort of fairly lengthy. No, that's... Well, I don't think so, no. I don't think mini is a Latin word, is it? Yeah, mini, Latin word. Mini, midi, maxi. It does sound as though it should be Latin, but I've a sneaking feeling it probably isn't. But still interesting. We like to be educational in the morning, which is always very good. Steve, I'm going to a birthday party tonight. I'm 56. Can I wear white trainers? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Well, no, you can't. No. I've got a pair of... They're not trainers. They're like sort of baseball boots, which my friend, Mr. Jonathan Shallett, Professor, bought for me some time ago. And they're good, but you have to keep them clean. I don't like seeing dirty trainers. Jack's wearing dirty trainers. I don't want to make, because he hasn't been home for ages. And if he'd been home, they'd be clean. We used to do that, of a Sunday evening. You'd sort of get your shoes out, clean them, and then you do your trainers with this stuff called Blanco. And you'd squeeze it, and it would come out, this white liquid on the end of a sponge, and then you put it all over your shoes. Jack doesn't possess any of this at all. You broke your other shoes. You broke the other shoes at a gig. You weren't throwing them at people, were you, again, or something like that? Well, you've just got 2 pairs of shoes. 1 pair of shoes now. Oh, dear. That's a bit bad, isn't it? You've only got 2 pairs of shoes. So what happens if you have to go to somewhere posh? Next payday, yeah. I mean, I tend to find the best place for shoes is M&S, because they seem to have lots of different styles and different sorts of prices. So that would be good for you. What size are you? 11. Are you 10 and a half or are you 11? 11 and a half. Blimey. There you go. Steve, Brendan says, lots of places are going cashless, mainly due to sticky fingers in the till. Well, I mean, that could be a reason, I suppose. But it's just so annoying for those of us who use cash, which we do. Steve, we brought you out to Kuala Lumpur, listening to you while sunning us up by the pool at the Mandarin Oriental, says T in Kingston. Oh, I've been to the Mandarin Oriental, not the one that you're at. I've been to the one down here, which is quite nice. What else we got in the papers today? The church votes to allow the blessing of gay marriage. Well, how decent of them. Small wonder. Or the congregations are dwindling, ladies and gentlemen. So gay couples will be able to have their relationship blessed by the Church of England clergy. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't want to be rude about it. But, that the Church of England, the amount of vicar stories we've done recently, they're in no position to start preaching to us about, well, we think we'll allow a blessing, really? Goodness sake. But the other story, which is doing the rounds, a woman goading on some girls who are attacking a black pupil. This 15-year-old black girl is said to have lost 9 braids as she was swung around by her hair, punched and kicked by 4 white assailants. It's unbelievable. This is 100 demonstrators appeared at Thomas Knevitt College in Ashford in Surrey, including members of anti-racism group Forever Family, who wore what appeared to be stab vests and paramilitary-style uniforms. Anyway, the school have said they're taking it quite seriously. I think so too. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, really? Let's see where they go with that one. We'll follow it. We'll find out, actually. And apparently the GC was rushed into hospital. Thought he was having a heart attack. It's a bit of a drama on that one, but it turned out not to be. And she says, apparently when the ambulance arrived, the paramedics said, "Where are you bleeding from?" And she went, "I'm from Bleeding Southend. Now give me a helping hand." All the old ones are the best. Thank you, Kevin. But it's any sort of old drama. But mind you, she's prime example of a candidate for a heart attack. She's carrying a lot of weight. She doesn't exactly do exercise. That's a candidate for a heart attack. But it wasn't. So that's good news, isn't it? Shall we take a short break? I'll be back with you. I might be in a better mood the other side of the news at 5. We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, it's February the 10th, and it's a good day. It's still cold. Still cold. They've said it's going to warm up a fraction, and then it's going to go cold again. So don't put away the jumpers. Don't put away, the things that keep you warm, like your gloves and all the rest of it. Robert says, some cars, if you open the bonnet, the warranty's invalid. Well, obviously, you're buying cheap, rubbish cars, aren't you, then? What, so you won't discover the hamsters on the wheels? Obviously, you do come up with some garbage. So somebody else has said places going cashless because they don't trust the staff. No, I think it's because they don't want to touch it, because didn't they say about notes? Each note has been through about thousands of pairs of hands. And so it carries all the germs. It's like when you go into any fast food place and they've got the screens. I don't touch them. Ghastly things to do. You really need to put on gloves. They should put gloves by the side of them. Only once have I seen, people actually cleaning the screens. They should do it after every single person. There should be like a wet wipe that you rub over the screen before you touch it. You imagine somebody's just been to the toilet and they haven't bothered washing their hands and you're going to pick up the diseases. I mean, dear me, honestly, might find yourself biting into a burger and dropping dead. You know, could be an absolute nightmare. It's like, you know, I watch them, you know, assembling burgers. They haven't got gloves on. And making rolls and sandwiches. They just sort of put, you know, and you think, you're touching my food. Don't touch, I don't know who you are. I'm sorry, have you washed your hands recently? Or failing that, they've been outside for a fag. You know, and then they go back inside, carry on making the sandwiches. Disgraceful. Somebody says, so why don't they ban newspapers then? What does that relate to? I'm trying to work these things out sometimes, you know. I can't recall if I've ever seen a floor walker like Captain Peacock, says Roger. Oh, yeah, we used to have one. Department head, he would walk the floor. He would only serve, it was, you know, because he had all the paperwork to do. And in fact, both departments that I worked in the department store, they all had floor walkers, people checking, and they'd sort of, they'd greet somebody as they walked on to that particular department and go, can I help you, madam? You're looking for stair carpet. Mr. Allen, it was exactly like, are you being served? Mr. Allen, I go over there. Good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. You know, if there were two people. And then they'd say, yeah, we're looking for, and then the floor walker would say, they're looking for stair carpet. And I would then say, heavy domestic? Because you used to get heavy domestic, medium domestic, light domestic, and it was a mixture of 80-20 in the wool department, 80% wool, 20% nylon, to add to the elasticity of it. In bedrooms, you could have cheap carpet, because it didn't really make any difference, actually. You were always padding around in your bedroom, you know, in your jammies and stuff like that. But if you've got a hall, that's heavy domestic. And so you'd then get out the patterns and you'd show them, you know, would you want a patterned carpet? And or are you looking for a twist? 80-20, very good mix for hall, stairs and landing. And I would sell them this. And I was pretty good at it, actually. I was pretty good at it, you know, because people just want helping. Because even though they stand there and go, no, I'm just looking, then no good you walking away, you're losing a sale. So you hover and you go, there's something in particular, were you looking for a twist? We've got some lovely ones from Brinton's here, which we can send somebody around to measure up for you if you like. As long as you offer them a free service, people just buy into it really quickly. Really quickly. Wait a minute, let me just... gone. Oh, love it, honestly. I'm still trying to work out so why don't they ban newspapers? I don't know. Well, yeah, but my newspapers get touched. When they come in here, I have them steamed before they're allowed to touch my hands. I mean, you know, I'm a little bit pedantic with things. I like things to be right. So Jack will bring them up. You know, first of all, we have to do the hand inspection. Hands, now turn them over. Okay. And again, let's have a good look, you know, because it's so easy, and then you get them, and then I sort of spray them with sort of a mist, and then we let them settle, and then a little bit of Dettol or something like that. I don't know why people think it's odd. I mean, I've always done it for ages and ages. I see that Penny Mordaunt, hasn't she just lost her job with the Conservatives? Well, I'm losing track of whether they're in or out, half these people. So she's just been fined 568 quid for speeding. So that's good news, isn't it? She admitted driving at 49 on a 40-mile-an-hour road in Putney, days before she launched a campaign to be PM. In court last week, she was told to pay 568 quid, a further £90 in costs, and £227 victim surcharge, excuse me, and 3 penalty points added to the licence. So that's 6, 7, 8. Blimey, that's nearly £1,000, isn't it? But also Rishi Sunak got a £100 fine. And meanwhile, Security Minister Tom Tugendhat is still serving a 6-month driving ban after being caught using his mobile phone at the wheel in April. Should have been a lifetime ban. He had to attend court and was ordered to pay a fine of £1,000. They make a fortune, these courts. I'm thinking of opening one up myself. Must be an absolute brilliant idea. You were speeding. Oh, I wasn't. Yes, you were. Got you on the speed gun. Hold up a hairdryer in court. They don't know the difference. You know, and you can get them that way. I mean, I've had 2 speeding tickets. But it's like, you know, the difference between 30 miles an hour and 34 miles an hour. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Why can't it be like certain overseas countries where they don't really care about whether you speed or not? Goodness sake, as long as you're safe, that should be fine. Giving a dog a bone really can help its digestion. They gnaw at bones for ages. And apparently, researchers found that puppies fed raw meat, leftovers and bones had fewer gut issues. Yeah, well, that's good. Apparently, a daily diet of treated rawhides was linked to a 117% rise of gut disorders and chronic enteropathy. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like something that's in your tummy, and it's not good for sort of dogs and cats and stuff like that, which is a shame. Tagged criminals will be let out of prison even earlier. I don't know why. Criminals deemed eligible for the home detention curfew tagging programme will be allowed to leave prison 6 months before the end of their sentence rather than 4.5. It's going to make a lot of difference, isn't it, really? You know why? They're running out of space. Chronic enteropathy is, I thought it was gastrointestinal diseases. It's present for about 3 weeks or longer when extra intestinal disease or intestinal diseases such as parasitic disease of neoplastic disease are ruled out. Did you follow that? No, I didn't follow it either. But at least I told you what it was. So that's okay. Going to pop your coat on, are you? You're going to get the tea? Honestly. You can tell he's cold. Oh, why do you put it round your neck? You're supposed to wear it round. That's better. You'll have to show me the picture in a minute. We'll have a look at that one. If it doesn't look like you, there's going to be dead trouble. Steve, I have to agree with you, says Ash, on the point of touchscreens in shops and fast food establishments. Goodness knows what germs they harbour. Do you remember when pubs used to have bowls of complimentary snacks? Yes. I can remember, because I used to work in a pub and a bar, and on Sunday we would cut up cheddar cheese and put a big bowl of cheddar cheese out and peanuts and dry roasted nuts and stuff like that. And so people would put their hands into the bowls. I mean, you're right. Small wonder we used to go ill, but we had no idea. My favourite, says Rob, is pork scratchings. Oh, God, really? We have eaten pork scratchings, but we've eaten the best quality pork scratchings. We like those a lot, actually. Any news on COVID? I hear you have a limited time to get your booster. Is it right? And when's the last date? I don't know. No idea. I've had all of mine. So have I had 4 or 3? I think I might have had 4. I can't remember. I have it all, but I've not been ill at all. I'm really good, actually. Apparently, have you experienced the dreaded white salt marks all over the car? Having a black car, it looked dreadful. I think I'm single-handedly responsible for litres of soap and foam sales at my local car wash. No, because my car's a rather nice blue colour, and we don't get white salt marks. But I can appreciate the fact you do get them on a black car. I've never had a black car. I don't think I've ever had a black car. No, I haven't, actually. I've had grey on a few occasions, but no, I've always been quite lucky. In fact, if you saw my car, you would go, my God, it's so clean. But in fact, it's not. It's just that you can't really see through the colour. You know, people who've sort of had the same coloured car as me. I think it's called Fountain Blue, and it's really lovely. My friend Chris used to remember pickled onions on the bar. Do you know, I've got a jar of pickled onions in the kitchen, Chris. And if I'm waiting for the hot water to go through the machine to sort of fill up for my tea bag and all the rest of it in the morning, I sneak a pickled onion in. I don't know why. It's just there's something decadent about it. And sometimes the shot of the vinegar at that time of the morning is a bit of a like, woo! Goodness sake, terrible. And Steve, just chuckling to myself, having watched the David is Dead debacle on Big Brother. Yes, this was David Bowie, and Angie Bowie was on there, and they also had a guy in the house who was called David. David, can't remember his other name was, but anyway, and so somebody says, the woman who was married to David Bowie says David's dead, and this woman goes, no, they're such drama queens, honestly. I mean, really the stupidest people in the entire world. And she goes, shh, don't. Well, when? And she goes, I don't know. I just heard that he died. And she, and I'm thinking, God, you really are rubbish, aren't you, at this? And anyway, they then go outside. I think it was housemate Tiffany Pollard, whoever she is. But anyway, they sort of tell her she does the drama queen bit. And then she goes outside and says, she's just told me David's dead. And so who was the one that they had who went in there? The one whose septum disappeared from her nose. Daniela Westbrook, another drama queen. And she goes in there and she gets, no, he's in there. David, and so she goes up and confronts David Bowie's ex-husband and says, he's in there. And she goes, not David in there, David, my ex-husband. They really made them look like complete and utter turnips, honestly. What a bunch of divots. The chaos that ensues is side-spittingly funny, says Jason. But the icing on the cake is that for once, Gemma Collins was speechless. Oh, she contributed nothing to the programme. Apart from, I'm claustrophobic. She's got every disease known to man, actually. But the David is dead thing, very good. Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Holiday car hire fees jumped by £100 a week. I've never been on holiday and rented a car. Oh, I tell a lie. We went to Vegas and we hired a car there. And it was good because every car's got air conditioning. And as you know, I live in air conditioning. I love in air conditioning. And but you have to be very careful. They'll always try and upgrade you on the cars. But you've got to be very careful. It's a bit of a racket going on over there. Listen, don't take this car. We've got, look at this. Because you go outside of the airports in Vegas, and they've got all the car hire places. And in Florida, you know, spread over multi-story car parks. And they bring your car out, and they go, but, you know, for an extra $20, you can have this car here. And you go, really? Let's have that car. Let's have that car. That's the one we like. 5:15. Let's get the LBC travel this morning. Let's get you to work nice and quick with the help of Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to be company. Welcome. Friday, February the 10th. It's LBC. Busy weekend ahead for lots of people. I wonder who's going to leave the government over the weekend. There's got to be somebody, hasn't there, really? And Jan Moyer says, if Madonna looks in the mirror and likes what she sees, surely that's all that matters. Oh, I agree. I mean, but it doesn't really explain Jordan, does it? You know, does she really look in the mirror and go, oh, I look great. I'll just have my lip. Have you seen what she's done to her lips? It's another disaster. This was to celebrate the fact they never dragged her off to prison because she owes 3.6 million, something like that, I think. So the bankruptcy hearing's been put off to April at 12 o'clock. Give her enough chance to get up and trowel on the makeup. And then she'll turn up looking like a bit of a disaster because she's supposed to be paying back £12,000 a month. Nothing. 3.2 million. How do you get in 3.2 million? Of course, the papers, the shoddy journalism you get in the papers, they go, Jordan, who at one time was worth 45 million. She was never worth 45 million. That's a blatant lie. But there we go, and you can't expect the papers to get it all right, can you? Dave says, I miss the bar snacks on a Sundays. I didn't have to cook when I got home. I know, we used to refill the cheese. You'd cut the cheese, and then sometimes you do cheese and the pineapple. That was a bit fiddly, but quite nice. Quite nice. You get sort of a big block of cheddar cheese, and it was lovely. On this day, we're celebrating... What are we celebrating? Oh, in 1998, the Spice Girls found their crowns as queens of the teen music scene was snatched by rival girl band All Saints at the annual British Pop Awards ceremony. John Prescott was watching when a man threw a bucket of ice water over him and then ran off. The man was the Chumbawamba singer Danbert Nobacon. Nobicon? I don't know how you pronounce his name. Bit of an idiot, and has disappeared completely. Born on this day in 1890, Boris Pasternak, the man who wrote Dr. Zhivago. That was good. It was such a dreary film, though, wasn't it, really? And 1926, died in 93, believe it or not, Danny Blanchflower, the Belfast-born footballer who captained Spurs to victories in the League, the FA Cup and the European Cup Winners' Cup, and was named by the Times as the greatest player in the history of the club. There you go. Arthur Miller died in 2005, ex-husband of Marilyn Monroe. He was 89. Mike Tyson in 92, convicted of rape and sent off to prison. Also, what was the other one? Oh, in 1942, the soap ration scheme has taken laundries by surprise. The Institution of British Launderers yesterday grew up a list of questions for the Ministry of Food. Another matter is the supply of soap to our prisoners of war. Prisoners' letters home nearly always contain a request for soap. All the things which we now take for granted. You never sort of imagine that anybody would ever have to sort of say, have you got any soap? You know, I don't use soap. Haven't used soap for years. It's very drying on the skin. Very, very drying. So, and I don't use hand gel, no. I use foam. Foam, yes. How does it work? Comes in a thing and you go, and it foams up on your hand. Instant. And have you never seen foam? Yes, you have. You must have done. Goodness sake. It looks like squirty cream, but it's fen gel. It's very nice, and use it in the shower. You know, rub it all over your body. And yeah, but soap I haven't used in donkey's years. And also, soap used to go manky. Sit by the side of the bath and it would fall off. We used to have a soap with a magnet in it, and then it would fit underneath something. It dripped all over the place. It was horrible, even though I used to enjoy the adverts. Steve, Intimacy coaches on Hollywood film sets are absolutely essential to protect young women, says Emma Thompson. I'd never even heard of this. Somebody was talking... Who was talking about it the other day? An actor here was talking about it. And Stuart in Norfolk says, I've seen the pictures of Katie Price. I've caught carp with smaller lips than hers. She looks ridiculous. Looks absolutely ridiculous. I'd rather she paid her debt to society, especially to the building society that she owes all that money to. You know, it's absolutely disgraceful. She had 14 holidays last year. It's basically, she thinks she's really clever. Dumb as anything. Dumb as anything. Steve, you need to watch the new series on Sky, Funny Woman, starring Gemma Arterton. Listening to you talking about department stores. It's life in London in the 60s, says Sarah. Oh, right. Yes, I've seen all the trails for it. At the moment, I'm investigating the meals that are available for Valentine's Day, because I will be celebrating this year, and seeing just what you can get for your 15 or 20 quid. They've got one here, Lidl. You know, nothing says I love you more than a cheap bit of steak from Lidl. And this one, you can get steak cut chips for $1.49. 30-day matured rump steak. Doesn't say from which animal. We'll just have to guess. And that's $3.79. A bottle of Prosecco is $4.99. I mean, that's cheap for Prosecco. That is cheap. I mean, I paid $7.99 yesterday to get a couple of bottles, just to keep topped up. And that's sort of good. I think the meal in Marks and Spencer's, I think it's about 15 quid or something like that. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Valentine's meal, yeah. Let's have a look, see what we've got. I told you we found the dozen red roses, $4.99. That's in Lidl, or Lidl. But I'd be curious to find out exactly. See, Morrison's are doing champagne at £12. Seemed quite a lot, actually, to me. But, they've got UK Aid. They're talking about Turkey and Syria, the earthquake appeal. What else have we got? I'm trying to think what other lovely Valentine's Day meals, because it's so much cheaper to eat in. I appreciate the fact that all the restaurants want you to eat out, you know, but I mean, I don't think you can be romantic to somebody. Here we go. Dine in. This is Valentine's. It's back and better than ever. This is 20 quid, and you get a starter, a main, a side order, a dessert, and a bottle of Prosecco, or wine or soft drink. Okay, here we go. This is what you can have for starters. Argentinian scallops in a creamy sauce topped with smooth mash and hand-topped with breadcrumbs and fresh parsley. In other words, when they say hand-topped, chuck it on the top of it. Luxury prawn cocktails, Honduran king prawns and juicy Atlantic prawns in a brandy-infused Mari Rose sauce, yeah. Cheese and leek souffle tart, that sounds quite nice. Made with butter-enriched puff pastry, extra mature cheddar and red Leicester. Duck parfait with orange glaze. Smooth duck liver pate. Triple cheese bake. I saw them the other day as well. Prawn tempura with sriracha and lime mayo. Or crispy tempura vegetables. Mixed vegetables and chrysanthemum greens coated in a crispy tempura batter served with a black vinegar dipping sauce. This is all for 20 quid. The mains, you have a choice of British rump steak with peppercorn sauce, which is quite nice. Yeah, you can only have one, yeah. Well, you're not going to have the old bloody lot, are you? For 20 quid? I'll tell you what, I'll go and buy the old lot and go and open my own shop, make a fortune. So the mains, you have a choice of the British rump steak, sirloin steak, cod and peppers with a sherry tomato sauce, make it sound so exotic, butternut squash risotto, British rack of lamb with honey mustard and herb crust, chicken cordon bleu, vegan stroganoff pies. Your sides, potato dauphinoise, look quite nice, I saw it yesterday, triple cooked chips, yeah, rosemary Hasselback potatoes, yeah, cheesy green vegetable bake, vegetable medley, asparagus spears, very nice, and carrots, purple sprouting broccoli and fine beans. Not bad. Pick one of the above. For your dessert, raspberry profiterole stack. I eat all this by myself. Chocolate melt-in-the-middle puddings. You see, you get 2 chocolate puddings with Belgian chocolate sauce in the centre. Billionaire's pots, layers of biscuit, caramel mousse, caramel sauce and chocolate ganache. Nobody knows what it is. They just say it's ganache. And we go, lovely. Zingy lemon cheesecake. That sounds nice. Creamy berry pots. That just basically sounds like a yoghurt, doesn't it, really? Chocolate and orange brownie. or a mini cheese board selection, a selection of Burland Bloom Brie, Black Sticks Blue and Farmhouse Cheddar to create the perfect cheese board. But you're going to need some biscuits as well. And drinks, you can either have Conte Priuli Prosecco, Conte Priuli Prosecco Rosé, Conte Priuli, we've got to deal with Priuli, Pinot Grigio Blush, Casa Clos Chardonnay, Gold Label, it's a good choice, Gold Label Sauvignon Blanc, Tasson Grabado Malbec, Valdemir, it's all wine, isn't it? However, for those of you who don't drink, pink raspberry lemonade with a subtle hint of rose. Or Fizzero Rosé, refreshing and balanced, alcohol-free sparkling wine with flavours of raspberry and strawberry. Who the hell wants alcohol-free wine? What's the point of that? The whole idea is you have the meal, you get yourself off your face, and then it's straight into the bedroom. No hanging around. Turn on the television, watch a good Columbo. That'll see your night through, I promise you. It's good. Steve, you did that Cordon Bleu. I know, but they always add all these different things. I love it. I love it. 84850. Josie says, back in the day, we used to put a bottle top under the soap to stop it going gooey. Trevor said, did you ever use soap on a rope? That was the retrievable idea, wasn't it? That was Dame Edna's line. Soap on a rope, the retrievable idea. Sean says, would the boss of Steve... He's writing to me, what an idiot. Where's he come from? Stevenage. See? And then you get to Stevenage. Well, the boss of Steve Allen, tell him to stop talking about food all the time. I'll have a word with him for you. I love it. I love it. I tell you, we have the most fun here. Steve, I did see the pictures of Madonna yesterday, and I thought she'd morphed into Lena Lovitch. Expecting her to release a cover of Lucky Number, says Kevin the Melbourne. You're right, she did look like Lena Lovitch. Lena Lovitch. Mind you, my favourite song was I can't remember who it was, Metal Mickey. Oh, Mickey, what a pity you don't understand. You take me by the heart and you take me by the hand. And I can't remember who sang it. Do you remember, Jack? No, pointless, honestly. I hope you might. Metal Mickey. It was such a catchy tune. There was some really, really good tunes around at the time. And then they sort of... I'm not sure I could do a whole concert of Madonna songs. I think that would just about drive me crackers. But I think she'd be an interesting interview. I think she'd be very interesting. Suede. What, did Oh Mickey? Oh, no, no. I think it's called Oh Metal. No. Suede. No, it definitely wasn't Suede. It was a woman. It was a woman doing it. Oh, Mickey, what a pity you don't understand. It was a woman doing it, and she was working out with some... Tony Basil, that's it. Tony Basil. Oh, well done. You see, you did know, Jack. Just to be difficult, honestly. He should be producing. Oh, God, no. That tea is just the right temperature. But in the night, I bit my tongue. And do you know what that's like? It's almost like, I wish I'd not built it. Bit my tongue. You ever done that before? Yeah, it's very annoying. Very annoying. Steve, an Aldi T-bone steak is $12.98. Well, I can't convert. Steve, says Robert, I'd rather have a sausage, egg, chips, bread and butter and a pot of tea. Well, it's because you're a peasant, that's why. It's a Valentine's Day meal. It's supposed to be exciting. It's supposed to be, romantic. And actually, I think they make more of an effort with doing things that are... But you could eat all of that food by yourself. All of it. I've never had chocolate pudding. Mainly because I know it would send me round the bend. Completely round the bend. Steve, I ran a country pub restaurant in the late 80s, says Mark. And if you recall, licensing laws were very draconian, and on Sunday, the pub bar could only serve from 12 to 2. The free Sunday snacks on the bar were fun, but the tradition came from landlords keen to keep customers thirsty so they drink more. I know. If it's got salt in it, you drink more. They love it. They love it. I told you about my chips and all bar one, because they were delicious. You're drinking alcohol and eating chips. Woo! I tell you, that is better than even any meal they could serve you up, I promise you. 5:30.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
All right, we all know it was Tony Basil who sung Mickey. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. It was the cheerleaders as well, wasn't it? And Stephen Stroud or Stroud? I'm not sure, actually, how you pronounce it. Is it Stroud? I've always said Stroud, but somebody will probably tell me wrong. We think it's Stroud. And Jean says that Conte Priuli Prosecco is value for money in the dine-in, as usually it's 12 quid and a good one. Somebody says, where's that food from? That's M&S's. We'll pick another one. We'll pick Waitrose's Valentine's Day food. We'll see what they're offering. That was the Waitrose, the Marks and Spencer's one. That's 20 quid. And we'll have a look and see what Waitrose are doing as well. Because it's amazing what you get for the value. 20 quid for all that food from Marks and Spencer. You pick one out of each section. So you get your starter, your main, a side, a pudding and a bottle of wine or something still. I'd go for as much alcohol as possible. It's the only way you're going to make money, isn't it, really? So here is Waitrose. Now, they're doing theirs. This is 20 quid as well. And what have we got here? It's bringing back its popular £20 meal deal. The dine-in offer includes one starter, one main, two sides, one dessert, plus a bottle of drink or a box of chocolates. So that's actually not bad. They've said you could then pair that with the Jackson Estate Sauvignon Blanc, which is normally 13 quid a bottle. Without the meal deal, you'd be paying £33.14 for that, compared to what they're charging, which is 20 quid. So you're saving £13. And they've got everything. Plant living, no beef bourguignon. Plant living dauphinoise potato. That's where we want to concentrate on the plant-based stuff. A classic fruit salad. Mushroom parfait. See, I love mushrooms. I think mushrooms are the greatest thing that God ever invented. I just think they're you could do so much with them. And the idea of sort of a mushroom parfait. Or, what was it? Oh, go down the other way. No, wait a minute. No, sorry. We were going the right direction. Go down, 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 down. What's included? Here we go. Is it this? I think this might actually knock Marks and Spencer's. 2 Scottish poke salmon mousses. Heston from Waitrose, Bloody Mary prawn cocktail. They all put booze in, don't they? Waitrose's Scottish mussels and garlic butter. Waitrose bacon, leek and Roquefort tartlets. That sounds nice. Cheddar and Emmental soufflés. Dutchy organic tomato and thyme soup. Waitrose vegan layered mushroom parfait or Waitrose Spanish tapas platter. So you pick one of those. On your main, beef ribeye steaks with béarnaise sauce. Sea bass with tomatoes and olives. Number 1, Boeuf Bourguignon. I love Boeuf Bourguignon. Waitrose beef rump steaks with chimichurri. I don't even know what that is, actually, but I'm trying to sound educated. Waitrose easy-to-cook coq au vin. And number 1, lasagna. Truffle and Parmesan chicken Kiev. Delicious. Waitrose slow-cooked duck with apple and cherry ketchup. Or plant living no beef bourguignon. Your sides, you either get the spinach rocket salad, Mediterranean roasting veg, Waitrose potato gratin, the number 1 green vegetable medley, the number 1 ultimate white mash, Waitrose cauliflower cheese, Waitrose frite, or plant living dauphinoise potatoes. For your dessert, number 1 raspberry panna cotta, Heston from Waitrose espresso martini chocolate torte. That sounds nice. Rhubarb and custard love hearts. Whoopee! The perfect British cheese board, Waitrose classic fruit salad, number 1 blonde chocolate dreams, melt in the middle chocolate pud, or Sicilian lemon tarts. To drink, they've got a very nice Jackson Estate Sauvignon Blanc, which alone is 13 quid a bottle. This is not bad. Thompson & Scott's Naughty Sparkling Alcohol Free, Yalumba Galway Vintage Barossa Shiraz, Jardin des Roses, and other things. They've got Tales Cocktails, which is espresso martini vodka cocktail, or they've got Tales Cocktails Bacardi rum daiquiri cocktails, or Tales Cocktails passion fruit martini vodka cocktail. There's 16 quid alone. So that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That you get your money back on the booze. I mean, that's 20 quid for that. If you're a single person, you're going to be bloated at the end of that. But I think that's really good value. Good for them. Good for them, because everything else is so blooming expensive. I was talking to my mate Paul Cooper the other day. He said even at the market, because he goes to the market to buy the fruit and the veg and all the bits and pieces, he said prices are going through the roof. He said, but what's happening is the people who are supplying all the stuff, they put their prices up, and then they have to pass it on. You know, are these prices per person, says Kate? No, it's 20 quid just for two people. For two people. So you pick one out of each section. So, you know, when you buy the steak, you get 2 steaks. You know, the Dauphinoise. I've seen the ones in Marks and Spencer's, and I think I've seen the ones in Waitrose. Very nice. Jean says, do you prefer Prosecco? I do, actually. I do. I don't know why, actually. I do. Steve, it's Stroud like loud, says Catherine, because I live in Cheltenham. How wise. Steve, my mate Carlos wakes up listening to you, says Russ, at around this time every morning, a bit like Tom and Barry. Recently developed a fetish for Prosecco due to you banging on about it, and drinks 1 to 2 bottles a time on a weekend. He's a very bitter person, says Russ. He said it's only fair, seeing as you're contributing to the demise of my mate's liver. That's right, blame me. Nothing worse than weak listeners. We don't want any weak listeners. Oh, I could have a drink. Steve Allen suggested we have a drink. Steve Allen said we should have a drink. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm a bit of a feeder. I'm more of a feeder than a drinky person. I feed, you know, but I do it subtly. I do it with a smile. You know, because if you do it like, oh, my God, you're getting fat, you know, then it doesn't work the same way. But if you do it with a smile and go, you'll like these, this tastes really nice. I saw this and thought of you. You know, and it works. Because the first thing that Jack's got to do when he gets home to Mater and Pater is he's got to go on the rowing machine. Little does he realise they've rented the bedroom out, so there's no chance of that at all. They have to go and get it back from the skip. Steve, happy Friday. Yeah, happy Friday to you. A lot of people used to say happy Friday, which I thought was quite a nice idea, Nick. He said, I have next week off for decorating duties. He said, on the upside, though, I'm going to try Spam and Cheese Toasty. Delicious. Delicious. Glyn says, can't imagine if your guys knew the varying licensing rules. I shouldn't think so. He said, you couldn't buy a Bible on a Sunday, but you couldn't buy a 3-piece sweet, but you could buy a pound of apples that came with a free 3-piece sweet. Yeah, on the alcohol aisles in the supermarkets closed off. Also, shops closed on Sunday. Those were the days. Half day Wednesday and Saturday, almost like another time now. It is. I can remember seeing shops, they would say, because you couldn't buy a Bible, but you could buy apples, fruit and stuff like that. So you'd buy a pound of pears or something, and they'd, you know, for sort of, I don't know, 25 quid, and they give you a free Bible. Or if you wanted a 3-piece sweet on a Sunday, you couldn't buy a 3-piece sweet, but you could buy your apples for £699, and they'd throw in a 3-piece sweet. It was most ludicrous laws. You know, really, absolutely ridiculous. So I remember them very well indeed, very well. I remember going past the different shops. Steve, me and the missus put an offer on a house this week of £10,000 more than the asking price. Should hear back today. 15 people viewed it the same day as us, and the estate agent says they've received multiple offers. But we are chain-free. Yeah, it's the chain-free bit that's good. Once you get yourself into, and I remember it vividly, you get into a chain of people bidding for the one house, and you've not sold yours. I've always said to people, this will be the Steve Allen advice, that if you're looking for a house, sell yours first. Move into rented accommodation so that if you then find a house, you're ready to move immediately. Other people then go, right, we're really interested in buying your house, but we've got to sell ours first. And you go, oh, God. And then bearing in mind, if you're in a chain, and some of these chains have got like 25, 30 people in them, one part of the chain falls down, you're screwed. Completely. It's ridiculous. Steve says, John, it all sounds very good for the price, but being a singleton, I'll stick to super noodles and a bottle of wine. Super noodles, honestly. That's Jack's diet to go to, isn't it? Super noodles. 3 of those for £1 in Iceland. Yeah, before I came around, it was just super noodles. Now, of course, you thank the good Lord above for, you know, for helping out, as it were. My friend Chris says, do you remember when Prosecco came onto the scene? I don't know if I do, actually. He says, what did you drink before that? Oh, my first drink, Bacardi and Coke. I didn't drink till I was 18. I was very good. We used to have wine with Sunday lunch at home, but I didn't like the taste of wine or everything else because my father grew up in Germany, so consequently we had that dreadful Riesling and Liebfraumilch and all the rest of it, and it was so sweet that it didn't do for me. So the first alcoholic drink, I used to have tomato juice. Tomato juice all the way through, that did for me. And then somebody said, oh, try a drink. So I went out to a pub and I had a Bacardi and Coke. And I used to have as well whiskey and American, which was an American dry ginger made by Schweppes. Or they used to do whiskey and Canada Dry. I had that as well. Then I discovered Southern Comfort, all of which were my downfall, I have to tell you, all of which were my downfall. And then I had, what else did I have? God, I had vodka and Coke. That was a big downfall. That was terrible. I suddenly realised that vodka was the most drinkable thing and you never woke up with a hangover. I thought that was terrible. I remember going into the off-licence and they go, hello, Steve, back again. You think, now I've got friends coming around. You have to make up excuses for buying, a bottle of Grey Goose or something like that. It was terrible because I quite liked a nice vodka. And I went to Selfridges once and they've got a whole vodka department. All these different vodkas, Polish vodka. In fact, my hairdresser used to go to Poland and bring me back a bottle of vodka. And vodka which had sticks in it and all sorts of little bits and pieces, because the Polish are big on vodka. And I used to get the benefit of it. She'd bring back and say, I've got your bottle of vodka. And I said, whoa, thank you very much indeed. But it was too drinkable. So I weaned myself off that, tried it on the Prosecco front, and that was it. Was hooked on it. Terrible, isn't it, really? Steve, as it's common knowledge, says Francesco, you should move to Italy. The Prosecco you can buy here for less than 15 quid. Italians wouldn't use it to wash the car. I just like it. It's funny, isn't it? Sainsbury's. Steve, what do you think of the kebab-flavoured pot noodle scene in Sainsbury's? I wouldn't do a pot noodle, I'm afraid. Jack would do pot noodle. Jack knows all the flavours. He knows to get, good bargains and everything else, but not for me, because he's a former student. He lived off it. They didn't have any money to spend on proper food. Look, I'm late. 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Somebody said they got drunk on Baileys. Yes, I had a bad experience on Baileys. I used to drink it for ages, and I started adding brandy to it. And it was quite nice, but to be honest with you, I'm with you, Shane. Somebody says, have you ever drunk cans of Stella? I mean, seriously. You've heard this programme before. Do I sound like I've drunk cans of Stella? Of course I haven't. Don't be so ridiculous. Hot cross buns are back. Yeah, really fattening. You look at the fat content in hot cross buns. Very nice. Very nice. If you sort of cut them in half, toast them, and then... But, I mean, way too fattening. They do all sorts of different ones, don't they? They do chocolate and orange, and they do Christmas flavour, and they do this flavour and that flavour. But I've had to put a no-no on those at all. Another one says, Kay says, drink Canada Dry, not literally. I just used to like a whiskey and dry. It looked like a sophisticated kind of a drink, and I'm not normally a whiskey drinker. I don't do that. It doesn't matter. Les says, Tony Basil did that song. Oh, Mickey, what a pity you don't understand. Just for fun. She didn't expect it to be a hit, and although you will know, to all your listeners know, she was a choreographer who taught the dancers for many shows and for pop stars. 2 a penny, those choreographers. OK, 1, 2, 3. La. 1, 2, 3. Back. 1, 2, 3. Go and, if you really want to watch dancers, watch Chorus Line. Watch Chorus Line. When they did it, there's a lovely clip on YouTube. They brought everybody back in America who'd ever done it on stage. There were hundreds of them. They, one singular sensation, and they were all dressed. It was really quite fantastic. Quite fantastic. What else have we got? Kebab-flavoured pot noodles. They don't really do kebab-flavoured... They probably do, actually. They probably do. A little bit of an embarrassment, isn't it? And so sticking to the... flight simulators have come a long way, thank you. And apparently, says Dave, I was stationed at Kai Tak. Very realistic. We got pictures of that as well. We got pictures of the... of his things where they've come a lot... Where is it? I've lost the blooming thing now. Honestly, so annoying. You know, you find something and then it disappears. It's got pictures attached to it. You got it? Okay, and then the Star Ferry. There you go. Oh, is that a flight simulator? Or have you just flown into Kai Tai? It's a simulator. Amazing, isn't it? Oh, blimey, it's changed a bit, Hong Kong, since we were there. Really, really changed quite a lot. The Star Ferry, still running. Still running, the Star Ferry. And over to Kowloon. My favourite, Peak Railway, Tiger Balm Gardens, real proper China. Oh, that's it. That's clever, isn't it? These flight simulators. I've never been in a flight simulator. I think I'd be sick. I don't think I'd be very good, actually. 84850, Steve at LBC. Jane says, have you lost weight? God, tons. Seriously. You wouldn't recognise me. Shadow of my former self. Seriously, honestly. People say to me, how have you lost that weight? I thought, don't eat. Don't eat. You know what puts on weight? Booze. Booze makes you put on weight because of all the sugar in it. And, do you know, I hardly touch drink anymore. Hardly. Yet Bailey's is just full of it. Cream, whiskey, brandy, all the things you sort of pop in it. It's... Pint of beer. Well, don't drink a pint of beer. Can't you find something else? Couldn't you just have a lemonade or something? You know, when your parents took you to the pub and you'd have to sit outside because you weren't allowed in the bar. And they'd go, what do you want? Coca-Cola? Yeah. Crisps? Yes, please. You've got really nowadays, packet of crisps. You're having a laugh or something. Packet of crisps. Sit outside. You sit outside the pub because you weren't allowed in the bar. Children weren't allowed in bars. So you'd sit outside. You know, then you're not in your village. Yeah, but you were a village of alcoholics. I mean, for goodness sake, I mean, blimey, if you ripped this machine off the wall of the toilets that was for drying your hands, I bet you were an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. We just sat outside on the table twiddling our thumbs. There was no mobile phones, you know, and then you'd sort of sit there and your dad would bring out the Coca-Cola and the crisps. And then he'd go back inside to the bar. You'd just be left sitting there like a lemon. I love it. I love it. So Nadine Dorries is going to stand down as an MP. James O'Brien will be thrilled. Can't stand her. I can't stand her either. Have you seen her little chat show? Oh, my God, Father. Don't give up the day job, love. Really don't give up the day job. That would be terrible. The banks, notorious for passing on as little as they can get away with. The interest rates went to 4%. What are they offering on savings? Not 4%. About 1.53. Rip-off. Apart from closing all the branches, you know, it's really good. So here we go. Earnings for savers. You know, December 21, 0.2%. Feb 23, 1.73%. But we were told it was 4%. 4%. You don't get it at all. It's absolutely ridiculous. For borrowers, they've put you through the roof. It's gone up. The standard variable rate, 4.4% in December. Feb, 6.84%. Rip-offs. Absolutely unbelievable. I've given up checking on my pension because I've got a lump sum in a pension pot. In fact, my brother said to me, actually, he said we should consider putting a bit more money in each month if you can afford to do that. So we can probably afford to do that, just to sort of keep it above. But I did say to him, I've got no intention of retiring. I don't see the prospect of retiring anytime soon. Mortgage arrears are up. I was in mortgage arrears once. I remember long time ago. Long, when I had a mortgage, long time ago. And Dawn Neeson says, Steve Allen show talking about alcohol rather than tea. Much more interesting. But the trouble is, can you drink at this time of the morning? Because I always have a glass or two or three of Prosecco. And if I don't drink it at night, I don't pour it back in the bottle. I just leave it there. And then the next day I just top it up and then carry on with it, which is probably the worst thing you could ever do. But it seems to work quite well. But I don't know whether or not, being a Friday, because it's the weekend and I love my weekends and I love the fact I shall get the car washed and I shall do all sorts of... try not to curb the blooming alloys again. This is my fatal mistake at the moment. I don't know what the secret is, that I curb the alloys all the time. And I've got cameras on the car. Ridiculous. But... you know, I just feel that you should then have the drink, but you can't drink it in the morning, can you? Whereas Freddie thinks that you could go home and have sort of a drink. Then he could go to bed if he chooses to go to bed. And I said, well, my friend John Warrington, he did the same. He would go home after doing my programme years ago, and then he'd send me a text saying, I'm just having a very large gin and tonic. which seems to work. And so I started doing it when I was working overnights. I would go home and have a sort of glass of wine or something like that, which had been in the fridge. And that kind of worked for me. Now I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't go home, at 7 o'clock this morning, get in about sort of 10 past 8 and go, I'll just have a Prosecco. That would be fatal. Absolutely fatal. So mortgage arrears up. Some 75,500 home loans were behind by at least 2.5%. I can remember getting a letter from the Building Society, your mortgage arrear. Because what happens is, it's a generated letter by a computer. And I think you can go, I seem to remember some years ago, it might not be applicable at the moment, but you could go 3 months without paying the mortgage before you got the letter generated by the computer saying you need to bring this up to date. And then you'd pay a month and then you were back where you started again. And that's how it used to work, because some months we didn't have the money to pay the mortgage. So you can imagine what a thrill after God knows how long you actually don't have a mortgage anymore. I mean, that's why it's so impossible for young people now, especially if you live and work in London. You've got to be earning some salary to be able to afford to put down a deposit on it. It's not just paying the mortgage, it's putting down a deposit. They're looking for bigger and bigger deposits. That's the big problem for people nowadays. So I was quite glad that mine was done when it was doable. But I mean, we had interest rates at one point. I remember 15%. It was quite a lot. So I just remember thinking, the day I finished with my mortgage, going, that's nice. I like that. And then we got the money, and then we sort of, made a bit of money and shoved it into the pension pot, which is good. Nick says we're having butterscotch angel delight for Valentine's dessert. Woo! Good for you. Sorry to hear you curb your alloys regularly, says Ash. It's blooming annoying when that happens. Giving alloy gators a Google, that'll save you wheels and save you some blushes. I generally would take it back into the garage. It's got to go in actually in about 2 months' time for a service, and I'll get them to do the alloys at the same time. There's a man who comes round, they take the wheels off, they do the alloys, and it's done. And so for a brief moment, it looks fine. Because a friend of mine always moans when we actually go out on a Sunday for breakfast. We sort of park Marylebone High Street, and he said he'll always open the door and go, shall I get a piece of board so I can get to the curb? You go, what, do I need to be closer? You go, yeah, you really need to be closer. You're about a foot away from it. Steve, wish our daughter Evie a happy 15th birthday today. 15, good Lord above, honestly. That's from Emma and Beth in Hampton and Youssef. 15 years old, my God. I don't think I can even remember what it was like to be 15. Do you get presents at 15? Of course you do, actually. I've just remembered you get really good presents, which is quite nice. Just, I don't know, at 15, I say you're easy to buy for. Makeup, clothes vouchers, I mean, just everything. Nothing you need at all. Well, I hope nothing you need. Anyway, we take a short break for the news at 6 this Friday morning, then we shall come right back with more of your texts and emails, wander through the papers, see what the stories are, and you'll hear them first on LBC. I'm Steve Allen, this is Early Breakfast, and here's the news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 4 minutes past 6. We've lost the songwriting talent, the Burt Bacharach of the world. He just died the other day. He was 94. He passed away from natural causes at home in Los Angeles. Grammy-winning hitmaker Dionne Warren said online, the songwriting world has lost its Beethoven today. And the Beach Boys singer Brian Wilson tweeted, Burt was a hero of mine and very influential. I mean, he was big. To get to 94 in itself is quite, he did songs like, what did he do? I think Alfie. What's it all about? Alfie. Is it just for... I'll never fall in love again, and this guy's in love with you. Other singers, Magic Moments by Perry Como, What's New Pussycat for Tom Jones, What Do You Get When You Fall in Love for Dionne Warwick, 24 Hours from Tulsa, Gene Pitney, and Dusty Springfield's I Just Don't Know What to Do with Myself. Dum, 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 dum. Really a great talent, great talent. It's funny, actually, because you have to say to the boys, because they don't know who he is. They have no idea. You know, I mentioned Sammy Khan, who was a very big songwriter and loads of... And yet you mentioned Gary Barlow. They've heard of Gary Barlow because he wrote, you know, all the big hits for Take That. It's just one of those things, isn't it? But these people were responsible, and Burt Bacharach was responsible for writing so many hit singles. You just can't imagine how much money must have been sort of flowing through his bank account. Must be an awful lot, actually. But it was Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid that people loved. Steve, you can get things you attach to the car when you get close to the curb. Makes a noise. It stops you from curbing the alloys, says Chris. And Jenny in Carmarthen says, counting the days until we see you. Going to Little Italy in Frith Street for lunch before. Maybe a Prosecco or two. No more. No more. And Richard and Julian Orpington say, I repair alloys. I've got a mobile service. Thank you. Don't worry, I get them done at the place that services the car for me. They do it all at the same time, so you get the car serviced and then they do the alloys as well. It's good, isn't it? I think it's very clever. I'm very generous to I'm not very generous. All the people who are very generous to me, actually, which is good. You might have remembered something at 15. Neil Armstrong landing on the moon in 1969. I do remember that. The pictures were so hazy and it looked so bizarre. But when you think, I mean, that's, you know, coming from a long way, actually. A long way. So 1969, that was when Neil Armstrong landed on the moon. One of those great things. So the Tory deputy chairman backs the death penalty. I mean, seriously. It gets worse and worse, doesn't it? Also, William and Kate and their riveting time at a boat museum. The church voting to bless same-sex weddings and not a pothole in sight. This ancient Roman road in the West Country was not built in a day, but 2,000 years later it still looks good. It's a 10-foot wide street, dug up near Plymouth. Looks like a typical smooth Roman road with drainage ditches on each side. It was found during a £1 billion building of a new town called Sherford. And the archaeologists have peeled back the layers and there it is, beautifully engineered. So what's going to happen now? I've got no idea. Presumably they just cover it open again. And that's the way it goes. But I mean, it's still very clever, isn't it? A young mum's fine for holding an illegal party in the pandemic of £2,000 has been cut to £500. Neighbours complained about it, and her name is Charlotte Evans. She failed to attend court when told to pay £2,021. Another one of these ignoramuses. But they've now agreed to cut the fine to £500. Yeah, she'd only paid £150, £101.50, and failed to attend a court hearing over missed payments. You know, it's going to be deducted from her benefits because, surprise, surprise, she's not working. Ta-da! Love it. Love it. Steve, have you ever thought about writing your own song? Not really, no. No, I don't have any gifts in that department. I don't think so, actually. And, Steve, have you seen the £100,000 advert? If you find a heart-shaped Walker's crisp, I'm lucky if I get a whole crisp in a packet of Walkers, let alone heart-shaped. Yeah, because somebody's going to put their hand on it and then it just... it's going to break. It's like poppadoms, isn't it? In the restaurant, I can't wait to just break the whole lot of them. Because you can't put a whole poppadom in your mouth. You just put bits in after you've dipped it and done all the other little bits and pieces with it, which I quite like. I do like poppadoms, actually. I sometimes buy them. They do packs, little pack, medium packs, quite large packs, of mini poppadoms in Marks and Spencer's, and they do a dip. You get 4 different dips: Thousand Island dressing, sour cream, something else, guacamole or whatever. And they're quite nice. There you go. Yeah, poppadom. I've bought those before. I bought them in here. Lime and coriander, lime, mango, red chilli. Do you know, I had a red chilli curry last night. It was a Thai curry, red chilli. It wasn't as hot as I thought it was going to be. Wasn't as hot. It was nice. In fact, it was very, very nice. I might do the same. No, I can't. Because I thought I was going to have chili con carne the other day, but I didn't, because I didn't see any in there, so I didn't bother. Been to Disneyland? It's great. I've been on a few occasions, but Disney is now celebrating its centenary. But problems have plagued them, not least the most famous character going out of copyright. No wonder the execs have pushed the panic button with job cuts and the reboot of its two biggest franchises, because most of the stuff at Disney now, it's all franchised out. The shops on Main Street and things like that. So they say, could it last another 100 years? Well, it could do. I see no reason. Why not? You know, people... Listen, Father Christmas has lasted a long time. Why should Disney not last a long time? I think that's sort of quite a nice idea. While more than half of us ban food in bed, many plan to surprise our slumbering partners with a Valentine's Day duvet breakfast. Oh, please, for goodness, nobody wants a duvet breakfast. Apparently 23%, so a pathetically small amount of people, will prepare a romantic bedroom tray on Tuesday. 14% find the idea of bedroom snacks charming. Oh, no, absolutely not. No. They must be working from home. Yeah. They say such gestures can backfire. Most people, I mean, you can't eat toast in bed, can you? You get the crumbs all over the place and biscuit, and you try sitting up, and then you go put the cushion behind you, and then the tray falls over, your orange juice goes on the floor, then you put your finger in the egg because it hasn't quite cooked properly. The sausage has gone quite cold by this time. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Dreadful. No, definitely not eating in bed. No, thank you. What else do we have? The Sex Pistols still taking pot shots at the establishment. And who is this person? Oh, it's Glenn Matlock, I think. Is it Glenn? I don't know, it might not be, actually. It is Glenn Matlock. I've seen a couple of articles about him. He's obviously looking for a resurrection of his career. Whether or not there's time or whether or not there's the inclination, I don't know. There's so many people going for it. So many people going for these things. And it just doesn't take off because there's too much competition. Still to come, poor old Brittany, her family plea for her to get help. Why don't they just leave her alone? It was, she can sort this out by herself. But I think what they're doing, they're slowly driving her mad by saying, oh, we need to help her, we need to do this. If you're not into horrifying hot dogs, this one's been branded the worst by appalled football supporters. Where do you get this piece of disgustingness? Stomach-churning sausage was at Sheffield United, and it cost one unlucky punter £5.50 for a hot dog in a roll. One supporter quipped, it's £5.50 the amount they pay you to eat it. So they've got Sheffield United have been asked for comment on it. I mean, to be honest with you, most of the food that you get at the football stadiums, it's franchised out. They wouldn't know what it was. They're just taking the rent in from somebody who's flogging this disgusting piece of food. Somebody says it looks like it tested positive for COVID. It's quite funny, actually. Quite funny. But the trouble is, if you go to these matches, I always think best take your own food. It's a lot better, or eat before you go there, then you won't need to worry about it. Much easier. Much easier. What else did we have? Oh, we got another picture of dreary old Rita Ora. Really, I mean, does she just go out with her photographer all the time so they can feed back another dreary picture of her out with another ridiculous outfit on? I don't know, really. And a serving Met police officer, I told you about this one before, has appeared in court charged with rape and assault. They're just non-stop, these stories. It's just absolutely non-stop. It's ridiculous. Answers from an A1 chatbot. I don't think I know what a chatbot is. Is this thing where you can get it to write speeches and think, oh, right, it's a program. This one here, Microsoft's ChatGPT, built to answer questions, like all human, could pass all 3 stages of the US medical licensing exam. Wow, that's a bit worrying, isn't it? So answers from it can be enough to qualify as a doctor. Good Lord above. They did report that as an experiment, London graduate Peter Sieperwang used it for a 2,000-word social policy essay, which hoodwinked a university professor who gave it top marks. Oh, God. The very idea that you could be treated by somebody who's had their qualifications sorted out by ChatGPT. But you can buy these things. got to be programmed by people, but still quite clever and worrying at the same time. 6:15.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 6:20. My friend Chris just popped in. Chris M. And he said, would you do a panic room? And I said, absolutely not. Absolutely not a cat in hell. You remember we were talking about these panic rooms the other day? This is where you go into a room and they lock you in there, and there can be a number of people in, and you have to solve the puzzle to get yourself out. And I could do it with sort of Pippa and with Toby, but I just don't fancy the idea. I don't know why. It fills me with horror. I said I'd be totally useless. You know, dreadful. Steve. Perfect boiled egg. I haven't had a boiled egg for years. I don't think I've ever had a boiled egg. Have I? Not just a boiled egg. You know, as per se. I've had it in a salad, hard-boiled egg. You know, where you put sort of salad cream on the top, which is actually quite nice. Looking forward to seeing you, Steve. McDonald's to me on the way. Driving down from Suffolk, says Viv. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And somebody says your comments. This is Catherine. About tomato juice is bringing back childhood memories of me at 7, bellied up to a bar, drinking tomato juice with green olive garnish like a Bloody Mary. Oh, they used to stick basically half the herb garden in there. The reality was I was starving while the adults had their cocktails while we waited for our reservation for the Friday night fish fry. Why is it that Friday was Fish Fry Day? I never understood that. You go, oh, it's Friday, it's fish. And I used to think, oh, good, because it's what preparation? Oh, right. Yeah, fish fry. But I thought it was a religious thing. That's what I thought. But I mean, what do I know? I know nothing at all. Steve, if that's the standard of Roman roads, says Kenny, I'm going to ask the council to take the tarmac up in our village. It'd be great not to have to dodge the potholes. Yeah, I mean, the Romans built roads. They built roads. They did very good roads. Very nice roads. Steve, I thought you always say you're a diabetic and can't eat curry. No, I didn't say I couldn't eat curry. I didn't say I could eat curry. I have curry every so often, Chinese curry or whatever else. What I had to do when I first got diagnosed, it's the sauce that's in the curry. That's in the curry. That's a bit of a pusher for me. But I'm all right. I did do this red Thai green curry, and it wasn't particularly good. But I don't do it all the time. I might do it once a month. I was always told, you know, as a diabetic, you can, you know, just don't change everything straight away. Just do it slowly. You know, do it everything in moderation. It's like losing weight. Do it in moderation. You can't do losing weight and just, you know, lose weight, a ton of it straight away, because that's bad for you. You have to do it slowly. And the exercise. I tend to find my exercise is walking through Waterloo Station, trying to find where the blooming train's gone to, you know. Oh, your train will be right at the end. I'll be glad when they bring it back to where it came from, which was platform 16 or 17, but then they sort of stopped doing it, which was very, very annoying. I found a story, actually, which intrigued me. Well, it didn't actually intrigue me. I was glad they got rid of this idiot. It's a guy called Rhys Donnelly. Rhys Donnelly was on The Apprentice. Well, I say he was on The Apprentice. He's been kicked off because he's an idiot. He was told he had to leave the show, or the viewers and his TV rivals were told he had to leave the show for health reasons. No, he was drunk. He was drunk on a plane, and he was deemed unsafe to take part. A TV insider said having him on screen intoxicated and taking part in a task was something they couldn't contemplate. But they were told no alcohol. You know, you're going to Dubai, no alcohol. You're on a TV programme or you're a complete idiot. And he is a complete idiot. So kicked off, disappeared. Goodbye. Finished. You know, during his exit interviews, Rhys stuck to the line that it was down to his health. No. You were drinking alcohol. And they told you it was a no alcohol trip. And so get drunk. You pay the price. It's no good crying over spilt milk afterwards. It just makes you look even more stupid. Eating fish on a Friday, Steve, was because of the Catholic faith. You weren't allowed to eat meat on Fridays. That rule was changed many popes ago, says Barbara in Hendon. Ha, thank you. Steve, I thought the panic room was where you went to when you were being burgled, like in the Jodie Foster movie. They have a panic room in the White House. And it's basically a room where if the White House is under attack, you go into the panic room and you can stay there. People had them built into houses and in their gardens during the war, where you could go like an air raid shelter, similar to an air raid shelter, and the family could sleep in there and then you'd come outside and the house would be bombed and everything else. But panic room's different. Panic room's different. And I think it's like... It is like the not the Krypton Factory, what was I called? Crystal Maze, where you go in there, they lock you in the room and say you've got 30 seconds on this one. The panic room isn't quite as bad as that, but they do make sure that you've got to solve the problem in there. And I would be useless. You know, put this bit in here and that bit there and then turn the handle and that gives you this and then you've got to get this key and then that key will open this thing. And then once you've got that, you've got to be careful you don't drop the key in the water. Or, it was too... Anything that involves any sort of exercise of the brain, I'm afraid is just out for me. I can't do anything like that at all. I'm absolutely awful. Shamed ex-Labour MP Jared Amara jailed for 4 years. He fiddled his parliamentary expenses because he owed money to coke dealers. What a stupid man he is. And interestingly enough, he's a former nightclub boss. And he put through, I think it was something like 24,000 or something. Whatever it was, it seemed a huge amount of money for expenses. But his co-defendant and former chief of staff was given a 15-month sentence for fraud, suspended for 2 years. And he watched the trial via video link from his home in Sheffield. And then he sat in Leeds Crown Court dock for the first time. And the judge says, you know, it was deliberate, it was cynical, it was dishonest. That's the trouble. Start borrowing money, or not borrowing money, but you know, getting drugs, saying, I'll pay you back very shortly. And then you start thinking, I haven't got any money. Don't mess with drug dealers. Seriously, if you're stupid enough to get into that situation in the first place, you were really dreadful. It's an escape room, not a panic room. It's an escape room. Okay, did I say it was a panic room? Obviously. Sounds quite exciting though, actually. I think panic room sounds better because I'd be having a panic. I would be. Yeah, I'd be having a panic. I mean, I'm claustrophobic. I'm not really. Do you know, I've lost track of how many cups of teas I've had today. Every time he brings in the tea, smiles in that sort of knowing kind of way, like, you know, you'll be spending the next 15 minutes in the toilet, you know, because it goes through you fairly quickly, tea. But I think today I must have had, 1, 2, 3, I must be on my 7th cup of tea. I don't know whether that's good or bad. Is that okay? Yeah, I think so. 7 cups of tea. Yeah, you think it's the key to eternal life? How fabulous! I think it's good, a cup of tea. It kind of refreshes me. Which is good. A star of TV's RuPaul's Drag Race took his own life after struggling to cope with fame. People do. People struggle. We've seen it before, time and time again. They need to check people out if they've got any misgivings about anything. This is George Ward. Ironically, George was a qualified mental health nurse, but performed as Cherry Valentine. Now, he appeared in the second series of the show in 2021. His flatmate said he'd previously battled depression, but believed his extravagance was a mask and he'd been struggling with this rise to fame. Because people hide behind it. They hide behind these sort of things, you know, and... his flatmate called the emergency services, but they were unable to resuscitate him, and the verdict was suicide. So sad, isn't it? You know, at the age of 28, and nobody knew. We've had this before on the programme. We've discussed and said, listen, if you've got any doubts over something, for God's sake, say something to somebody. Tell a friend. Tell a friend. Everybody's got friends. We had that thing the other day on the programme where we were told that most people have got a go-to at work, somebody that you confide in. Well, I'm not going to anybody around here. You know what they're like? They're terrible. Honestly, they've been spreading it like gossip. Steve Allen told me he had 8 cups of tea today. Shh, don't tell him. But no, you have to talk to people. You have to talk to people. The one thing I'm good at is talking to people. And the one thing, you know, other people are good at is talking to me, which, you know, is the best thing you can do. So we lose somebody and, you know, it could have been sorted out. You know, if you know somebody's got problems, make sure they get help. Try and find help for them. There's loads of organisations that can do absolutely wonderful things, and that should be your first port of call. So somebody's got somebody to talk to. They might be lonely. There might be all sorts of reasons why they're feeling like that. Let's take a short break, shall we? Latest news headlines at 6:30 with Thomas Watts.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, my son told me bananas are alcoholic when ripened, and also orange juice is again alcoholic. I think not. I don't think so. You think orange juice is alcoholic? Yeah, it's like 0.000. It's like, you know, they used to say orange juice is very good if you've got a cold or something like that. They say because it's vitamin C. I said, listen, there's hardly any vitamin C in an orange. You'd need to eat a whole orange grove before anything else. And they did an excellent escape room on Lee Max, not going out very well thought out and funny with the late Bobby Ball. Yeah, I mean, that was a shame, wasn't it? He got COVID and succumbed to COVID. Very difficult, very, very difficult, because I thought he was great. When they were at their height, they were very good. Then they fell out, as people do. People start performing separately and things like that. Then they got back together again and it was good. Do you think the PM has a panic room for every day he sees the headlines? Shouldn't imagine he reads the headlines. What do you reckon? Steve, usually you'll have a fish man popping into the pub on Sunday afternoon with cockles, winkles, prawns. Yummy, says Sidcup Julie. Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen in Brentford, there's a stall outside the pub that's on the corner by Morrison's, and he does winkles and prawns and stuff like that, and so people get them. I don't think I've ever had them, but I remember thinking, that looks quite interesting. But you're right, they go round with a tray and they'd sort of serve all this sort of stuff. It's good. Another one here. So grateful to LBC for covering the concerns I have about the impact on LGBT plus lives by the church's vote, says Jane. And another one says, just wondering how you managed to wake up early as you do. I don't know. There's no secret to this. I wish there was. I go to bed early and I wake up early. I mean, some evenings I wake up at about, I go to bed 2:15, 3:15, 4. It depends. You know, it sounds as though it's a regime, but it's not really a regime at all. I go to bed when I'm tired, climb into bed, fall asleep, wake up, say, about 8 o'clock, go to the sitting room, drink some water, take my tablets, lie down on the settee and fall asleep till 11. So that's how I do it. I'm a little bit sort of ritualistic in that way, and it works for me, actually. And then I get myself ready, and I'm absolutely fine. Other people find it a nightmare. They either can't get to sleep or they find it difficult to wake up. You know, I've had people saying, oh, and when I've said, how long do you sleep for? I said, well, I probably do 5 hours or something like that. 6 hours would be pushing it. And they go, oh, I sleep for 12 to 14 hours. Are you sure you're not dead? 12 to 14 hours. I can't even imagine what that must be. But I did say, actually, when I was talking to Tom and Barry the other day, that the older you get, you don't want to waste time. You know, you don't want to waste your day. You want to sort of get up and use all the time that you've got. And there's so many things, going on in the world and the news and all the rest of it, which I think is fantastic. Dan says, Steve, the Brentford pub is the Beehive. It is the Beehive. I couldn't remember what it was, actually. He says, hope you're well. Sleeping far better now. Back to see the surgeon on the 14th of March. So sadly, no work before then, because he's had major operations. He sent me in a picture of what it looked like. It was a bit of a disaster. The pain was easing, but everybody's back to it. So his sleep is less broken than it was before. Apparently, David says, pure orange juice can produce tiny amounts of alcohol by fermenting in your stomach. I don't think it stays long enough in my stomach. Seriously, I think it passes through fairly quickly. Another one here. Somebody else was talking about these panic rooms or escape rooms, which I quite like. An air fryer. Oh, did you see? You didn't see the thing on QI? They were saying, how do you get an egg, hard-boiled egg, into a bottle? And how you do it is, you get a hard-boiled egg, you take the shell off. In your bottle, could be a milk bottle or something like that. You can't sort of get it in, but you put a little bit of paper in there which is on fire. You put the egg at the top of the bottle, and as the fire uses up the oxygen, it drags the egg into the bottle. And I remember doing this years and years ago, and I remember that it was quite a good fun. And then they actually took an egg and they said, what would happen if you smashed a fresh egg under the sea? And amazingly, normally if you break an egg into a bowl, it's all over the place. If you do it under the sea, the egg, the yellow bit, the yolk, remains in the thing and it floats around looking for all the world like it's a jellyfish. And then if you pop it, it explodes. It's amazing to watch. Seriously, I couldn't believe it. I don't know if there's a video. It was on QI last night. Sandy Toxic was saying, watch this. You know, they will smash an egg under the sea and the shell all falls away, but the egg remains in that, glutinous bit that goes around the outside. They use a gas to ripen bananas overnight, so if you chop up the skins and put around young plants, slugs won't go near them. They hate the gas. They used to, gardeners years ago, used to put all sorts of stuff in the garden, just so you didn't have to worry about things. There you go. This is the egg under the ocean, because we're watching it. This is 45 feet deep, and then you break it. Come on, break the blooming thing. Honestly. And why they cut it from there? We want to see them doing it. Oh, there you go. There you go. So they're now breaking it, and the yolk stays in the actual glutinous stuff around the outside. There you go. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? And it looks as if it's like a jellyfish kind of thing. You'll be trying this at home if you've got a 45-foot deep bath. Just imagine the sharks must be a bit scared about things like this. Steve, looks like the Waitrose meal deal has an £8.50 charge to book a slot to collect and deliver. No, you can just walk in and buy it. If you have delivery, presumably there is something. But no, the meal deal, you don't need to book a slot. You just go in and buy the thing into the supermarket. And the same of all, they're all doing it. Every single one does it. Where am I coming from today? Sure sign it's the blooming weekend, isn't it? Also in the paper, Love Island bosses are flying out a DJ, and it's going to be DJ Jax Jones, who's going out there, who's just recently acquired some new friends. Lord Sugar booted off Rhys Donnelly from The Apprentice for having too many drinks on a flight to Dubai. Joe Phillips got his marching orders. And there's some girl as well who's gone from Love Island, but I don't know who they are. They've said, so-and-so's left from Love Island. You go, yeah, riveting. Joe Lycett, certainly a very busy boy, when he's not slating David Beckham for working in Qatar. Has David Beckham given that money back? I would like to think so. That $10.5 million. Of course he won't, of course. He's going to need that to prop up the poor wife's ailing shop at the moment. Things are looking up for Olivia Attwood. And because I think they were going to put her back on, because she became ill, they were going to put her back on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, which I wasn't particularly bothered about. Because they always say, people are desperate to see her on there. I don't know, they've asked. Never asked me. The Mirror. The boy aged 3 saved from the Quake tomb. And Bill's hike is a national act of harm, says the money-saving expert Martin Lewis, who has savaged the Tory plan to axe the price cap, which is good. So how much paid out to energy firm shareholders? 84 billion. 84 billion. Unbelievable. It really is. Plus the firefighters pay offer to stall the strike. Isn't it funny? The MPs managed to get their increased salary through fairly quickly. There was no hanging around. Did they go on strike? Did they buffalo? They didn't do anything at all. They just went there and said, would you like £2,500 extra a year? Yeah, please, thank you very much. Take that. Take that. What about all the other people out there? Oh, we don't care about them. I'm not bothered about them. As long as we get our money. That's all they care about. Steve, when I was in Sainsbury's, I asked an employee where the cereal was, and he says, I'll see, and walked off. 5 minutes, I found it myself in aisle 6. See, I quite like that. Roberto. I do sometimes ask. In some supermarkets, they're very good. The training is that, as opposed to just saying, oh, it's down there, they take you to it. So they go, ta-da! And I go, thank you very much indeed. I've managed to find the meat counter, which is good. Because sometimes I can't find things. I was trying to... I tell you what I can't find at the moment. Stewed apple. I can find stewed rhubarb, stewed cherries, stewed just about everything, but I'm blowed if I can find stewed apple. Can't be that difficult, can it really? Because I do like cold apple with a bit of cream on it or something like that, a bit of creme fraiche. Morrison's meal deal is £15. Looks quite nice. They haven't actually told you what it is. They've just put pictures down of what looks like beef Wellington, some vegetables, some sort of cinnamon roll thing, and a couple of other odd-looking things. Oh, and a bottle of Prosecco. 15 quid, you can't complain. £15, that's about as good as it's going to get, isn't it, really? Kate says, I demand that Steve Allen does a stint in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Oh, no. Wouldn't be remotely interested. Don't need the money. No, don't need the money. I couldn't think of anything, that I really wouldn't want to do. It wouldn't be entertaining at all. It would be. People think it would be entertaining, but I've seen people on there who go on there, then you see another side to them, and you suddenly think, my God, they're quite revolting. I mean, I know somebody who's been, well, I know a few people who've been on them, and I said, oh, what was so-and-so like? There was somebody on from a programme, and they said they were so revolting. They thought they were a big star. And I said, that's the reason I wouldn't want to go. Can you imagine, knowing my luck, they go, oh, and Gemma Collins and Jordan are doing it as well. We thought we'd put Kerry Katona in just to liven up my day. I mean, I'd have to start drinking. No two ways about it. Oh, dear. Stephen Lee says, I've just been online and ordered the Valentine's meal, but while I was there, I couldn't believe how much competitiveness is going on. I've ended up doing a full shop and delivery for only £3. The big four charge £4, £5 and even £6. Yeah, I mean, I like the shopping, the actual process of going in and buying the shop. I need to see the stuff, but you're right, you can have it. But to pay that sort of money, come on, get yourself off your fat bottom, get out there and go and buy the stuff. Steve Allen and I'm a Celebrity. The very thought of it, as if that would ever happen. Not. I wonder how much money you could get out of it. M&S do stewed apples, says John. Oh, no, they don't. I've looked. I've been through everything. I can't find the blooming stuff. It's very, very annoying. They do all sorts of other things, but not stewed apple. Let's take a short break, shall we, for the news headlines with Thomas Watts.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 9 minutes to 7. Steve, Joe, is it not the same as apple pie filling? I don't know. I just want, because I've seen stewed rhubarb and my mother used to do stewed apple and then we'd freeze it and it was quite nice. Aldi do frozen stewed apple. You're right, actually. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to look around, actually. Steve, I ask you the same question this time every year. Are you coming to the Blackpool Magic Convention next week? If you are or were, what trick would you buy? Well, I believe that Mark Mason's got 3 new launches, which he'll be demming there. He's one of the world's best magic demos, and that's quite good. Steve, to appear on Strictly Come Dancing... I don't think so. Roy, thank you very much indeed. Roy Bond is MMC. You see, I'm MIMC. How cool is that, eh? And somebody else says, Steve, stewed apples, peel, core a big Bramley apple, cut into chunks. No, it's so much more complicated than that. You've got to put it in the saucepan and you've got to put sugar on and do all the other little bits and pieces. It just doesn't work at all. Somebody was telling me how much money you can get if you want to go on to I'm a Celebrity. And Debbie says, I've just heard about your nightly ritual for sleeping for that early start. I think it's important to have considered neighbours going to bed that early. Oh, no, I never worry about the neighbours, Debbie. We don't care about them. I don't have noisy neighbours. Seriously, and I sleep like a top. I absolutely sleep like a top. I have seriously no trouble with it whatsoever. Some people are very light sleepers. I think I'm a fairly light sleeper, but I never worry about it. I've never been woken up by anything, which actually was a bit embarrassing, because just in case there was a fire or something like that, I'd be the last person they'd be getting out the building because, terrible. Steve, can you imagine being left in a room with Gemma, Meghan, Katie Price and Brooklyn? You would panic, says Barry. Absolutely. Well, it's my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare. I couldn't even think about things like that. It's no good upsetting me on a Friday. Apple sauce takes a minute, says Liz. What do you like? Well, that's apple sauce. I'm looking for stewed apple. I don't want apple sauce. I don't want it liquidized beyond belief so you could drink the stuff. Penny in Bexley says, buy some frozen apple slices, put them in a saucepan, slowly cook it, and you've got stewed apple. Yes, you see, you make it sound so simple, but unfortunately, it's just not in my repertoire for doing things like this. I can't help it. Pete says, I've just done 3 miles on the treadmill with the most unlikely but uplifting soundtrack on my headphones, the best of Frank Sinatra. It was great. The highlight was My Way. Says Pete the Pool Man, servicing your pool, whatever the weather. That could be a slate. You should put that on the side of the van, shouldn't you? Servicing your pool, whatever the weather. As a nipper, Steve, says Mike, we'd go to Northam, which is between Southampton and Portsmouth, and collect winkles from the Solent, though technically as it's east of Cowes on the Isle of Wight, it's Spithead. Not sure I'd do it now. Yeah. I was never a great sort of fish or sort of seafood kind of person. Perhaps I should have been, actually. And another one here, somebody also demanding that I do I'm a Celebrity, get me out of it. Listen, I can't think of anything worse. I cannot think of anything worse. Steve, Waitrose and Tesco sell stewed apples, but Prince's rebranded it as apple pie filling. No, you see, I don't want apple pie filling. I can't describe it. I've seen apple pie filling. Well, you're right. Perhaps I might have to go and look for that. Peter the Black Cabbie says, I've just arrived at a pre-booked taxi pickup, miles too early as usual. So I'm parked up round the corner listening to you while I wait. But I love the show. Good for you, Peter. Thank you very much indeed. Nothing worse than arriving early, is there? You arrive early somewhere, you think, oh, God, perhaps they'll come out. You see, I'm good at coming out in the morning early. So as my car is booked for a certain time every day, I'm always ready 30 minutes before that. The moment I get notification that the car's on the way, I'm ready. And the one thing that drives me mad more than anything is when they park up. But they're miles away from it. They go, oh, it'll be here in 8. Tells you how many minutes it is. It's got a moving map and all that kind of stuff. Former Man United and France star Patrice Evra has been convicted for homophobic abuse in an online video. He was fined £890 over footage he filmed of himself after the English side beat Paris Saint-Germain at the Champions League. And in the 2019 clip, the footballer says, Paris, you are, then I can't use it's a rude word. I don't want to use it. He says, here it's the men who talk. He was not in the Paris court when he was ordered to pay £1,780 to anti-hate groups, Moose and Stop Homophobia. The judge ruled the video was filmed in private, later posted online, but it fuels hatred. Stupid man, honestly. You get some stupid... They would go, oh, well, don't worry, I didn't do that. Shouldn't have done this. Apparently Sharon in Coventry, you've been sent there quite clearly, says Aldi apple pie is too delicious. You can make stewed apples in the microwave. Steve, I'm not a light sleeper. I sleep in the dark. Dad, you see, I don't. That's another thing I'm peculiar for. I sleep in the light. Not only is it light outside when I go to sleep, but I've got, fairly thick curtains, but also I sleep with lights on in the bedroom. I don't sleep in the dark. It's odd, isn't it? Really, I'm very peculiar. I've decided I'm more peculiar than even I thought I was. Steve, try apple compote with cream and cinnamon. Oh, I have had rhubarb compote with cream. No cinnamon. Not a big fan of cinnamon. I like the smell of it, but I'm not a big fan of eating it. Sonia says, just peel and core the apple, cut it into pieces and microwave it for a few minutes. Then you can add sultanas and cinnamon to make it taste like baked apple. And Sue Ann in Stockwell says, couldn't one-off neighbours cook you some stewed apple? It's so easy. No, it's not for me. I have to plead the Third Amendment. I just have to go, I can't cook. I don't do things like that. That's why God invented supermarkets. There's no other way that I can get through. The paper's all full about Burt Bacharach, who has died at the age of 94. And what else we got? All the tributes put in everything. Which is very good indeed. The MPs, and they've awarded themselves a thing, but they can't sort out anything else, I'm afraid. Totally useless. And they're saying over in Turkey and Syria, they need everything. They've got nothing. They need food, they need blankets, they need water, they need baby stuff. They've got nothing. 20,000 people dead. And there's still the danger that there could be more tremors and more buildings just collapse before your very eyes. They've got nothing. There are appeals in all the newspapers for people to sort of just spare a thought for people, in another country who are suffering with the most awful weather, and they've got nothing. They can do with so much, and that's where we all pull together and we do our little bit. Any little bit can help, I promise you. We did it for Ukraine. You can do it for Turkey and Syria as well. Morning, everybody. 3.5 minutes past 4-ish. I'm not particularly bothered about the time today. It makes no difference. We've had the weekend. It all finishes a bit too quickly. It was actually not too bad, was it? I mean, the weather was okay. You can manage with things like that. But it just seems to be a little bit quicker than usual, which is ridiculous. It doesn't matter. No official role for Harry and Meghan if they turn up at the coronation, and nobody really gives a toss either way, do they? A 10-year-old pulled from the rubble after 137 hours in Turkey, alive. Unbelievable. But the amount that you've raised is phenomenal. It really is. I mean, the Turkish government should have been doing a lot more. They were waiting for ages. Absolutely nothing happened. No water arrived, no food arrived, no nothing. Takes another country to sort of help people out. How long can the BBC chairman stay in his job? I don't know. I mean, it just seems to be excuses, doesn't it, really? Harry Styles goes out on the town till 5 a.m. Dirty little stop out. But he did win 4 Brit Awards, which is actually not bad at all. Patsy Palmer was eliminated from Dancing on Ice. And Gino D'Acampo. You remember Gino, don't you? Yes, he's the sort of one whose businesses have just gone bust to the tune of £5 million. He's launching a music career. Perhaps he can pay some of his debts back. I would like to think that would be on the cards. And a really touching story about a couple. He had terminal cancer and he was in hospital. And so the nurses pushed the beds together. They got married in hospital, and the nurses pushed the beds together so they could spend their final days together. 5 days after that, he passed away, which is very sad, but sort of sweet at the same time. Whitehall and £144 million on their debit card splurge. My God, they're a bunch of fiddlers over there, aren't they? You wait till you hear what they've been doing with their money. And do you think the police are finally treating Nicola's mystery of the vanishing as a crime? Because I just don't. First of all, they go, oh, we're now looking at different CCTV and we've got a lead. Well, it's taken them bloody long enough, hasn't it, to get round to it? What are they doing faffing around? You know, I have a feeling this one could be closer to home than we imagine. I just don't believe somebody vanishes just like that. I mean, by the law of averages, people take their dogs for a walk on the riverbank. They do it all the time. And on this long stretch, remember, it's a long stretch of river to the sea, like 13 miles. Surely somebody must have seen her. And also, it depends where she went in. I don't think it would have been that deep. And she was a very strong swimmer. So there's something not right about it. Something, as they say, smells a bit rotten in the state of Denmark. What else we got? The pop colossus is Harry Styles. I mean, he's just basically, he's made the rest of One Direction look like they're a bunch of no marks or anything. They're not doing anything. He's still working. He's performing. He's out there. He's making a small fortune. They must be going, oh, perhaps we could have done it. But it's a bit like the Spice Girls, isn't it? The only reason the Spice Girls get back together every so often is so they can top up the coffers. That's how it works. It's good. Chris Packham speaks of school bullying, which still affects him. I thought everybody was bullied at school. I must be incredibly naive. I thought everybody was bullied. There's always somebody who said something to you, you know, either pushed in line or pushed you to the back of the queue or all sorts of different bits and pieces. Even David Lammy was bullied at school, he was telling us the other day. So now we know. The people. I was watching Dancing on Ice yesterday. It really is a dreary bunch of rubbish on there. It really is. It's just, it's very sweet, you know. I mean, they can't find any celebrities at all. They've now got rid of Patsy Palmer, but people were writing and complaining about. Wait for this, Holly Willoughby's dress, which made it look like a big wedding dress. But they say, what have they done to her hair? And they started complaining about the state of her hair. Who are these stupid people? Who are these thickos who write in about her hair? It was straight on one side and obviously a little bit shorter on the other side. Have they changed the hairdresser, somebody wrote? What do they do with you, you nosy old bat? Mind your own business. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Cheating Ben Afodu said, take me back, Vanessa. No, kick him out. Kick him out. Make sure he stays out. As I say, this isn't just recent. These cheating allegations. This has been going on for some time. But obviously, Vanessa, too busy. You know, if you've got 2 radio jobs, or you had 2 radio jobs, you've got other bits and pieces, you're not at home very often, are you? And that's where the problem lies. So he goes off to do gigs. I can't imagine who would even know who he was. He goes to, holiday camps and stuff like that. And then picks people up. You know, and so she then finds out about it, and so she kind of, and then she discovers this is just ridiculous. Why would you have to put up with something like that? You know, the only advice she would give to herself is get rid of him. He's a millstone around your neck. You know, he apparently is homeless now. Good. I'm delighted. Well, there you go. He's obviously sold one story to the paper. But no, not good at all. Not good at all. Pamela Anderson's still trying to revive a career that died about 1,500 years ago. It's going on and on and on and on and on, just because she's got a book out about how she ran up the beach in a red swimming costume, and that was it. Badly bleached hair, had sex in a car with Tommy Jones, and then somebody got hold of the film and they put it out on porno sites, and that was it. And you think to yourself, and that's your claim to fame. They don't go, oh, she'd be a good Lady Macbeth. They don't say things like that, I'm afraid. Denise Van Outen ready to make The Masked Singer return. Can't imagine why. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Actually. The first sensor to detect heart failure has been fitted, which is good news. And the fourth UFO, although we're supposed to have had them in this country. I mean, I bet we've been spied on for ages. I mean, the Looney Tunes amongst you out there will be going, well, of course, Steve, you know, the spacecraft that do come down and take photographs of us, you know, landing in Trafalgar Square, but in a cloak of invisibility, so you can't actually see them. They would understand why this has been going on for ages. The rest of us just go, it's the Chinese. I mean, who else is it going to be? Who else has got time on their hands? Takes away a bit of the heat from Wuhan, doesn't it? In any of the open-air markets. And Tyson Fury planned to demolish a house and build a mansion, but he can't. You know why? The house has got bats in it, and bats are protected by law. If you've got bats in your house, you can't get rid of them. It's like you can kill a wasp, but you can't kill bees. Bees are protected. Yeah, and if you're driving along the road and you run over somebody's cat, you don't have to do anything about it. If you run over a dog, you've got to report it to the police. Cats obviously don't rank very highly, which is a bit of a shame. Plus, queues for the farm shop at Jezza's Telly Farm. Good. I bet the locals must be fuming. So delighted. Anything that winds them up in the local council. Ghastly council. I mean, really, the worst ever. But, they were all queuing outside because they wanted to go into his farm shop. And why not? You thought that the local council would be really thrilled, wouldn't you, by somebody sort of bringing much-needed money to the area and, you know, everything else. It's these miserable old so-and-sos who live out in the sticks going, well, you know, we used to live in London, but now we've moved to the sticks and we bought a little plot of land and they've opened a bloody farm shop. I mean, I ask you. You know, so they won't be going there, but they will go. It was Tommy Lee with Pamela around. Who cares? Whatever it was somebody called Tommy. Tommy Lee, how fantastic. What else we got? The Brit Awards. I have to be honest, I think Mo Gilligan's passed his sell-by. I don't want to be rude, love, but, I mean, you need a new script writer or might try and get some comedy out of it. It's not easy. And civil servants who've been claiming left, right, I didn't even think they were back at work, but apparently they are. One here, £3,158 of catering from the 5-star Gulf Hotel in Bahrain filed under accounting, auditing and bookkeeping. £3,266 worth of goods from luxury lighting designer Mark Wood's studio filed under computer software. They're a right bunch of old tea leaves, aren't they? My goodness me. There was one here, which is even more bizarre. £64,000 on fine china and goodies from the Royal Crown Derby, the Royal Collection, and Fortnum & Mason. 15 grand on luxury flowers. £1,900 for a hot pink photo booth to accompany an embassy screening of James Bond's film No Time to Die. And £9,121 on an Airbnb for 4 staff during the COP26 climate conference. For 4 people, £9,000. Where are they staying? Plus £2,564 spent at Hop Shop on home brewing kits filed under computer equipment and services. £3,680 on purchases from Coates and Seeley, an English sparkling wine producer, under professional services. What a bunch of crooks. What a bunch of crooks. 145 million they spent. It's a lot of money. That's my money. I want it back. I want it back now. All this messing around, ridiculous. And if you feel that your relationship is in need of a boost, try giving it a label. And there are 12, believe it or not, relationship types, including emotional/logical, approach/withdraw, introvert/extrovert, cactus/fern, spender/saver, teacher/student, conventional and unconventional. All these are different relationship types. There's me thinking it came down to a bit of how's your father after the lights went out. That's what I thought it was. Obviously not. Obviously not. Plus the cancer nurses in a strike threat. Why has Rishi not sorted this out? Faffing around like an old woman. Pull your finger out. Get out there. Sort these things out. Because when cancer nurses go on strike, you know it's serious. Come on. Come on. It's ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Kim says the Looney Tunes live amongst us, Steve. Human beings. Differences? Inevitable. I know, some of them are quite mad. I can always tell by their voices. If you listen to somebody, you know, when they're talking about pigeons, which are God's creatures, we have to look after them. And I think, oh, God, the mess they make in London. Go and settle on these people's houses. Steve, herring gulls or seagulls known to the commoners are protected too. Oh, loads of, apparently, even if you attack a pigeon, you know, you can be done for something. I don't know who the hell's going to do it. I've got no idea. Probably be a civil servant. And 1 in 50 Brits claim they have sex at least 8 times a week. Who is having sex 8 times a week? Come on. I've never anything like it. 8 times in a year, maybe, and even then that's pushing it. A poll of 15,000 people found that 2% said they make love every day, sometimes more than once. Well, who are these people? Send in your name and address and a phone number and a picture of your garden, just so we can see what it looks like.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 17 minutes past 4. It's nice to have your company. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. I did out, got the car washed, usual sort of things. Did my shopping, did my little bits and pieces. I keep forgetting my password on my computer for my emails. So I can't even see them. So every time I have to change them. And then it says, we will then text you this number. But it's coming from San Diego. So it rings your telephone and you pick it up and you go, thank you for calling. It's a bit like the computer voice. The number you require is 42905. I repeat, because by this time you're like, what's going on? I can't write it down. So I missed it twice this morning, but I sorted it all out and you have to put a new password in. And then it tells you if your password is light or if it's too easy to guess. So you have to put numbers in and then uppercase, lowercase. I'm not one of these people who does, little g, small h, I, P, X, and I can't really be bothered to do it. It's got to be something I can remember easy. And so I put numbers in. It's like my password at work. Every 3 months we have to change the blooming thing. And I have to tell the producer, I have to say to Freddie, this is what it's changed to. And I just add 1 onto the number. It remains exactly the same. It's just that we sort of, the normal one that we have. I can't be bothered to keep changing the blooming thing. Andy says, you're on form this morning. Am I still barred? You know you're barred. Totally, but I don't even know why you're bothering to write. We'll never see them. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And, Steve, the average Brit has sex 6 times a week. 50 weeks a year. That's 300 times in a year. What? 6 times a week? Who in God's name has sex 6 times a week? I mean, people might think about it 6 times a week. Although, to be honest with you, you get to a certain age, you don't even bother thinking about it. What's the point of thinking about it? No point in looking back, Steve, me and my twin are 81. We're old women. but we don't faff around. Of course you do. Don't be silly. Everybody faffs around, especially at 81. Good God in heaven. I'm still working out 6 times a week. It's ridiculous. We still can't get a reply from the couple who don't like the press very much, because it was press intrusion for little Harry and Moggs, and they still can't tell you whether or not they're coming over for the coronation. Are they just particularly stupid, or they're pretending to be children? You know, you're either coming over or you're not coming over. I mean, nobody gives a toss either way. Makes no difference to us. But, you know, is it difficult to make decisions? Is your diary so busy? Wednesday, sat in the kitchen, stared at the wall. Tuesday, ran a bath. Wednesday, climbed in the bath. Thursday, sat back in the kitchen, looking at the wallpaper. So it goes on. You don't have anything in your lives to do. That's the trouble. You've promoted the book. I noticed they had loads of them left in Costco the other day, and it was cheap. But I didn't bother with it, as indeed did nobody else. But, you know, surely you can make a decision whether you're coming over here. You're just trying to make yourself sound more interesting, because you're coming over as really dim. Really dim. Either you're coming to it, you're not coming to it. If you're not coming to it, then at least have the decency to go, no, we won't be making it. I mean, nobody cares. We're not going to worry about stuff like that. And Andy says, have you watched the new season of Clarkson's Farm? I never saw it first time round. Never saw it first time round. If you enjoyed the first season, I highly recommend it. Well, haven't seen it. I just know it's called Diddley Squat, and that's it. And then the council didn't want them to have a restaurant because of all the traffic. Imagine traffic in a restaurant. Good Lord above. They're so intelligent, the council down there, aren't they? I don't know if they're Oxfordshire or something like that. You know, and there's too many cars on the road. You know, you might as well just sort of cover them over. Make them into rivers or something like that. Ridiculous. Kathy says, after 30 years of marriage, it's like 6 times a year more like. I mean, that's what I thought. Even then, 6 times a year is pushing it a little bit, isn't it? What was it Joan Rivers used to do? It said you get to a certain age, and the old man said, you go, oh, catch me tomorrow. Try tomorrow. Can't be bothered. Shane says, I was inquiring about my Vodafone account. I was speaking to somebody in the Philippines. I had to say I was in Sydney 3 times. Well, I mean, that's amazing. I told you when I did my car insurance, they're in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. I mean, that's unbelievable. All these different places. The UK appeal to help earthquake survivors in Turkey and Syria has raised more than 60 million in 3 days. I kept saying to people over the last week or so, they're dying. They're freezing cold. They've got nothing. The Turkish government, worse than useless. Worse than useless. They were saying, they were pleading for, you know, for them to give water and to get food and baby food and stuff like that, and fell on deaf ears. All they were interested in is prosecuting or arresting the people who built the buildings in the first place. And that's it. They couldn't give a stuff about anybody else at all. It's a disgraceful. We have to raise money for them. Ridiculous. 60 million in 72 hours. The death toll has hit more than 35,000 people. 35,000 people dead. 6 days on, more babies are pulled from the rubble. They seem to have an inbuilt survival thing, don't they? Babies going on. They sort of go, oh, yeah, we're a baby. We just cling on here. We'll get food at some point. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Steve, current thinking is to use 3 completely unrelated words as your passport, like cat, kettle, shoe. It's much easier to remember, says John. No, I mean, I always put numbers in mine. I always put numbers in mine. So I put numbers, underscore, I do all sorts of things, but I don't go for there, say, oh, we can recommend, you know, a number for you. I don't need any recommendations. But I did put one in, and I put numbers at the beginning and numbers at the end, and it went, yes, we like that. Whoopie-doo. Whoopie-doo. So, I mean, to be honest with you, John, I've never been hacked in my entire life. I've got all different things. And because my bank accounts are all on my telephone, it's going on my face. And if you can find somebody with the same face as me, bully. Bully for them. Today, so I've got to give blood. I don't have to. It's not a case of giving blood. They're taking blood. It's part of my blood test that you have to have if you're diabetic, and they like to check. So I shall have 3 syringefuls taken, which will be very exciting. And then I've got to go to the bank in Richmond, because we don't have any banks in Twickenham. They've closed them all down. There was a bloke the other day, actually. I was sort of sitting there waiting, and he was looking as to why the bank wasn't open, and he sort of came up and he looked in the window. I said, it doesn't open on a Saturday. He said, since when? I said, about 2 years. I said, they haven't opened on Saturday. He said, well, how are you supposed to get money out? I said, well, they've got cash machines just up there. Only at the moment, because when Lloyds Bank goes, they'll be taking the cash machines out. Otherwise, who's going to come around and fill them up? Nobody. They'll close them down. It's as simple as that. But he said, thank you very much indeed. They've been very helpful. Well, I'd like to be helpful, which is good. Jane says, my chihuahua has sex 3 times a day with his cushion. Yeah, I mean, do you know, Jane, they were doing a thing about, it's this Philadelphia animal thing where they go around and people who've mistreated animals, they take them away from them and basically put them in court and charge them all sorts of things. And there was one house that had 2 chihuahuas, and they said chihuahuas are very difficult little dogs. The reason is they think they're a big dog. They think they're a big dog, but they're in a little dog's body. And they only tend to bond with one person in the family. The rest of the time, I mean, shh, just calm yourselves down. Goodness sake. Kat says, Nick Abbott offered help with your shopping on Fridays. I don't need to do shopping on Fridays. I have delivered. He said he could polish the car. No, he didn't. He's an old man. Have you seen him? Look at him. I mean, honestly, he barely makes it to the front door here. I mean, I've applied to the council for one of these travelators that they have at the airport, and we could sort of nickname it the Nick Abbott in memoriam travelator, and he could stand on it and then sort of get as far as the front door, because it's just not happening for him. I mean, he has to use the lift. He has to get the lift on the very ground floor. I mean, most people like myself, run up the stairs like that, which is very good. Steve, Dancing on Ice has gone from bad to worse. Says Ray, this week the judge's challenge was for contestants to spin around 3 times on one leg. Whoever was working the camera was either new at it or needed a lot of training. On more than one occasion, the camera panned in and out and completely missed showing the challenge set by the judges by not showing us the contestants' feet when spinning around. So us at home saw nothing at all. Well, I mean, it should have finished ages ago. I don't know why they brought it back for. I mean, it can't be that Pip Schofield needs the money. It can't do. They've sort of dressed him up like sort of, a little mannequin, and it's very sweet. And Holly wears sort of all these sort of frocks which little girls wear. And it's all very nice indeed, but they can't find any celebrities. They put people on there you've never even heard of before. I kind of give up completely. I mean, I wish I knew who they were most of the time, but I do not, I'm afraid. And Warren said, what an afternoon yesterday. You know why? Because he went to an hotel. Oh, Sue Pollard looking very nice. And Gloria Hunniford at the Langham Hotel raising money for the Karen Keating Foundation. And they raised over £80,000 for the charity and said hello to many of your friends. Gloria was on fine form and says hello. Well, Sue Pollard looks great. I remember I went to a party some years ago at Bobby Crush's house, and Sue Pollard was there. She's very loud, Sue Pollard. And I had to leave because I come back to work or doing something. Anyway, she stands in the middle of the road, pulls the top of her sort of blouse down and shouts, Steve Allen's leaving! It's just total humiliation. Glow looks very good. Takes a good picture, does our Glow. So Warren, very nice indeed. And Angela Rippon was there. Loads of people. But nice to see Sue Pollard back in again. Thank you very much indeed. And Sophie Ellis Bextor. That's right, I know who she is. I know all these, and I think that woman there is a swimmer. I'm pretty certain. I keep sort of bumping into all these people. They sort of say, oh, yes, I know you are, and you know who we are. And I go, yeah, absolutely. But Ray says it should be taken off now. I mean, I don't know why it's still trundling on. I get slightly depressed by it when it's not there. Biggins was there. Oh, of course, Biggins. That was Sophie Ellis Bextor. Biggins will be there. Actually, Biggins turned up on a comedy show the other day. He was in the audience, and they had Julian Clary there and loads of other people, and it was good. It was very good. And Biggins was in the audience, and they called him out being in the audience. And so they've got all sorts of lovely prizes which you can bid for at this particular auction for Karen Keating. And it's lovely. And Gloria does it all the time. Cliff normally donates things, and it's just lovely. Really lovely. £80,000. Brilliant. Doesn't get any better. Steve, says Mary, as ever, you are sparkling. And an uplifting start to the week, which is a blessed relief to the nasty cold myself and my much-loved Auntie Rose currently have. I was recommending you to a lady in M&S in Brentwood, and she said they remembered you going in there when you lived in Warescott Road. No, they didn't. No, they didn't, dear. We certainly weren't there. We didn't even have, I'm afraid, supermarkets when we lived in Warescott Road, so definitely not. Steve, a website said use a very strong password. So I did, which is lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Very nice. Steve says, Connie, I feel very good about myself. On Sunday, I donated £5 to the Turkish Syrian earthquake appeal at a supermarket. Every supermarket should ask people to donate. Yeah, in our Waitrose, we have a bin for putting food in. So if you go out and you buy tea bags, buy 2 bags, buy two boxes of tea bags and put one in there, and they then distribute that to elderly people. So I sometimes put in tea, because you can't beat a cup of tea, or sort of failing that, some chocolate biscuits or something like that. But tea and coffee is what people need, and it seems to work really well, actually. So Warren sending nice pictures. Sophie Ellis Bextor was performing. This is at Gloria Hunniford's do. She always has a thing. She raises an awful lot of money. Do you know she photographs like a dream? She does glow. She really does. She looks fantastic. And lovely to see her on fine form, and Sue Pollard as well, which is good. So they raised an awful lot of money for the Karen Keating Foundation, £80,000. £80,000. And that was just in the afternoon. And people donate lovely things, and then people bid for them, so you end up with something like, I've been to quite a number of things. I haven't been to that one. A friend of mine went, and he was so worried. He said because some of the stuff was really expensive. He said, and he didn't have the money. Roger says, clearing out my attic, I found a menu from a cafe in Chiswick from 1978. Cup of tea, 10p. 10p. Oh, those were the days. I'll tell you, if you really want to see how much things have gone up, watch Only Fools and Horses. When they go and you can see the cafe board written up, egg and chips, 1 and 3pence, and stuff like that. Just unbelievable, which is good. What did you pay today for you with a friend? Glass of Coke, okay, in a pub. £4.75. I bet you anything it wasn't even a bottle of Coke. It was off the gun, off the tap. Yeah, that's the cheapest Coke they have. So what they have is they have a box of concentrate, and then they have a gas cylinder, and that pumps it into it. Yeah, they're making a fortune. That probably cost them a penny to make. They're £4.75 for that. Bloody hellfire! That's a bit too much, isn't it? A little bit too much. We don't. But the trouble is, it's because we end up paying that we sort of think afterward. I mean, I don't know, I'm just sort of a bit funny about things like that. I think that's just ripping people off, especially as it's coming off the gun. And the gun will also do orange juice, tonic, it'll do all different bits and pieces, lemonade, and everything. And you just move your hand over the thing. Oh, it's ghastly. Ghastly stuff. Steve, I don't think you'll like me for this, says Kim. I raised a wee pigeon, a squab, I believe it's called. His parents looked after him for a bit, then abandoned him. I kept the little one alive. He's now 6. Unfortunately, I've got his partner to cater for. Wee man and his partner now live on my balcony. When the boys, the greyhound lads, are here, they give them a healthy, respectful, grown-type grunt. Yes, Kim, honestly, right, actually, you've gone down in my estimation. Daniel says, LA calling, you ever been? Yeah, sadly, what a dump, isn't it? Ghastly. Los Angeles. Just on the way to airport to fly back to Heathrow. Oh, it's so much nicer to have you back home again, isn't it? Having to go there. And Steve, says Mick, interesting to hear your comments on chihuahuas, thinking they were big dogs in small bodies. I've met a few people like that. They do. That's why they're quite aggressive as little dogs go. And I spoke to somebody the other day, and I mentioned it to her. And she said, "You're so right." I said, "But I only learnt it off this American program where it's like the American version of the RSPCA. They go round and somebody will say, there's some abandoned dogs in a house. The owner has gone away and left them." Nathan Morley in Cyprus told me years and years ago, people go to Cyprus on holiday, they buy a dog, then they come back to this country or go where they leave the dogs there. They have to go and rescue them. You can't believe people are like that, can you, really? I'd have people like that locked up. I really would. Anybody who's sort of, gives cruelty over to animals who don't have any choice. There was one poor little dog. It was a shadow of its former self. You could see its bones through the body. It hadn't had anything to eat, and it was so terrified of humans that when they went in there, you think the thing was going to throw itself through the window eventually. Anyway, they took it back and they fed it up. And within 3 or 4 weeks, it was a completely different animal. They have to get them so that they can restore their faith in human beings, because they're terrified of human beings, because they might beat them and kick them and do all sorts of horrible things, which people do to animals. They do it in this country. It's not new. Drives me mad. Absolutely. I'm tempted to say, you sort of think to yourself, I can't think of what fitting punishment there would be on the cards for somebody who mistreats animals. But when you see some of these animals on this program, I think they might be in Philadelphia or something like that. Whatever it is, they have to go round, and sometimes they'll be like, I think one of them was nearly 100 dogs and cats, and they have to all take them away. They've got to deworm them. Some of them were sort of past help. They couldn't do anything about them. And you think to yourself, it's just not right, is it? You get these people who are sick in the head, really sick in the head. Not so good. But no, Chihuahuas, big dog, little body. Well, there you go. Happy birthday to Peter Gabriel today. Peter Gabriel is 73. Don't give up. I like Peter Gabriel. You probably won't remember, but he was, when he used to, before Genesis, he would sit on the stage dressed as a sunflower in roughly the same way as Leo Sayer. I remember when he first started, he used to dress up as a Pierrot, with the white clown suit and the white face. Baby. He would sit at the front, because a friend of mine went to see him. I think he was supporting Roxy Music. And very good he was too. 84850steve@lbc.co.uk. On this day in 1958, Dame Christabel Pankhurst died. And ironically, in 1977, Leo Sayer was number one with When I Need You, I Just Close My Eyes. Lovely, lovely person. What else we got today? Trying to find Albert Einstein in 1950 joined in the storm of protest against the hydrogen bomb. God, those are the days. You remember? Ban the bomb. Ban the bomb. People used to come up with things like that. Also, I just saw something. William Shockley. He was a physicist. He won the Nobel Prize in Physics for his research on semiconductors. I've no interest in that whatsoever. I'm terribly sorry. I really don't care. Really don't care. It doesn't matter. Lots of chocolates, because tomorrow is Valentine's Day. So I brought in my apples today with, I think they say, I love you on them, which was very nice, actually. Very, very nice. And Sula says, I watched Jojo Rabbit the other day. Such an amazing film. It's a tearjerker, a comedy, a fantasy and historical. My emotions were all over the shop. I was quite emotional by the end. See, I love the idea that we can recommend something and then lots of you will go out and watch it or buy it or everything else. And you go, because I always think I'm sort of increasing your knowledge of different films out there. And I thought that was so interesting. There are so many bits of it. You need to watch it about 2 or 3 times. 2 or 3 times. I felt immensely sorry. There's another one of these dreadful stories in the newspaper today, and it's been on the television and everything else, and it's about a girl who was stabbed to death in a park, in a village park. This is in Cheshire. Her body was found by a member of the public who alerted the police at around 3:15 on Saturday afternoon. She had multiple stab wounds. Police are questioning 2 people at the moment. I mean, I don't know what you say to something like that. She was only 16. Only 16. And a truly awful attack on somebody who must have wondered what the hell was going on. You can only hope that it ended quickly. But absolutely dreadful. So now supporting her family. Originally, they were sort of saying, oh, it's an escaped convict or something like that. And the people that they're talking to are 15. 15. Really. I don't know what you do with people like that. I really don't. 17 minutes to 5. The Lynch mob set to destroy our railway system. This is Mick Lynch. He's rejected the latest offer, thinks it's ridiculous and blah, blah, blah. But of course he would, because the moment they actually settle, he's out of a job. What's he got to do? He hasn't got anything else. No more pictures of him in the newspaper. No more of him turning up. Nothing at all. But it's a shame, actually, really. Mick Lynch is a bit of an agitator, recalling Red Robbo. Do you remember Red Robbo? This was a bloke who led the car industry walkout. You get these sort of people, and they think that they're doing a good job, but they're not actually, because so far the RMT have achieved nothing, apart from a lot of members of the RMT who must be really struggling. Financially, really struggling. Postmen are struggling. There's Red Robbo, the man behind the thing. He loved the old publicity. Derek Robinson was his name, affectionately known as Red Robbo. He died, actually, I think, in 2017. He was 90. So he managed to survive that long. He had a relationship with the press and all sorts of bits and pieces. As I say, every sort of generation throws up something like this. And Lewis says, will you be doing an escape room with Pippa and Toby? They reckon you'll love it. I know. I don't know why they've called this. I'd be totally useless at it, much as I wouldn't mind being stuck in a room with Pippa and Toby. I don't think I could do anything like that at all. Shane said Leo Sayer lives down in the Southern Highlands, a couple of hours out of Sydney. He's lived there for a few years now. All right. Does he do any shows or anything like that? I'd like to find out. Steve, I watched the rugby yesterday, had a sudden image of all the parakeets flying overhead. They avoid the stadium. Isn't that funny? They do a detour round the stadium. But they're ever so noisy. But I don't mind that. Steve, in the doghouse and dogs behaving badly, also very good, says Jackie in North Watford. And another one says, somebody else asked me about Los Angeles. How many times have you been there? I think about 4 times. We stayed in a hotel that all the rock stars stayed in. It's got a rooftop swimming pool, which I quite liked. I mean, I've never hankered after living in America. It's never interested me in the slightest. I don't mind going there on a holiday, but I don't want to live there. Thank you very much indeed. I'm British in my very soul. I've lived here. I shall die here as well.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. I trust we find you well. 11.5 minutes to 5. How many Valentine's cards do you reckon we will send this year? 19 million. 19 million Valentine's cards, and some of those are bought for their pets. People, seems a bit of a pointless exercise, but that's what people do. They're being sent both to and from 4-legged friends, mostly dogs and cats. Messages include, I only have eyes for you, and I met you, I licked you, I love you, I'm keeping you. I mean, come on. Might as well enjoy it, but it just seems a bit pointless giving a card to a dog, doesn't it, really? Customers queuing to get into Jeremy Clarkson's Diddley Squat Farm for its reopening following the winter shutdown. Cars were parked just to really annoy the council. All over the verges near Chadlington, despite pleas by Oxfordshire County Council for people to park safely. Follows release of the latest episode. The second series shows the farm with new animals and crops, as well as Jeremy's dealings with the local council. I mean, I don't know what they're complaining about. What a bunch of interfering old busybodies they must be down there. It's a shame, really, because all he's doing, he's created something that's very successful. Perhaps they don't like success. Perhaps they're a bit stuck up. Perhaps they think it's sort of something that's a little bit beneath us. A farm shop in the countryside. Oh, I can't imagine. What on earth have we got that for? But there you go. And Chris Packham was talking about how the bullying he suffered at school left a scar. But he said, as an adult, holding a grudge is not a way forward. Yeah, in fact, strangely, David Lammy asked his bully from school to phone him up yesterday. He hasn't spoken to him since he bullied him at school. And he invited him to phone up. I never found out if he did phone up, actually, because by that time I'd moved on a little bit, which didn't really help, actually. Thieves raided stables the other day. What were they nicking? They stole £80,000 worth of a disabled Team GB rider's specialist equipment. Paralympic equestrian Rachel Taylor was one of the targets in a string of £100,000 heists in Kent in May 2020. She said the saddle adapted for me was not easy to replace. We were all terrified. After pleading guilty to conspiracy to burgle, the following people: Frank Matthews, 27, also charged with dangerous driving, was jailed for 27 months. Jimmy Price, 28, for 18 months. And Lewis Collins, 25, also received 18 months, suspended for 2 years. What a ghastly bunch of people they must be. How awful. Robert says, I send several Valentine cards to myself because I want the postman to think that I'm popular. Aha. Ha. I quite like that idea, actually. I like that idea. Actually, that's always I'm always totally convinced that there will be a girl. Because at the station, at Waterloo Station, they're selling flowers and everything, but so expensive. And I think that somebody will buy them and then pretend that they've been given them. And they'll sit on the train nursing them, and everybody else will be looking, going, don't like you at all. That's what'll happen. Steve, I remember Greenham Common on the news for years, people chaining themselves to fences, but I can't remember why. Oh, the Greenham Common women were legendary. I used to live down the road from where they were. We used to get the Greenham Common women. I mean, they turned it into an art form, campaigning again. They didn't want any of the flights that were coming in and out and all the other things at Greenham Common. They really did. It's still there, Greenham Common. But the ladies and people came from all over the world to go and join the Greenham Common women. Literally, it was like, you know, a number of communes up there. When I was younger, that's where they were. There you go, RAF Greenham Common, big place. But I mean, there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. They wanted it nuclear free. They came to fight the war and they stayed for the feminism, and there were loads of them. Used to annoy the hell out of the police and all the rest of it. I thought they were good. And did you know if you go to Costco in Sunbury in August, when the ULEZ charge starts, it will cost you £12.50 every time, says Matthew, because the 3 ones... Well, I don't have to pay ULEZ. I don't have to pay it. I'm exempt. So other people might have to pay it, but it certainly doesn't apply to me. I just say, I'm Steve Allen, and it just disappears. No, I don't have to pay any ULEZ fees whatsoever. My car is too new. It's the older cars that they're doing for it, but not me, Matthew, not me. I don't have to pay 1 penny piece. Thank you very much indeed. If you're struggling to nod off, we get lots of people saying, "Oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? You know, to get to sleep?" And the answer is apparently a cup of tea. Now, I thought a cup of tea had caffeine in it and tannin and all these other. I mean, how is that working? But apparently, a study says anything from a traditional builder's brew to chamomile, green and herbal varieties could do the trick for those who suffer from sleep loss. There's a tea advisory panel looked at 33 studies, and it found that 2 cups before bedtime help relieve stress, a major factor in disturbed sleep. It's either that, or if you're overweight, you get sleep apnea. And sleep apnea is where you find it impossible to sleep, so you end up being in a bit of a dream, I think, where you sort of you didn't sort of get your proper amount of sleep. I've got a couple of friends who've got sleep apnea, and they get these machines, and you sort of plug yourself into it, and it gives you oxygen when you're sleeping, and that's supposed to be better for you, because otherwise, you know, you're this side and that side, you're tired, you become listless, and so it's a number of reasons. Either you're overweight, or you drink, or you smoke, or you drink coffee before you go to bed and stuff like that. The idea is that before you go to bed, or, you know, in the afternoon, go out and get some air, go and get some exercise, have your tea, or your dinner, or whatever it is, then it'll be fine. Then you should get the sleep. And also make sure that you've got a window open in the bedroom. I know that seems a bit ridiculous, but you need fresh air in the bedroom. My mother was a big believer in fresh air. I, of course, would always want the window closed. But my mother would come in and open it during the night, so we get fresh air. And that was also very good as well. That was very, very good. There you go. What's this? Mushroom powder. Wow. You put it in a cup of tea. It's not cheap, is it? 36 quid for mushroom powder. The calm mushroom can help calm the nervous system, reduce stress, support the immune system. I think all these sort of things are so expensive for people. It's like, so it's mushroom powder. Why don't you just sort of get mushrooms and stick them in a cup of tea? I mean, don't just sort of condense it down. I don't understand why it would have to be, mushroom powder. But then you sort of pour in the hot water. So add your favourite milk. What do you mean your favourite? What's your favourite milk? Just normal stuff, I should imagine. But there you go. So, but that's ever so expensive. That's £40. I haven't got £40 to spare. It's an awful lot of money, actually, isn't it? I think so. But mind you, I discovered years ago going to Holland and Barrett, the health food shop. I mean, you need an arm and a leg and a third mortgage to buy some of the stuff. It's so expensive. So expensive. But if you are thinking of sending Valentine's cards to yourself, make sure that you write them all in a different hand. And then my postman wouldn't believe it anyway. If I start getting all these Valentine's cards. It'd be ridiculous. Oh, I tell you what I watched on the telly yesterday, and Wayne will like this, my trolley dolly friend. They did Kips, which is, it was half a sixpence, only it was with Charlie Stemp. And it was done at Chichester, put on by Cameron McIntosh. And he's very, very good. And I just wondered if it was out on DVD. But it was really good, put on single tune. And it flashbang, what a picture, what a photograph. And so it goes on. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, did you know that 42nd Street returns to the West End this summer? I know you love it, and it's my favourite musical. Unfortunately, it's not at Drury Lane, so it won't be quite the same. Where's it on? Where is 42nd Street on? Because it's a big show. I mean, at Drury Lane, it was fabulous. I went there with a friend of mine, and we just loved it. We had booze on the balcony and all the rest of it. It was lovely, actually. We really enjoyed it. My friend Jordan. So 42nd Street. Oh, is it doing at Sadler's Wells? Is it? Oh, right. Jonathan Church and Shuffle Off to Buffalo. Oh, it's great. Have you ever seen it before? Go see it. Sadler's Wells. Oh, it's at Sadler's Wells. That's okay. The bus stops right outside the theatre. You get the bus, it'll drop you right outside, and they're running through from June to July. Go and see it. If you've never seen it, if you're a certain age, you'll love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you, Wayne. Very much indeed. It doesn't matter. Mushroom powder, Steve. 40 quid? Blimey. For that price, I'd want it to read me a bedtime story and sing me a lullaby and rock me to sleep as well. 40 quid? Never heard of such a thing. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. Earl Grey, Steve, does a trick for me, says Lawrence. And Roger says, that's it. The Mayor Sadiq Khan will be sulking. Now he won't get any money out of your pocket for you, Les. Yeah. Car's too new. Whoopee! I knew there was an advantage. I couldn't think what it was. Roses are red, violets are blue. Sorry, Paris will be much hotter than you. Vous Valentine's Day. Because they say it's going to be good, and we are going to be warmer than Paris. But snow and ice are on the way. Oh, good. I'm so thrilled. Just as all my daffodils start popping up. Snow and ice just to completely ruin them. Stacey Solomon's given birth. This is child number 5. Basically enough for a football team, very nearly. Joe Swash still covering that funny hair of his up with a baseball cap. I mean, getting a bit on a bit, and if you're wearing a baseball cap, poor soul, but, got to do something. And Barry Manilow, one of the all-time great kings of crooning, at the age of 79, he's showing no signs of slowing down. He's celebrating 25 years of playing Las Vegas. He's launching a new Sin City show this week. So the fans will be out for Barry Manilow. They love him, even though he looks like he's had too much surgery. He is 79, and he will do the songs that make the young girls cry.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday. I know. Nobody likes Monday. Everybody hates it. Everybody hates Monday. They go, oh, why can't the weekend be 4 days? And then we could just have a 3-day week. And that'll be enough. The producer's trying these mushrooms. £40 worth, apparently, which is going to give him boundless energy. Because it seems to have two effects. It sends you to sleep, and then when you wake up, apparently you've got boundless energy. I can't quite see how mushroom powder does exactly the same thing. And it's called Dirty. Its ability to calm down the nervous system and induce relaxation means that reishi can help you sleep longer and more deeply. You can just imagine us on the phone. Freddie, pick up the bloody phone. Freddie, no, nothing at all. But apparently, studies have shown reishi can significantly improve NREM sleep time and has often been said to make people dream more. He doesn't want to dream more. The last thing he wants to do is dream more. He's living the dream at the moment. Doesn't have to dream more for 40 quid a month for a spoonful of this stuff. God, honestly. But I don't understand how it does two things. But apparently it's great for fighting off allergies and viruses. I mean, to be honest with you, give it a pile of bricks, it'll build you a house at the same time. So it's reishi mushroom powder. I mean, I thought that presumably you could put it in the oven and you could sort of bake it till it's hard and then just put it in a liquidizer and grind it up, or put it in a pestle and mortar. And it's exactly the same thing, isn't it? Unless they've added ingredients. We don't know. But he's bought it. Can't do anything about it. You can't turn back time. Well, I can turn back time. You can't do that, I'm afraid. You can't do it. So you have to sort of go with it, and you get a little pot of it. He's quite excited, actually, by sort of having, boundless energy popping up just when he least expects it. He'll be sitting here going, I'm so tired, Steve. Woo! No, I'm not. Look at this. Yeah, come on, go run a marathon. Come on. Aaron will be going, you're doing it by yourself. You're not all doing it, I'm afraid. Definitely not. Steve, sleep apnea, says Jan, is when the breathing stops and starts while you're asleep. Doesn't matter. It doesn't normally wake you up, but leads to feeling tired during the day, caused by your airways relaxing and narrowing. I know, they did a thing the other day on women who don't snore. Because everybody snores. I mean, I don't know if I snore or not. Nobody's ever said anything. Steve, regarding sleep, I'm the martini man. Any time, any place, oh, wait a minute, I've lost it. Sorry. Any time, any place, anywhere. And believe me, flying the Queen 747 around the world, I need all the sleep I can get. Think fog here in Liege right now. JJ 747. Actually, I am also martini man. I can sleep anywhere. I have no trouble sleeping anywhere. I sleep with lights on. I can sleep on a floor. I can sleep on a train. I can sleep in an aeroplane. I can sleep anywhere I like. I don't have any problem. If I wasn't working, I could go now. I could just, if somebody wheeled a bed in, I'd be on it, bang, out for the count. We could get a good radio show, couldn't we? Steve's in the bed now. Let's tickle him, see if it works. Lawrence says, is that mushroom powder legal? He bought it from a health place. It's well done. I mean, I don't believe it either, but there again, it might work for him. Who knows? We shall find out, won't we? If by tomorrow morning he's sort of become a live wire and starts, Carl Steve, yeah, woo, woo, baby, down with the kids, and all that kind of stuff. God knows where it could all end. God knows. On Breaking Dad yesterday, says Emma, they showed a woman in Costa Rica who has a large plot of land where she runs a sanctuary for thousands of dogs. Amazing, seeing them all go for a walk, dragging her round, actually. Chamomile, says Joe, I call my nighttime cup of tea. Knocks me spark out. Doesn't last long enough, though. I'm awake again a couple of hours later. Valerian tea is the best. I can't find it anymore anywhere. Oh, somebody will know where these things come from. And, Steve, I thought I was listening to one of your podcasts, but no, I'm listening live. A lot of the live content sounds very familiar to me. Really? Is she back now? Oh, I didn't think so. A lot of the live content. I'm just quite excited the fact that we've got all these podcasts. Thousands of the blooming things. Love Island's female contestants have apparently snuck out of the villa to head to Casa Amor in the latest episode of the reality show. In Casa Amor, they were then told they were being joined by 6 new male contestants and would spend some nights away from the other fellas. So they've got the new entrants include Frankie Davey, Kane Reid, spelt with a K, Ryan Weekly, Maxwell Samuda, wait for this one, Bailey Mummery. His name's Bailey Mummery, and Martin Akinola. And they're all joining. In other words, they're so sad that they can't find somebody to go out with, that they have to join a television programme. It's very embarrassing, isn't it, really, to have to admit that you're a failure. And you have to go on there because it's the only place you're ever going to find anybody at all in your life. 84850. You won't get a couple of million. They won't get a couple of million. They'll be very... I mean, most of them make nothing at all. Most of them make nothing at all because we've all been put through the mill on it, haven't we? That's what we've got. The best thing I found, Steve, to get to sleep is to listen to the recordings of the shipping forecast. Dogger Bank, Finisterre, 40-30. I always wonder if fishermen bobbing around on the sea are seriously really interested in the fishing forecast. I think they just put it out there because they've been running it for years and nobody's ever checked whether anybody listens to it. Because let's face it, most fishing vessels, they've got their own blooming. They know if there's a storm coming up, and they don't need to be told by somebody hundreds of miles away. The BBC has confirmed 2 more series of the hit show Call the Midwife. Oh, good, lovely. And prisoners are moaning they're not getting enough porridge. They've said the portion sizes are too small and they're served cold junk. They've done a letter to a comms paper called Inside Time. An inmate at HMS Bure near Norwich even gripes that the quality of the grub is worse than the 80s. Well, you shouldn't be a tea leaf then, should you? And end up in Nick. It's your own fault. I'd take all the food away completely. Ridiculous. It bemoaned that the breakfast staple porridge was no longer on the menu. He says, I remember when every prisoner got a cooked breakfast every morning, including porridge. Now they throw a plastic bag with a stale roll at you. Well, I'm sorry, that's why you're in prison. What, are you really thick? Answer, yep, you really are. Oh, look, another picture of Maya Jama. Loads of pictures, very little action, very average presenter. She does Love Island, and sometimes she features, sometimes she doesn't. But for some reason, she turned up at the Brit Awards. Can't imagine why. What she's got to do with music, God alone knows. And the number of kids in Britain named Leo has rocketed by nearly 350% since Lionel Messi made his professional debut for Barcelona. So why are they calling them Leo then? What's that got to do with it? His name's Lionel Messi. But the 35-year-old superstar footballer who goes by the name of Leo is considered by many of the greatest players of all time since making his debut. Oh, don't tell David Beckham. You'll have a right tantrum over that one. Not much better than David Beckham. Oh, God. God help us. And apparently there is a new sport in which competitors slap each other senseless, which could be deadly. It's called Power Slap. It's a new mixed martial arts show produced by UFC president Dana White. Contestants take turns to whack each other around the face to win the Power Slap League tournament. There's some very stupid people out there, aren't there? Really very stupid. I mean, can you imagine having a little game of that before we start the programme every morning, slapping people around the face? People don't go for that, do they, really? Workers long to be their own boss, with 2/3 saying they want to become self-employed. Trouble is, if you're self-employed, you really have got to work. Don't work, no money. You've really got to go for it. And mass serial killers are motivated by sex, while female mass murderers are in it for the cash. Yes. I don't actually believe that. Another load of old rubbish. And have-a-go heroes who caught a thug who attacked a homeless man have been thanked by the police. Sean Brown battered and stabbed his victim with a bottle in Worthing. The defendant was quickly detained, and Lynette Atkins, Detective Constable, says, I'd like to thank the public at Lewis Crown Court. Brown of Worthing, says Sean Brown, pleaded guilty to grievous bodily harm, was jailed for 7 years. You enjoy yourself in prison. Let's hope it goes longer, shall we? And a drink driver who reached 100 miles an hour before crashing and killing a female passenger on Christmas Day has been jailed for 10 years. I mean, to be honest with you, the fact that somebody died and all you get is 10 years doesn't quite seem right to me. Does it seem right to you? They were doing one of these police things in Australia. Did you know the police over in Australia are completely different from our lot? Completely different. Would you like to come back with me to the station to do a breath test? And they go, no, not really. Oh, okay, then. Do you have a They ask everybody, do you have a licence? It turns out more than 80% of these people they stop don't even have licences. This woman was drunk 3 times over the limit, never held a driving licence. And they were laughing and joking about, oh, you better come back to the station then with me and we'll do a thing. And she was 3 times over the limit. Never had a driving licence, a complete and utter dipstick. Really. Terrible, terrible, terrible people. Steve, I drink Valerian tea. It's like going out of fashion. Sainsbury's has its own brand, says David in Cranley. There you go. There you go. And one that says, I've got a recliner. And whenever I sit on it, looking forward to a TV show, I'm often in Noddyland and miss the show, says Roger. Oh, I'm like that on the settee. I'm like that seriously on the settee. The moment I put my feet up on the settee, gone. Gone completely. It's just ridiculous. It really is. I pull my little sort of fleece thing over me, and so lie down. It's just, you just go. I can't help it. I can tell you the precise moment when I go as well, because I can feel myself go. I think in a minute I'll go now. I can just tell I'm gonna go really badly. Michelle Collins makes the papers. She wants to land a role on a saucy drama, Sex Education. She's hooked on it. She says, I love Sex Education. I've not seen it, but a lovely picture of Ruth Maddock in her final TV role before she died in December. It's called Beyond Paradise, and it starts on February the 24th. Denise Van Outen is primed to make a sensational return to The Masked Singer. She'll be back on the singing contest for this weekend's big final, and we'll see her make a special appearance as Fox, the character. I don't know why. No idea why. And I do like Would I Lie to You? Lee Mack is going to be a guest on the panel. He'll be helping regulars Rita Ora, Mo Gilligan, very unfunny, Davina McCall and Jonathan Ross to guess the identity. Rita Ora, yawn, yawn, yawn. Goodness sake, Lord save us. Can't they find anybody else now? I mean, it was bad enough suffering with Mo Gilligan at the Brits when he really wasn't very good at all. It was a little bit disappointing.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. Somebody else talking about this. I've never even heard of Valerian tea. I need to try these things. Real IQ, Steve, I've enjoyed Scott's for years. Great restaurant. Recently, I've started getting emails from them about a new one they've opened in Richmond. Oh, it's been going for a little while now. Since it's your neck of the wood, has it been, have you been to the new one? And if it's so, yeah, they're absolutely identical. Absolutely identical. Same furniture, same everything. Same everything. And you get a lovely view over the river, which is quite nice. Very nice. Gary says, remember the miners' strike when I lived in London? I remember the electric going off. My mum would get the candles out. Yes, that's where most of the babies came from, wasn't it, during the miners' strike of 72? Like Mick Lee, Scargill still got his salary while the miners and their families suffered. Yes, he's still going. Arthur Scargill. That's what I find absolutely unbelievable. He's still alive. I can remember my dad trying to read the evening news by candlelight or just listening to the battery-powered radio. Yeah, I mean, it did. When they said it went off at 6 o'clock, it went off at 6 p.m. You know, you get 1 minute there, then all of a sudden, bang, gone. And you'd have to go around turning everything off for when it came back on again hours later. So most people went to bed early. And what do you do when you're in bed early? Can't read a book, can you really? Because you've got no electric. So most people are at it like rabbits. I mean, it was a very popular time, I think. Children were born all over the blooming place. Yeah, finally, more than 6 times a week, I tell you. That miners' strike had a lot to recommend it. A lot to recommend it. But it was just odd because everything went off. You know, all of a sudden, everything be plunged into darkness. It was terrible. So you just had to get ready with the candles for when it all went off. It was the only way you could do it. And if you used to blow dry your hair, well, forget it. Forget it. Steve, says Patrick D., after badgering on for months, we've now actually moved into our new home in lovely Manningtree. The wife has to drive to work today. She does 2 out of 5 at the office and is moaning, but the Steve Allen Show makes her smile. Well, there you go. I mean, that's it. It's Manningtree. It's the Steve Allen Show. What else can I tell you? Which is nice. Steve, on the usual, says Mark in Purley. 502, Thameslink from Purley, 0510 East Croydon. Have you seen this female sculpture outside Harrods? Talk about art. And did you see Sam Smith's outfit? Yeah, I've seen this one. I quite like it, actually. I like these sort of things. But Sam Smith's outfit at the Brits, what's the matter with him? Is he is he an attention seeker? Is he insecure? What is it? It was done before. That was worn by, something very, very similar, David Bowie, years and years ago. And, I'm not really a particular fan of Sam Smith. I appreciate the fact how the business works. I understand that. It's just that I looked at it and I thought, how'd you go to the toilet? How'd you go to the toilet in there? Is there a zip at the front or something like that? I don't know. Hey, look at that. This is outside Louis Vuitton's. That's quite... Oh, did you see that? Was it quite nice? Yeah, okay. I prefer the giant child with a painting brush in the hand. I like that better. Yeah, I like that better, actually. I'm quite into some of these sort of things. I've noticed that there's one company have moved out of New Bond Street. Is it Mulberry? I think they've moved out because of all the VAT and all the ridiculous things. So they've moved out. Hopefully everybody else will follow the same course, and then it'll be different. Steve, I don't sleep brilliantly, hence why I'm listening to you. My wife makes up for it. She's been able to fall asleep, stood up, leaning in the corner on a train. I'm very jealous, says John. Oh, I could probably do that as well. I don't think I'd find that very difficult. I really don't. I have no problem sleeping, which is very frustrating. I realise for those people who go, shut up. I can't sleep. Day off today, Steve, after 6 12-hour shifts. I was looking forward, Tim, to listening all of the show, but overslept. Only just woke up. My sincere apologies. Letter from your parents. Okay, just send the letter, apologising for the fact that you overslept. We can't put up with things like this. It's just wrong. It's very, very wrong. We have to be here from 4 o'clock. Rishi praises the Sun readers as the Quake appeal tops 1 million. Yeah, well, I have to say that. But, to be honest with you, I would rather, not only, it's very nice that he did that, but I'd rather he sorted out the nurses' pay and everybody else's pay, please. Thank you very much indeed. Meanwhile, over on the Great Wall of China, they were having to cling on because they have snow on the Great Wall of China. And so people were falling over all over the place. The girl of 2 pulled out of the rubble in Turkey. 159 hours she survived. It is an act. Oh, another picture of dreary old Maya Jama. That's all she does now, isn't it, really? I feel a bit sorry for her. But Sam Smith was furious after their Brit Awards performance was almost axed following a technical glitch. You can imagine, can't you? Oh, God, the tantrums must have been dreadful. The egos at the Brit Awards. Good heavens above, what's Amanda Holden wearing? Not very much. And Strictly stars were kept awake on the last leg of their live tour by boy racers, using the streets around the hotel as a racetrack. Some of these little boys, they've got these sort of really silly little cars, and they've cut holes in the exhaust. We get them around our way as well, and it goes, and it really makes a lot of it. Seriously, the noise is unbelievable. If I was a police officer, I'd have them out the car would be lifted up and destroyed. Ta-da! End of problem. Steve, so all today's 50-year-olds can thank the 72 strikers for their very existence, says Roger. I would think that would be fair enough, yes. Because there was nothing else to do. You could listen to the radio if you had a battery radio, but, if it's pitch dark, you're going to go to bed. You're not going to sort of do anything else, are you? You're going to just want to sort of go to bed, do what people do, cuddle up to Teddy and try and go to sleep. But it's a bit difficult at 2 in the afternoon, isn't it? Doesn't quite work the same, I'm afraid. What else we got? Patsy Palmer dressing as Ginger Spice. She's out. What long legs? Very long legs. Anyway, she's 50. Looks good on 50. And they've got poor old Joey Essex on something. I don't know what he still does, actually. I can't quite work out Joey Essex, whether he plays stupid or he really is stupid. Bit difficult. The early warning sensor of heart failure the size of a pen lid has been fitted to a UK patient for the first time. This is Fire One. And it's implanted using a small catheter placed in a vein at the top of the leg. I don't like catheters. I don't like catheters at all. I've got a dread fear of these sort of things. But they're then given a detection belt to wear. The sensor constantly checks fluid in the body as elevated levels suggest cardiac problems. I don't like anything like that, actually. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun to me. I said to them when I went in and had all my prostate sorted out, I said, I'd do anything not to have a catheter fitted, thank you very much indeed. And they came back and they said, well, we've had a good look at it, and we don't think you need to have a catheter fitted. Well, thank the Lord for that. Thank the Lord. I couldn't bear anything like that. How that was going to be working, I've got no idea, but not my sort of thing at all. Sorry, pardon? Really? Oh, right. Oh, well. Right. Andy. Prince. Not really. Loathed. He has become, they say, the Millwall of the royal family. The Millwall of the royal family, which is a reference to the football club fans' boast about being disliked. Nobody likes him. Yeah, but the funny thing is, nobody liked him before all this blew up. So it's not like we've only just discovered a dislike of Andrew, thank you very much indeed. We don't like any of them. We don't like him. We don't like Sarah Ferguson. We don't like anything. You know, it's just there's something about him that is terribly disagreeable. You don't have to like somebody, and nobody likes him. But we'll wait and see. He strongly denied all these claims and yet paid £12 million over. I can't quite get to grips with it. And how long does it take you to eat 12 quarter-pounder steaks? 4 minutes and 50 seconds for some bloke. He had 12 of these things. His name is Max Stafford, also known as Max versus Food. And he demolished the medium rare steak, and it weighed 3 pounds 2 ounces. 3 pounds 2 ounces, and he did it in 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Max recently won 2 other contests. He downed, this I can't believe, 102 Jaffa cakes in 3 minutes. 102 Jaffa cakes in 3 minutes, and a kilo of Frosties in 6 minutes. A kilo of Frosties. I mean, I quite like Frosties, don't get me wrong. Very nice indeed. But that seems an awful lot of Jaffa cakes, doesn't it, really? Very exciting. What else we got? A council told to pay £300 compensation over noisy bin men. Apparently, a resident said the racket of 3 weekly collections, blimey, 3 weekly collections, that's going well, isn't it? Disturbed his sleep and caused stress. He recorded the noise from the 4:30am to 5:30am commercial pickups in Basildon. An ombudsman agreed that the local council failed to investigate properly, and so they were ordered to apologise and pay up for the inconvenience. So he's got 300 quid out of it. I'd start sort of turning down the telly and the radio and seeing how much noise your refuse collectors make, which is very good. And another one here. Wait a minute. I have to quick check, actually. Steve, if you're part of the working class, you wouldn't be so quick to judge others in the public sector, says Elaine. Yeah, I would. Exactly the same. Why would it be any different? Why would it be any different? I am part of the working class. What are you talking about? I'm not independently wealthy. I'm working class. Very working class. And judge everybody. Everybody's got an opinion, Elaine, like you've just had an opinion. So there you go. So who's the guilty one now? Steve, if you're... another one here. I woke this morning to no power in the house. Something has tripped. That was the thing, wasn't it? You know, sometimes you couldn't work out why it kept tripping. You'd push the box up again, and then all of a sudden you turn on the blooming thing would go again. Turned out on one of them I had water in the oven, condensation in the oven, and that meant it kept tripping. It just drove me mad. Absolutely crackers. But it doesn't matter. We survived. We got through it. We're all right. Still to come, Harry on the town, another picture of boring old Maya Jama. Dear God in heaven, does she ever work, or does she just sort of pop up at these events where somebody does her hair and makeup? Also, NHS staff sick with long COVID now face losing their jobs as Tory ministers cut off support. Front page of which paper? Mirror, thank you. And cheating Ben. Take me back, Vanessa. OK, advice to Vanessa. Get rid. Quick as possible. Which would be very good. Harry Styles celebrated his 4 Brit Awards with decadent Las Vegas-style partying, and he went clubbing. But then you see, he's a good boy. He pays back afterwards. He'll go out. If he's got to work somewhere, do the gig, he'll work and do the gig. He's not one of those liggers who turns up all over the place. But he did very well. Another picture of Mayor Jama again. They must go. Oh, not her again. For God's sake, send somebody else out, please. Do us a favour.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Jeff is in Telford. I've never been to Telford, but I quite fancy the idea, actually, of it. I probably won't get round to it, but I mean, it's one of those things on my bucket list. And Roger says Elaine must be under the impression you can't possibly drive a Bentley if you're working class. That was the whole idea. All the working class people drive Bentleys and things like that. That was the thing, wasn't it, years ago? You didn't find many Max Bygraves, all these Paul Daniels, all these people, all working class. But Elaine obviously doesn't understand that. But it doesn't matter. Everybody's entitled to an opinion, just that she's wrong. I loved it this morning. Who was arguing with somebody? Oh, it was Nick Abbott, trying to explain to some caller who really got the wrong end of the stick about whatever it was. And Nick said, no, you're wrong. He said, that's what I'm telling you, you're wrong. You know, and you don't understand. And this bloke was he had such a feeble argument. I can't even remember what it was. It was so feeble. Cheltenham have declared a war on we at this year's horse racing festival. This is to stop shameless punters urinating in public. Apparently the Gloucestershire Towns Borough Council said it's had enough of people ignoring temporary toilets and relieving themselves brazenly. So hydrophobic paint to repel liquids is being offered to residents and businesses for the first time. And they've got 250,000 racegoers going. So they've got this thing now that it means that you don't sort of stain walls and stuff like that. We have it in Twickenham whenever the rugby's on. For some inexplicable reason, the rugby goers, male, sometimes a few females, forget to go to the toilet when they leave either the ground or they leave the pubs. So they decide that they'll wee in doorways, they'll do just about anywhere, really. And it's supposed to be sort of cleaned up. Who by? I've got no idea. You know, in one town, I remember seeing on a police thing some years ago, they took out a bucket of water with a disinfectant in it and got these people to mop down. Some of them were so drunk they didn't even realise that they were having a wee in public. But you get it all the time. Around here, we've got the City of London, London toilets, and it's like a plastic thing, and you wee in it, and it's, I don't know how to describe them. They're like it's a urinal in the round, and I think there are either 3 or 4 spaces for you to sort of slip in, as they say, and go to the wee. It still doesn't change anything. People still wee in shop doorways. I've walked into the square on numerous occasions to find somebody weeing up against a flower bed or something like that. Of course, I always say the same thing to them. Any bigger, it'd be a willy, you know, and, always makes them feel a little bit better about life. I felt a bit sorry for 2 people the other day. They were working in a Mars factory. And believe it or not, they fell into a vat of chocolate. How you fall into a vat of chocolate, I've got no idea. They were doing maintenance work when they fell into this tank. Luckily, it was partially filled. I mean, whether it was hot, cold, or what, I've got no idea. So rescuers cut a hole in the bottom of the tank to free them. And they were taken to hospital. This is in Pennsylvania. And the workers had not been authorised to work in the tank, so were not trained about safety. So Mars Wrigley were fined $14,500. You imagine falling into half a vat of chocolate? No, they were alive, as far as I know. They were taken to hospital in Elizabethtown. Imagine falling into a vat of chocolate, which is a bit Willy Wonka-ish. I mean, I don't think I'd fancy it. I'd be quite worried about things like that. Just imagine if it had been boiling. I mean, that would kill you straight away. They'd have to get rid of the chocolate. It would have sort of tainted it. You'd have to go and make another batch or something. Imagine. I love watching all these programmes on the telly. How do they do that? Most of the time, I couldn't really care less how they do it. but they were showing us how to make things the other day, and it was all really quite lovely. And I remember thinking, do people ever realise how they make things? You know, like pencils. How do you make pencils? And then I thought I was the only one who cared. Nobody else cared about it. They'd all sort of, you know, I'd say to somebody, do you ever realise how they made pencils? And they'd look at me and they go, what for? I go, because it's really interesting. And they go, no, it's not. And I go, I think it is, because they've got to put the lead in there, and then they've got to make the pencils, and then they could do different coloured pencils, and that's really interesting. And they went, no, it's not, Steve. I thought it was really interesting. Like, how do they make boats? You know, they showed you how they make boats and how they make, you know, jam and how they make, all sorts of exciting things. You know, you've always got questions about how they make stuff. No, just me again. It's just me again, just facing around. You're not with me at all. It's interesting. Yeah. I mean, how do they make this studio? Well, this I don't care about. I've got no idea. I've seen them doing these studios because they build them. We have people who come in and they can put studios together, and they come in bits and then they put the screens in, because this room that we're in used to be 4 little studios, little booths, and then they sort of opened it up, and now we've got basically 2 rooms, you know, one that I sit in by myself, and the 2 boys sit the other side of it, and it works quite well, actually. It's quite nice, but we've got so many televisions, and of course you know what Nick Abbott's like. He turns everything off. Seriously, I think he's on a kick to reduce the electric bill for Global. I think that's what it is. It's just he hasn't told anybody about it yet. And I know he has lights off. I know. Everybody's got little idiosyncrasies, you know, about how they operate. My friend, I won't tell you who it is, he hates people watching him working. He's got a thing about it. You know, he'll be sitting there, he'll look up, and there'll be a little bank of faces, people peering into the studio to look, and he hates that. It absolutely drives him mad. Whereas me, I always think, you know, if they want to look, they look. So I always undo an extra button on the shirt. You know, if they want to look, let them look, you know. Doesn't make any difference to me. I'm all up there, I tell you, with my spangles and my sweets. And then somebody brought in cake the other day. See, I don't bring cake in, but somebody else brought cake in. But I brought the apples in, which have got I love you on. Have you seen the apples? Yeah. Yeah. But my apples have got I love you on them. Have you seen them? Oh, how can you... Well, but you walk past them. Yeah. Aaron, you got... Look, wait a minute, no. I'll show you. Wait a minute. There we go. Is that cute? That is so romantic, isn't it? An apple that says I love you on it. And they do it by putting like a little thing over it, and then it sort of carries on ripening. Then they peel the thing off and it just says I love you with a heart underneath it. It's lovely, isn't it? I bought loads of them the other day. No, if you cut into it, it doesn't mean anything at all. But there you go, you can have one, Aaron. It's an apple, they're very good for you. I know. Well, no, because then you'll pass one off to somebody else and try and pretend you bought it. I know what you're like. No good trying to sort of pass off a Steve Allen apple that only comes from... They haven't had them for years. 5 years they never had them. And then all of a sudden this year, John said to me, can you tell people they come from Cooper's and Twickenham? I said, I certainly will not be. Absolutely. Why would I say things like that? Absolutely outrageous. The love cheat, Ben, and he's cheated on her again and again and again and again. He says, I hope she'll have me back. She'd be an idiot. She'd be an idiot. Broken Ben Afodu. Yeah, honestly, you must think we fell out of trees, mate. Broken? What, because you're having sex with other people? Come on. You can't be that stupid. It's not physically possible. She was cheated on before by her first husband, and he says try and find a reason for his behaviour. He had been flirting with another woman at Butlins in Skegness while performing there in November. He says, I always dreamed of being married. Thank God she never married you. Thank God. Dear me. That would be absolutely disastrous. But, you know, emotional Ben opened up about losing his brother. Oh, here we go. There's always an excuse, you know. I lost my brother, and that's why I slept with these other women. You know, they really must be stupid if they think that people believe this guff. It really is awful. It really is. There's a care home manager. He took up wild swimming. Wild swimming is where you you go swimming into lakes and waters, and I can't bear anything like that. Just in case something touched the bottom of my leg, I wouldn't like that at all. That would be absolutely awful. But he's lost. Well, he had a 58-inch waist, and he wore XXXXXXXL T-shirts. For that read, he's wearing a tent. Okay, absolutely enormous. And so he was doing 4 2-hour sessions a week in Nottingham, and he shrunk to 16 stone from being 36 stone. That's an awful lot of flab to have left over, isn't it? That is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's an awful lot. He said, I was carrying off my body compared to other exercises, which meant I could do so much more. So swimming worked for him. It doesn't work for everybody. But for him, it worked to lose that huge amount of weight. And now he'll finally see bits of his body that he's probably not seen for ages and ages. But it's a good thing to do, isn't it? But it's called wild swimming. So you swim in lakes and ponds and stuff like that. And Steve, oh, here we go. We're going to get all the blooming jokes, aren't we, today? I hear the chocolate vat guys went in to rescue someone. They wanted to be heroes. Okay, you're barred. And Mick says, no problem falling into a vat of chocolate. Come out a treat. You're barred. And somebody says, we are massive fans. And we're going skiing in Poland today. They got snow? They got snow in Poland? I don't want to disappoint you, but it didn't look very promising the other day. I looked for somebody else, actually. And they said no, there wasn't any at the moment. They were going a bit light on the snowing front. Let's have a quick look. It depends where you're going to, actually. In Elblag, it's 1 degree. Oh, I don't know. Drizzle. Not looking promising. What's the sign for snow? Is that snow? I don't know what snow looks like. It's cloudy and rainy. I don't think they've got any snow. Why don't you stay in and ski around the inside of your fridge? You know, that'll be about a good thing to do. But skiing in Poland, I'm having a quick look, and they've got very large ski resorts there. But at the moment, I hope it's going to be all right for you. I don't want to actually forecast it just in case it all goes pear-shaped. But some of the giant mountains have it. You've got to go up a fair way there. It's very pretty, isn't it? Zakopane, which looks quite nice. Wista as well. Do you know Poland's only got a population of 38 million? Big place like that and only 38 million. And we got, 69 million or something like that? Which is a lot of people. But anyway, they are going, the Brocklehursts. Listening on the way to the airport, skiing in Poland, if, of course, there will be some snow there, which is nice. Deb says, where do I buy the I Love You apples? Well, you can only get them, as far as I know. You might find them in some greengrowers. They do a lot of strawberries at the moment in sort of heart-shaped boxes, but the I Love You apples, I think, are just a little bit special. But only in Twickenham, as far as I know. Chris says, Steve, when they did save the people in the chocolate vat, there were celebrations. You're barred. Okay? You're barred. You'll never write to this programme ever again. Makes it so much easier. Did you realise 2 apples make a pear? Do you know what I managed to open the other day? I was quite excited. Only briefly. I bought at Christmas, seems ages ago now, doesn't it, fruit in booze. From Marks and Spencer's, I bought apricots and peaches in brandy and stuff like that, and I couldn't get the blasted lid off. I took the hook thing off, which I couldn't lift it off until I put a knife through the seal, and it broke the seal, and all of a sudden it went tss, and the lid lifted off. So I had 2 of each. 2 of each. I was only standing in the kitchen for about 5 minutes. I felt as though I'd sort of drunk a bar dry or something like that. It was quite nice, actually. I quite like the idea of sort of drinking something that's a bit boozy. Because I like these rump tops. Have you had the rump tops before? This is where you buy it's like a China vase thing or vase. And what you do is you put in fruit that's in season. It could be strawberries, it could be peaches, it could be pears. And then you pour on a bottle of rum, dark rum, okay? And then every time you put fruit in, you top it up with rum. And you leave it for a year. And at the end of it, you've got the most alcoholic fruit you've ever had in your entire life, and you just have it with ice cream or something like that. It's delicious. Seriously. But you only need one bowl full each, because otherwise you'll be under the table. And it's very embarrassing, you know, sitting there waiting for the rest of the family.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Apparently there are some people, says Roger, who go on skiing holidays, but they don't do any skiing. They just go for the booze. You might as well stay at home then, mightn't you, or go to a dry ski slope. I mean, I thought the whole idea of going skiing was to go skiing and then do the boozing, because you can't do both. I've discovered it's not physically possible to go skiing and drink copious amounts of Glühwein or booze or whatever it is. By the way, my pronunciation was so bad, it's Zakopane. Zakopane. That was the place I was trying to... I can't get it all right, for goodness sake. My Polish is non-existent. Thank you, Cherry, very much indeed. And Stella said, you know, put up a photo of yourself as a mega cute toddler. No, because I really was mega cute. You'd be insanely jealous. You know, there would be a birth explosion again. A lot of people would go, we want a baby that looks like that. You know, cute. You can imagine, can't you? Blonde hair. I think that's what it said on the packet. But anyway, blonde hair and mega cute. Mega cute. Changing very quickly. Steve, I wonder too about the whole shebang. That's good enough, Steve. Being curious in every way, says Kim, is what it's all about. Personally, I don't wild swim. No, see, I couldn't. I've had lots of listeners over the years who've done this wild swimming, and they go to a lake or a pond or something like that, and they swim. Ooh, God knows what's under the water. No, absolutely not. No, there could be eels or also. No, there could be anything under the water. Pterodactyls, anything. T-Rexes, you know, dragging you. Oh no, thank you very much indeed. No, I wouldn't do anything like that. I mean, I'm bad enough in the sea. Something's only got to brush against my leg and I'm out screaming and running up the beach. Definitely not for me at all. I don't like that idea. I'm always worried about this. That's why, you know, when you get people in Australia, which it happens, you know, on a number of times, and like that poor girl the other week, and she came off her jet ski to go and swim with dolphins, she thought. Unfortunately, the great white had a different idea and took her. Because they don't know. They've got such bad vision. They just see a shape and they think it could be a seal or it could be, you know, a fish that they can eat. And until they bite into it, they don't know whether they can eat it or not. They've got no idea. But anyway, by the time they got it to shore, it was too late. That's the only thing that frightens me. I don't want this thing hurtling out the deep to sort of grab you. Oh, no, thank you very much indeed. As I say, I'm even in the sea, I don't mind putting my feet in and paddling around a little bit, but that's as far as it goes. And yet years ago, I never had any fear of water whatsoever. I'm the same in the bath. God knows what can creep up the overflow pipe and peer at you sitting in the bath. God knows what goes on. People think spiders sit there looking at you with a little pair of binoculars. You know, from the overflow, but I don't like stuff like that, or you know, things like that. Anything that moves, I'm not very good at. But you know, I'll get there eventually. But Kim, you and I together, not a good enough swim. A bit of yoga and a walk like there's no tomorrow. I don't really walk. I mean, I do walk, but not as much as I could walk. I try and do a bit. Now, they keep moving my blooming train. It gets further and further away. It'll be in Clacton very shortly. I'll have to sort of take a taxi to get the train. They keep putting it on platform 24, which is like, why can't they put it platform 3, platform 4? Like when I come up the escalator and there it is in front. No, you got to walk miles down this way, you know, take another bus, take a mini cab and all. Oh, it's ghastly. And Steve, Zakopane. I'm also going to Poland at the end of February, says Halinka. A birthday break in my beloved Warsaw. How lovely. Now, what will the weather be like at the end of February, Halinka? Will it be cold? Actually, the funny thing is, given the choice out of hot or cold, I'd rather cold. You like hot? I don't. You prefer hot? Yeah, see, I'm not. I like... No, well, I don't put loads of clothes on, but I mean, I had a car this morning and it was quite clearly an electric car because there's no heating in it. You can always tell if it's an electric car because they won't put the heating on because it drinks the battery. So we have to sit there freezing. I mean, I could have taken in a small Bunsen burner on the journey in this morning or set fire to the back seat. And it was also one of those cars, which is very annoying, which goes bing, bing, bing until you put the seatbelt in. So you're trying to plug the seatbelt in, and they seem to reset them into the seats. It's very annoying. And you literally, I mean, it's taken me sometimes half a mile to like get the actual seatbelt connection. Whereas in my car, it's automatic. But this was so annoying. It's going bing, 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 bing. I thought, oh, Struth, honestly, what with that and no heating. Jane says, from Tonbridge, I go skiing every year, but don't put the skis on anymore. I kick them all out in the morning, have a bath, read my book. I love it. Have chill time in peace. Then either meet them up the mountains for lunch or prepare them supper on their return. What's not to like? Cheese, wine, clean air and sunshine. Oh, that sounds nice. I do like my Glühwein, and I do like German sausages. You know, I'm quite happy with things like that. That's and also it's so pretty out in the mountains. It really is. But, you know, Aaron won't do it because he has to put on loads of clothes, you know. So by the time he's put on his baby grows and then Pampers and then all these other bits and pieces, and then he's got to put his woolen hat on, then his gloves, and then I've forgotten the belt, so we've now got to go back and put on the belt. And it's too much of a palaver to actually go. It's easier just to show him a picture of skiing. People skiing down a mountain, it looks like that, okay? That's it. We did it when we went to the hotel in the middle. We went and jumped in an ice-cold bath afterwards. There was like an ice thing that they dug outside. It was bloody freezing. I can't begin to tell you. Not for me, of course. Not for me. Steve, I am a bus driver from Louth. I think it's Louth. I think it's Louth. I'm pretty certain. I'm delivering in Telford today, as I do fairly regularly. I would save the spot on the bucket list. It's nothing to write home about. This is Telford. So big fan, says Ben. Oh, right. So is Telford not a nice place? Is it? Oh, it's okay, apparently. The producer went, okay. See, I thought it'd be something really, I don't know, sort of fairly historical. I just imagine it having a big bridge over it or something like that, and lots of people being very friendly to you. Let's have a look. God, you're right, it's a dump. Let's not bother with that at all. It's a town in Shropshire. It's near the River Severn, and it looks a bit it looks a bit industrial, doesn't it? Oh, God. Oh, look. Oh, no, it's a bit too modern. Oh, look, a little bit of an old bit, which is quite... Oh, I've got a cooperative. And the solicitors was closed when they took the photograph. That's that bridge I was thinking about. I think that looks like a Thomas Telford bridge. That's what I think. I mean, I might be completely wrong. I'm probably just making that up. And, oh, look, they've got a BT's. That must have taken a long time ago, because BT's went under a long time ago. It's an old toy shop. Yeah, Telford. It's a bit too modern for me. Bit too much. There's little bits of it which look quite nice. Oh, there's an abbey, which is all dilapidated. Yeah, you're right, actually. I'm not going there, Ben. I've decided. I'll go somewhere else. Go to Bognor, Brighton, or somewhere like that. It's a bit of yoga and a walk. That's moi. And the odd German sausage, says Kim. Love a German sausage. I could probably eat quite a number of German sausages if I thought about it. Richard E. Grant will not be roasting any celebrities at the BAFTAs. He said, I'll be the perfect BAFTA host. And he will be, because he's a very much a professional person. Gino D'Acampo is doing a double whammy of romance on Valentine's Day, and he's going to perform his new single, To the Moon and Back. I prefer it if he paid off his bills, actually. He's just put his company into liquidation. He owes about $120,000 to the HMRC, and to the staff about $37,000. The whole company collapsed with debts of about $5 million. I'd rather he paid that back, wouldn't you?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Bridge in Telford, very famous World Heritage Site, says Jeff in Telford. You see, we found people in Telford. This is the advantage of being an international radio station, a nationwide, a national radio station. You get people, you mention something and somebody phone up and say, I live in Telford. I can tell you about that bridge. I can tell you about this. It's quite nice. You know, people tell you little bits of history, and I do like my history, as you know. Another one here says, apparently, I don't know how you pronounce this, actually, Helenka. I'm never going to get this right. Stefcio? Would that be Steve? Stefcio. Does that sound right? It's my endeared name in Polish. Apparently, Monday the 27th in Warsaw, due to be 7 degrees, but I love the cold, says Helenka, hoping for snow. Don't you think everything is so pretty in snow? I really do think it, yeah. I mean, I don't care anybody. I know it's cold and all the rest of it, but I remember looking out one time and I was sort of sitting having a cup of tea and it started snowing and I remember thinking, that is so pretty. And it comes down little, and then gradually gets worse and worse. Next thing, your drive vanishes and all the rest, the car disappears completely. But I just thought it was quite nice, actually. Steve, you reminded me of BT's model shop in Kingston. Mum bought me a radio-controlled car from there when I was a lad, says Pete. That was a great shop, yeah. BT's used to come in and see me on a regular basis. And they would bring in toys at Christmas. And they used to leave them all for us. We'd have trucks and monster trucks and jumping kangaroos and also it was just wonderful. It was like being Willy Wonka without the sweet side of it, which was quite nice, actually. Quite nice. We like all those sort of things. But you're right, you don't see shops like that anymore. There aren't, you know, there isn't enough room. And also, people order online. I'm probably as guilty as the next person. I order online. And I've ordered loads of bits and pieces. I'm almost like an addict. Can't do anything about it. I love this story in the paper. It's a very sad story. It's a story of two people, Diane Jones and Jeremy Mizet. And they exchanged their vows, which meant everything to the couple. They knew it was their last chance to marry before Jeremy's cancer took him. Diane says, although Jeremy was fragile, we managed to get him into a suit and I bought a new red dress. And I walked down the aisle on my brother's arms to Krista Burr's Lady in Red. And Jeremy told me I looked beautiful. We also played Van Morrison's Have I Told You Lately, because that's our song. We had a lovely wedding cake. The nurses pushed two beds together and put Just Married across the back. They were little hearts all over the room. It was lovely. The ceremony at the Marie Curie Hospice was the culmination of a love story that began in a cosy pub full of couples chatting over drinks by candlelight on Valentine's night. On a table for two in the corner, a pair on their first date were already falling in love. Diane and Jeremy had been swapping messages on a dating site for a few weeks. Diane says, as soon as we met in 2017, that was it. We chatted for 5 hours and clicked straight away. See, I chat for 3 hours, but we haven't clicked with anybody at the moment. It's all very disappointing. But, you know, doing our best. Thank you. And so anyway, they come from North Cardiff. They came close to meeting many times before. It turns out they had lots of mutual friends, but the paths had never crossed. So anyway, they were enjoying a glass of wine in the back garden, and he proposed. And that was the start of it. And he told her how happy she made him. Anyway, after another happy year, Jeremy saw his doctor about backache and was sent for tests. After weeks of waiting for biopsy tests, cancerous cells were found in his stomach. He was in hospital for a few weeks before he came home, but his health deteriorated and chemotherapy was delayed, and the doctor said he needed to go into a hospice. Diane said, I felt very scared at first, but we knew it was the right thing to do. Marie Curie managed to get him to the Penarth hospice the next day. He was eating well at first, but he gradually got weaker. It was devastating to see. But on the Tuesday, the week before he died, he said he wanted us to get married. I said, didn't know how we could, but one of the nurses said we could get married at the hospice. So they arranged it. 4 days later, in 2019, 15 close friends and family attended their wedding. For the next few days, Diane slept beside Jeremy and he held her hand. Diane said, 5 days after our wedding, I put my pyjamas on and said, night, night, hubby, and he blew me kisses. I fell asleep, woke at 5 a.m. Jeremy was awake. I asked him if he wanted water. When I came back, he tried to speak, but was too weak, and then he went really peacefully. He was 58 when he died, leaving Diane and his sons David, Thomas and Owen heartbroken, and Diane planted a rose bush in her garden where Jeremy proposed. It's such a lovely, touching story, and yet so sad, but yet at the end the beds were pushed together with that just married sign, and she's got those fantastic memories, and it's called A Valentine's Final Wish. And you think, you know, only if it was the same for all of us. If only it was the same for all of us. Very touching little story. Normally listen to you in Brixham, says David, in Devon. This morning, we wake up in Whitby, in North Yorkshire, so I popped you under my pillow to listen to you nattering away whilst contemplating the day and the week ahead. Shame we haven't packed warm coats and gloves. It was freezing yesterday, so it was straight in a harbourside pub to watch people in extravagant costumes walk by. Kids with black ice cream. Black ice cream? What a goodness only knows black ice cream. And 3 girls eating fish and chips, swiping at the air as the gulls dive-bombed their dinner. That's the trouble, you see. The gulls have suddenly realised chips are quite nice. Chips are very nice, and they like it. I've never had a black ice cream, though. Sounds a bit good. Apparently, could be blackberry ice cream. Oh, yeah. Well, that'd be purple. Because blackberries are not black. They are purple. I know that because I've had them on my fingers before now, and you can if you rub it between your fingers, then, you know, it goes all purple, doesn't it? Doesn't go black, does it? That would be... Yeah, you don't have enough knowledge about fruit, Aaron, you see. If you knew about fruit like I know about fruit, you would know what colour they are, purple. It's like blueberries. Blueberries, you know, they're all sort of... Oh, my God, there is black ice cream. What is it and where can you buy it? It's officially a thing and people are freaking out. I've never even heard of it before. You live and learn. Look at this. It's Monday and the cone is black. What? Black ice cream, you mix charcoal with ice cream. Oh! It's a gothic look. Oh, please, no. It's not right. It's not right. It's got coconut flakes, coconut milk, coconut cream, and the charred remains of a coconut shell. Oh, my goodness me. Well, I've never heard of that before. You live and learn. I'm always willing to be... Oh, well, I quite like the hundreds and thousands all over it, which is good. But a black ice cream. Have you ever heard such thing, ladies and gentlemen? No. Steve, just left the family off at Heathrow. They're off to Krakow. My wife's ears pricked up when you mentioned Poland, because my son Michael said it's snowing in Poland. Me and the wife are coming to the live show. She thinks I'm bringing her to a musical. I know she'll enjoy it, says Chris and Sutton. Oh, she'll enjoy it. It'll be fine. And another one here. Phil in High Wycombe says, I'm totally blind. But you've just mentioned about ordering online. I'm as guilty as the next person, but it's so easy. Good example, I needed a new mattress topper. Went online this morning. It's going to be here tomorrow. I know. It saves you having to go out, find somewhere to park. They just say you order today and tomorrow it arrives. I've gone mad at times. Christmas, I'm terrible. I just buy loads and loads of stuff because it's delivered. And they go, it's, you know, I mean, I ordered a pack of toffees the other day. It's a big bag of mixed toffees, which I've ordered before. It's very, not for me, you understand. It's for the little people. And so I bring toffees in for the little people, hoping to make them bigger, which is quite nice. Steve, the seagulls in Sidmouth are the worst. And Sidcup Julie says, I sometimes pop you under my pillow not to wake the boyfriend up. There were 3 in our relationship, I know. Steve. Apparently, I've lost it now. Where is it? Stefchio is the endeared form of Stefan. Another is Stefek. My name Helinka is the endeared form of Helena. Much too formal. Wow. How cool. See, I learn every day, even at my age. You buy loads online, says Roger. Shop every day and use the car boot as a storage unit. Yep. You're an addict. I know. I make no apologies for being an addict. I make no apologies. Stephen in East Finchley says, I'm blind. I use Amazon. It's so easy to make, a difference. And Steve, on the Isle of Wight, the garlic farm sell garlic ice cream. Oh, no. Black ice cream, Steve. Dracula. Whitby. Yes. Black ice cream. Have you ever heard of... I've seriously never heard of such a thing. Never heard of such a thing. But everybody's saying, yes, Steve, you're definitely an addict when it comes to shopping. Yes, I would agree, actually, that I could be seen as a bit of an addict. I just buy stuff, and then my brother likes it when I go down there because he can take the pick of the boot. Because it always surprises me what's actually in there. Steve Whitby says Colin is where Dracula landed in the UK. Very gothic there, hence black ice cream. Well, do you know, I'm almost tempted. Used to have, says Graham the chauffeur, charcoal ice cream when I lived in Muscat in Oman. Absolutely delicious. I've never heard of it, honestly. You do a programme and you suddenly think, oh, somebody will mention something, you think, no, that can't be right. And then somebody else will say it is right. So we go on to, thank goodness for the internet, because you can go onto the internet now and check something out and it comes back and they go, see, black ice cream. And it did look appealing. It did look very appealing. I looked at it and I thought I could lick that. I could really do that. I could. And nobody could stop me. Although I'm slightly worried about the charcoal bit or about black coconut. Do you think charcoal is it a binding agent or something? Just the appearance. You don't think it's actually got charcoal in it, do you? Oh, right, okay. Think it's for the burnt coconut? Yeah. Because I haven't had an ice cream in a cone for a long time. And I used to run my tongue around the outside. And then I'd make it smaller and smaller and smaller. As you run your tongue round, you sort of push the ice cream into the cornet. And so in the end, you end up with a little 1-inch cornet with a little bit of ice cream on the top of it. Well, just me again. And, but it's the kind of thing. Everybody does that, don't they? You may want it to last a long time. I don't want to sort of go crunch the thing immediately. I want to make sure it lasts a long time. I'll tell you what I've been addicted to. I've got to wean myself off them. I went to Iceland the other day and bought jumbo fish fingers, crispy batter. Seriously. Three boxes of 6 for £10. Just have them by themselves. Just have them by themselves. Seriously, I did 6. They're jumbo, and I've got a spray oil, so it's very light. So you don't put actual oil in. You just spray it, and so it was so delicious. I ate the second box as well. I don't care.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody, 6:21. So they've said, weather forecasting, they've said, oh, it's going to be nice for a few days. And then, whether you believe it or believe it not, they've said snow and ice. Well, unless it's actually going to change dramatically, I can't see that's happening. Paul says, I've had smoked bacon ice cream in Heston's restaurant in Brighton. Delicious. And Steve, black ice cream is licorice flavour, made with licorice powder. Oh, right. Licorice powder. No, I've never even heard of licorice powder. I do like licorice. It's supposed to be very good for you, licorice. They do black licorice, they do red licorice, they do green licorice. I like the black licorice, but they do a set in Costco, like a gift set, and you get a licorice pipe, you get shoelaces, you get the Catherine wheel, you get all these sort of bits and pieces, and I love it, actually. I really do like it. So Cassandra says the same. Have you ever tried licorice ice cream? I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. Somebody said, isn't there charcoal toothpaste as well? Yes, I think there is. I don't actually possess any. It's supposed to be better. Whiter. Well, I should imagine if it's charcoal, it's like you could buy years ago a cosmetic toothpaste. To make your teeth look whiter, it was a red toothpaste. And you brushed your teeth with it and it made your gums go bright red, so it made your teeth look really white, which I thought was actually quite clever. And I've kept trying to think about the name of it earlier on. I couldn't remember what it was, but it's very famous as being a red toothpaste to sort of make your teeth look whiter, because people do these it's euthymal. There you go. Red herbal toothpaste. I don't know, actually. There's some toothpaste in here I've never even seen before. I quite like the idea of having all different toothpaste, gold, silver, other silver. I still quite like the different things. But no, it was a cosmetic toothpaste. Try cosmetic toothpaste. That might sort of throw it up, as it were. Cosmetic toothpaste. Very nice. There you go. Oh, all these different things. Do you know, I didn't realise until some years ago how many different toothpastes there were. How do you know which one's right? How do you know which one's right? You know, all these different forms of it. It's got this in, it's got that in, it's got this in, and that. There you go. That looks as though... Oh, I don't know. It might be. I can't remember. Not very expensive, is it? Diamond Red Original Cosmetic Toothpaste. So I think that... I mean, that might probably do the... What does it say if you go down a little bit? There you go. Whitening toothpaste. God, Dracula-like quality. It's excellent for removing stains from your teeth. So many different things here. There you go. It contained the red colouring agent that enhanced gum and tooth contrast. It did not confer Dracula-like qualities. It was quite a clever idea, wasn't it? It used to be a thing years ago to make your teeth whiter before they did the whitening process. It was like a tube of Tipp-Ex, and you painted it on. But because it was brilliant white, it used to look most peculiar. You ended up looking a little bit like Rylan, you know, and that looks or even poor old Jordan, who seems to have had so many different cosmetic procedures. My God, there was a programme on the television the other day, and it was 2 cosmetic surgeons in America, and people go in there because they're basically ill, and they have cosmetic procedures done. There was one bloke who wanted to look like Superman. So, I'm going to sneeze. He... excuse me. Bless your heart. And he'd had cosmetic surgery to alter his nose. He had a little kiss curl at the top, and then he wanted his stomach all changed, so he had a washboard stomach and everything else, and he dressed up as Superman. And he had coloured contact lenses put in as well, and he thought he was Superman. He was mad as a fruit brush. I've never seen anybody as mad. And they had these 2 people in there, and he said, I want to make the nose smaller. They went, well, if we make the nose smaller, you might not be able to breathe. And so they went through all of this thing. Then there was one girl who came in, and she thought she was Jessica Rabbit. She had a waist the size of nothing and this huge pair of bosoms at the top of it. Her hair was all done, and it turned out that it was drag. And it was just these bizarre people who had all these cosmetic procedures. If you go to the Philippines, they don't seem to have any rules and regulations over what you can have done. You can have anything done. You know, you can go there, you know, and walk out a completely different sex. And nobody will ever sort of regulate it. It seems absolutely unbelievable. There you go. Karen from Merthyr Tydfil, Gordon Moore's cosmetic toothpaste. There you go. Mark is in Enfield. I knew you lot would know. I knew. This is the advantage of being on the radio. Gordon Moore's cosmetic toothpaste. That's the one for us. And Gordon Moore's cosmetic toothpaste. I wonder if they make it. They do seem to make it, actually. Well, we don't know if they still make it. It was made a long time ago. I'm not sure it's actually made at the moment. Interesting, isn't it, though, the things that we used to buy? Having all these posh things. We used to have tooth powder years ago, which was a bit like salt. You can clean your teeth with salt, actually. There you go. Steve, my mum used to use it. She used to say it used to make your gums redder, so it made your teeth look whiter. Thank you. And Tina says, I used to use that cosmetic toothpaste a long time ago. Gordon Moore's cosmetic pink toothpaste. And Steve, could be Pearl Drops. No, definitely not Pearl Drops. I remember that one. They came in a sort of like a V-shaped kind of tube. Eucryl toothpaste. No, definitely not. It's definitely Gordon Moore's. Definitely Gordon Moore's, because it was unusual, very, very unusual. And somebody trying to compete with me says, I ordered a new Dyson vacuum cleaner yesterday afternoon. Will be arriving first thing this morning. That's my 6th vacuum cleaner in the past 4 years. Bet only you can better that. Oh, I thought you were in competition with me then. And then it became quite upset by having to rush out and buy another one of these things. I'm currently on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 vacuum cleaners. I mean, seriously, I've got them all over the place. I don't know. I just have breakdowns and go, I need another vacuum cleaner. I keep seeing them, and then I think that looks quite nice. You know, and when they're all clean and sparkly, that's when I like them. And I sometimes buy them and I take them home and I go, oh, that's lovely, isn't it? I play with it. A lot of them are just sort of self-charging, which is okay. But I wish you well with that one, Sel. That sounds quite nice. I'm very jealous. Very jealous. Did anybody ever tell you that you could buy banana-flavoured toothpaste? Banana-flavoured anybody on that one? Banana-flavoured toothpaste? I wasn't sure, actually, if I was just sort of dreaming these things or if it was absolutely real. But I'm quite sure we used to have children's toothpaste, and I'm sure it was banana flavour. I might have been wrong on that. I might have had some sort of peculiar. There you go, Jack and Jill's organic banana toothpaste. I mean, it just sounds quite nice actually. It's to get kids interested in cleaning their teeth, and if you can, make them believe that cleaning their teeth with banana flavoured toothpaste is going to work, well then it'll work. Lovely picture of a little baby here, treated over in Turkey, and the baby's very happy looking. I think so too. People being found, after this amount of time. Amazing, really. Absolutely amazing. The man who's setting out to live in a skip, he has converted the skip into a house. He said because it's too expensive to buy a house. So he lives in a skip in Bermondsey. And he's going to live there for the whole of 2023. Now, whether or not he's allowed to do it, I've got no idea. I suppose it depends where it is. And he's just basically built a structure on top of the skip. Which seems like quite a nice idea. Where you have a bath and shower and all the rest of it, I've got no idea. Nowhere, I suppose. Nowhere. There isn't anywhere unless he sort of goes to the local, I don't know, gymnasium or something like that. It's the only way. Harry and, what's her name? Meghan, apparently, might be coming to... I don't know why they can't make up their mind. Is it complicated? Perhaps they don't understand the question. Are you coming to the coronation? Is that a difficult question? Probably is, I should imagine. But there's no role for them. And also, who'll be wanting to talk to them? Because it's Charles's coronation. They're going to be watching and seeing who talks to them. And they'll be a bit persona non grata. They can be quite cruel at times. So let's wait and see what happens, shall we?
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. There's Prue Leith. Yesterday, speaking about her support for assisted dying following the loss of her brother to bone cancer whilst in incredible pain. She's now one of the foremost campaigners for a change in the law after the death of David in 2012 at the age of 74. A lot of people were talking about that yesterday on LBC. And a record number of children, young children, are being admitted to hospital for self-harm, with incidents among girls surging the fastest. The increase, they say, is blamed on lockdown, social media and a lack of adequate mental health care by experts. In one case, a child waited more than 4 years to get professional NHS support. It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I see that veteran actor Brian Blessed enjoyed warm meetings with both Boris Johnson and David Cameron during their days in Number 10. Rishi Sunak has his work cut out to win over the bellowing thespian, the Flash Gordon star. He wants people actually to get involved with circuses. He thinks we should have more circuses and more clowns. He said to make us feel, a little bit better about ourselves, and so we can have a laugh. Seems no reason why not. Goodness sake, honestly, we could do with a laugh, couldn't we? And spotting the Duchess of York was a fellow passenger on a recent flight. The Queen's former personal chef, Darren McGrady, long based in America, nostalgically tweeted, "When you're laid back in your seat watching a movie and see someone you used to cook for telling somebody else what she wants for lunch." He was at Balmoral in 92 when the Duchess, staying with the Queen in Scotland, discovered she'd been photographed topless whilst holidaying in France, having her toes sucked, apparently, by the financial advisor Johnny Bryan. "I can remember the daily papers arriving in the Balmoral kitchen," Darren has recalled mischievously, adding of Fergie's swift absence, and all of a sudden being one less for breakfast. I think it was after that she was banned from Sandringham. I don't think anybody ever wanted her back there again. Certainly Philip didn't. A lot of people having non-surgical facial rejuvenation. I keep seeing programmes about people having cosmetic surgery on the television. The sort of people who really shouldn't be allowed to have cosmetic surgery. They've almost gone too far. One of them went in to get this with these, talking to these 2 American cosmetic surgeons, and they said, "Well, we can't do anything for you. You've got no cartilage in your nose." we can't do anything at all. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I remember thinking at the time that perhaps these people become quite ill and they don't see what we see. So when they go to have the cosmetic surgery, we're all going, don't have any more cosmetic surgery. Look at the bride of Wildenstein. Look at Jordan. You know, she's had all sorts of facial procedures. And you think, perhaps she doesn't see what we see. You know, it's amazing, isn't it? 84850, Steve, buy a robot vacuum cleaner. Oh, wow. A robot. I've seen those, but don't you have to have a room that is literally got nothing in it so that it can move up and down? I can't think of any other, because otherwise it's got to go round the furniture. And I mean, whilst I have no doubt it can actually go round the furniture, I'm not sure whether or not the actual sort of amount of money would be particularly good. Liz in Teddington, wish me luck. I have to have a colonoscopy tomorrow at Kingston Hospital. I'm worried. What for? They do it every single day. That's what they do. They've got a whole department just does colonoscopy, endoscopy, all the rest of it. But it'll be fine. You don't need to tell your bride. How old are you, 12? Goodness sake, it's absolutely fine. That's what they do. It's very nice up there. Very nice at Kingston Hospital. They're very good. And Stella says, have you ever had Coronation chicken? Yes, I was trying to think who actually invented it. Somebody invented Coronation chicken. It's just basically cooked chicken in a curry sauce. And they do it in rolls, they do it in baps, they do it in, you can buy it in little pots, tubs, sandwich fillers, all sorts of things. Delicious. Not very good if you're diabetic. Steve, please no more clowns. Oh, I like clowns, actually. I like clowns. Well, I like circus. Full stop. Full stop. And Sandra says, I also used Gordon Moore's cosmetic toothpaste once, but didn't notice much difference, so I've never forgotten the name. I know you remember it because it's so unusual, don't you, really? It's the kind of thing. But somebody says Gordon Moore's toothpaste no longer available. Oh, it's a shame, really. There you go. Coronation chicken. There's two people laid claim to it. One is Constance Spry, and the other was Rosemary Hume, a chef, both principals of the Cordon Bleu Cookery School in London. They're both credited with the invention of Coronation chicken back in about 1953, I think. It was also called Jubilee chicken. It was just, it's a lightly spiced curry sauce mixed in with chicken. It's very nice. Very nice, like a creamy mayonnaise. It's very good, actually. It's very nice, but not the best thing for you if you're a diabetic. Stephen Gloucester says, we have a robot vac. Greatest thing we ever got. It also mops the floor. Worth every penny. Oh, dear. I always thought it was a bit sort of odd, actually. We have the Dyson robot vacuum. Money well spent. Bit pricey, but worth every penny, says Ashley. I can't believe, actually, that Dyson do a hairdryer that sells for about £500 for a hairdryer. They sell it on QVC, and I remember sitting there thinking, who spends £500 on a hairdryer? I'd have thought $29.99 would have been about maximum. You know, lot. John says in Finland you can buy a black cocktail drink, which is a combination of licorice and vodka. Oh, right. Oh, not too sure about that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one. It says, we also have the Dyson robot vacuum. I didn't know that they did one, actually. All of their stuff seems terribly expensive, but seems to sort of do the job. But I've got one in the car, not a Dyson, just a normal little, it's quite powerful, actually. And that's quite, it's amazing how much dirt you get in the car. You know, actually on the rugs, I've got rugs in the front of the car and rugs in the back of the car. So occasionally you just whiz the vacuum over them just to make it a little bit easier, I think. Makes it much easier, doesn't it? So, because I never get the interior of the car done. You know when you take your car in to be washed, a lot of people get the interior done as well. And I never get the interior done, mainly because it doesn't seem to get dirty. Steve, Coronation chicken is one of our top bestsellers in our sandwich bar in Devon. Along with Chinese chicken, says Nick in Barnstable. How lovely. I'm very impressed by that. Very impressed. Sounds quite nice. Mr. Neil, luckily a very big fan of those fish fingers, which were particularly delicious. In fact, actually, I might have to go back and get some more. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to wean myself off them, but it's very difficult when you sort of eat these things and you suddenly realize they're really nice and you keep thinking, oh, it's fish, it's good for you. It doesn't quite work like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Have you seen Cirque du Soleil? Yes. Everybody's seen Cirque du Soleil. I mean, there's so many different troupes doing the rounds of the world, and they're in Vegas as well. So I think there must be, I forget how many have been. I want to go and see the ABBA thing. My brother saw it. He thought it was fantastic. Pete says, we use the Polaris Full Vac. It won't replace me as it misses the edges. You see, I've heard of vacuum cleaners in swimming pools. Luckily, I've heard of things like that. Laura in Reigate says you can get black sesame ice cream. Absolutely delicious. I wonder where you get things like this from. You're obviously finding all these things far, far quicker than I'm ever finding them, which is good. A Polaris pool vacuum cleaner. What a wonderful thing. And another one here. Steve, really works. On Amazon. My wife Shauna says the best 200 quid we ever spent. Which is the one that sort of does pet hairs and it doesn't get tangled up? Is that a shark? Might be a shark, I think. They do one that's sort of... I mean, there's so many vacuum cleaners now. I mean, you can spend everything from about 30 quid up to about £600-700, which is very nice, actually. And Steve, my daughter has the Dyson hairdryer and the hair wrap, and... so she's also got the Dyson fan when it's warm weather. No expense spared. Obviously not. Obviously not. That's quite a little haul, isn't it, really? But, yes, Catherine, you should definitely go see Cirque du Soleil. It's beautifully done now. There you go. The Shark Anti-Hair Wrap Cordless Vacuum Cleaner. They're offering it for £429. It was £529. £429. That's an awful lot. It is, but I suppose it's got to be worth it, hasn't it? But what it does, it has anti-hair wrap, removing strands from the rollers as it goes along. I mean, perish that. It's also got a HEPA filter, whatever that is. But I think I've got a HEPA filter on one of my things, but I can't remember what it is actually. Still good though. Still very nice. We like all these sort of things. It's all, and also the more that they demonstrate them on the television, the more tempted you feel to buy them. So they demonstrate, they go, do this and do that, and you think, well, I've got to have it. And they go, and it's 4 easy payments. You go, I've definitely got to have it. Don't care how much it costs, I'm buying the blooming thing. But that's an awful lot of money, isn't it, to spend out? So think carefully.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Tim says, can a robot vac do the stairs? Sadly not. Sadly not. Steve, and I'm just checking. Apparently the coronation chicken was invented by Betty Turpin, says Graham. I think not. But there were 2 people who laid claim to it way back again, I'm afraid. Also, can you stop mentioning the Dyson hairdryer? It's my fiance's birthday and Valentine's Day tomorrow, and she's just woken up. It's a very expensive present, I think. Don't you think it's cheaper to get roses? Don't you? I mean, roses are sort of better. It is overpriced. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't see why you should. I don't know why you've got one day of the year, which is Valentine's Day. I would have thought if you're going out with somebody, then, you know, every day is Valentine's Day, and then you don't need to sort of worry about it. I mean, just to sort of, I mean, flowers are they're going to be artificially high because you know that, whereas the apples, I thought were really quite reasonable, you know, and they say exactly the same as you want to say it. I mean, you can always get a bunch of, you know, tulips or daffodils or something like that. You don't have to buy red roses. And if you buy chocolates, you know, I mean, that could be a bit of a downfall, couldn't it, if you're going to buy chocolates or booze, or go out for a meal in a restaurant, or go and do one of these meals that all the supermarkets do at the moment. I think every single supermarket does one of these ready meals, which work out between 15 and 20 quid. And they're very good value. I mean, really remarkable value. You can get steak and you can get scallops and all sorts of things and sides, and then you get profiteroles, those little things that look like little mini sort of donut things with cream inside, which are quite nice. And you can have those, or you get a bottle of rosé or a bottle of fizz. You get those. I mean, seriously good value. Seriously good value. But all the restaurants were saying, shut up, we want people to come out to the restaurants. But you can't be romantic in a restaurant, can you? Unless you've had copious amounts of booze, in which case then you could just sort of drape yourself over the table and hope that works. Sometimes it doesn't, actually. Sometimes it does. What else we got? One of Britain's top detectives says public trust and confidence in the police search for Nicola Bulley is now very low. I just don't understand why it's taking such a long time. I can't quite work out where their leads are. And normally you can sort of suss these sort of things out. I mean, they brought in a private forensic search team who was searching. She vanished whilst on a work team call. And then she just disappears from a riverbank. And I just don't quite understand it. You know, it's really quite bizarre. Pamela Anderson showing off her toned stomach in a cutout number apparently designed by Victoria Beckham. Having a laugh, aren't they? Have you ever seen anything like it? It was she looked hot in a pinstriped woolen suit which just doesn't fit. I mean, there's no two ways about it. This looks like it was made for somebody about 5 times as big. They're doing a photo shoot, so this is designed by Victoria Beckham, is it? It's just an oversized clown suit. Small wonder the business is not doing very well. Ridiculous. I mean, at least turn up and wear something that looks as though it fits, but it doesn't. I always think that people who claim to design this sort of stuff do it to see whether or not you can, you know, get people to wear something and then basically do the Emperor's New Clothes and have a bit of a laugh at them. You know, we managed to find somebody to wear this. It's like looking at Sam Smith at the Brit Awards. God knows what he thought he was wearing. But, I mean, either way, it just looks ridiculous. Steve, from Ireland, I have 2, says Alice from Wexford, of those very expensive hairdryers, the Supersonic and the Airwrap. They're both very, very good, especially with Airwrap. It's great for us women with naturally curly hair who like wearing it straight. I don't think you'd have much use for it, though. It's a bit hurtful, isn't it? I could use it. I could put a hairdryer through my hair if I wanted to. I think she should be barred. I think it's absolutely disgraceful. And she's got 2, a Supersonic and an Airwrap. Goodness sake. Steve, I get flowers every week from my husband, James. Well, you're very lucky. You're very lucky. And Robert says, I'm taking my lady friend for a special surprise fish and chip supper. Gosh, you're pushing the boat out, aren't you? A fish and chip supper. Ooh, I tell you, might have a pickled onion as well. Ashley says, I don't know how you feel about it. I always buy people plants because they last longer. And what are your views on white vinegar in the water to keep flowers lasting longer? I thought sugar, actually. I might be wrong. I don't know anything about white vinegar. I mean, most of the flowers that I buy for people, the roses, last a couple of weeks. My next door neighbour, I bought her flowers, and but I quite like, actually, your idea of buying people's plants, because then you can plant them and then they grow and they keep giving. At the moment, I've got about 40 plants of miniature daffodils. To keep cut flowers fresher or perk up 2 tablespoons of white vinegar and 1 tablespoon of sugar to a vase of water. So it's the white vinegar and shit, but it means you've got to go out and buy a bottle of white vinegar. I mean, how often do you use white vinegar? I wouldn't even know what you used it for. I've got no idea. I would just sort of think, you know, I don't know, let's not bother with it. I thought you could just use sugar, actually. Steve, tell Pete I've got a cleaner that sucks, cleans and rotates around the pond. She's called Busy Lizzie. Does the job, says Viv. Does the job. Well, he said the other one doesn't work as much as it was supposed to. I remember as a small child, says Viv, in the late 50s and early 60s, Punch and Judy raspberry toothpaste. Yes, I've heard of I just heard of Punch and Judy toothpaste. I can't remember exactly what the actual flavour was. I've no idea. And Steve, you can add lemonade to water. Could you just stick them in lemonade or something like that, and they'll sort of last I don't know, actually. Steve, yesterday I bought tulips in Sainsbury's for a friend. 1 bunch, £8 in heart-decorated paper, says Carol. Then I saw the same in plain paper for £5. I know. It's like buying. It's amazing how many people go to garages and they decide to go and buy flowers from garages. Okay, if you want to buy flowers, go and buy them from a supermarket. They aren't very expensive in a supermarket. I mean, the roses seem to be fairly inexpensive. We were looking at a bunch of 12 the other day for about $4.99, which I thought, you don't want to spend any more than that, do you? Unless you're on a promise. or something, and then, $4.99 seems still an awful lot of money. But people like roses, but you can buy them. I was buying roses. Here you go, Morrison's roses. They've got a dozen red roses, $3.99. $3.90, regular price $4.99. But I was buying roses in M&S. They were doing them for £6 for a bunch, which were really nice. Really, really nice. So, depends how much you want to spend, doesn't it? If you really want to go the whole hog, you're going to buy a bottle of fizz, chocolates, and flowers at the same time, which, as far as I'm concerned, reads guilty. Steve, give your plant an aspirin. Which apparently I had heard before, actually. Pete says, thanks, Viv, I shall look into the pond cleaner. 2 drops of bleach in water, in the flower water, Steve. Honestly, says Lisa, in East Yorkshire. And if you can use white wine vinegar for cleaning your windows, get limescale off things, you can also put it in the water when you're poaching an egg. God, Lord, there's no end to it today. But I like the idea of lemon juice making flowers last longer, as does chlorine. Wow. Well, there you go. We've got all the advice, but you will be waking up tomorrow morning either to a card and flowers or nothing at all, in which case you've got us, and we shall be here for you from tomorrow morning, because that's the day that we start celebrating, isn't it? I don't know what we're supposed to do. I really don't have any idea of what Valentine's Day is supposed to mean, apart from buying, flowers for people and making sure you've got all the bits and pieces, so chocolates. But I go out today. You'd already go out tomorrow and leave it too late. So buy them today, and you can leave them outside because they will keep, the colder it is. Fish from Sandy's, excellent. So thank you for recommending him. There you go. That's what I like to hear.